Deuce. Advantage one. Deuce. Advantage, Bostrom. Frank, give me a ball. Game and second set to Bostrom, Kutsenko. We'll go to a 15-point tiebreak. We're scheduled to change balls, guys. What's that? Can I have my score sheet? No, I'm gonna need it for the next one. No, it was 6-5 in the second set. No, they split sets. they have to do a tiebreaker. Third set. First to 15 points. You do not have to win by 2. Stay for 1. New ball coming in. First to 15, do not have to win by 2. Got it. Sudden death at 14. Yes. You guys clear on that? Yep. You guys are out? 14, no. First, let the hands on, right? Gentlemen. Marco? Yeah. First time. There we go. Just checking. Just testing. Serving 1. Oh, still ready for that thing to move. Good shot. Okay. All right. Sorry.
Welcome to Pro Flight Paddle out of Manufacturers Golf and Country Club. I am Patty Hogan alongside my guest commentators Graham McNerney and host pro JC Cotto, and we are joining the action here. Third set, Pro Flight, first ever super tiebreaker. Graham, can you tell us what that is?
Yep, so for the third set, we're going to play a
Let's go out to the court, guys.
set to first to 15 points. At 14 all, we will play a sudden death point in place of a third set. The current score of this match is 1 all in the third set Super Breaker. The first set was won by Grangiero Watt 6-4, and the second set was won by Protsenko Bostrom 7-5. So I believe it's, oh, Casey serving now, 2-1 Grangiero Watt. Excuse me, it's 1 serving 3. Bostrom, Protsenko are in the lead.
This is a first round matchup. JC, can you tell us about a couple of the other matches that have come through? We've had some surprises here in Pro Flight Paddle.
4-1
had the
Bostrom,
local pros,
Protsenko in the third tiebreaker.
11-time PA state champions. Scott Faltek and Vlatko Natchtek, they took down Drew Broderick and Rifat.
Upset in tournament so far.
Yeah, 6-0, 7-5, great match. They definitely had the home crowd in their advantage. Tyler Fraser and Adam Morgan, they went to distance in 3 sets, took down Lubau and Stulak 3-6, 6-3, and 15-3 in the tiebreak. And Graham and Marek.
This is the biggest upset of the tournament.
Biggest upset of the tournament. Took down home pro, myself, JC, and Tomas Christian 6-2, 6-3 in a very tough battle.
It was a grind.
3 serving
Every game
4.
went to deuce.
So it's 3-4. The winner of this match comes up against McNerney and Jerwinski.
Yeah, so I got a lot of skin riding on the game. So I'm going to have to find a balance between talking about the strategy and not giving away too much here.
3 serving 5.
This has been an exciting match to watch. Graham, you were watching out there at JC, and kind of a total seesaw match.
Yep.
Grangiero, Watt, what a first set they played. And then Bostrom, you know, Protsenko, you knew they wouldn't go away, and we find ourselves in the brand new Pro Flight Supers tiebreaker.
Yeah, these are 2 new teams. They've never played together that I know of. So I think the first set, Casey and Marco kind of got into a rhythm a little sooner. I didn't really think Anton it's tough to play with someone like Martin who has so much offense and so many shots. You kind of second guess yourself. You don't know what looks you should be going for. So I think it took a little bit for Anton to kind of settle in and trust himself, and when he gets his looks, to fire away. And just like that, if you put the ball on Martin's paddle, it's going to come back pretty fast.
Bostrom Protsenko.
So that's 6-3 Bostrom Protsenko. Again, we're playing first to 15, sudden death at 14 all.
Do you think it'll go to 14 all?
I hope it goes to 14 all. I always root for chaos, Patty. I already got my wish a little bit because in the second set, Grangiero Watt had a match point at 5-4, and Grangiero went for a cutter and whiffed. So I think he still might be thinking about that shot in the back of his head just a little bit.
JC, how about the member support here, manufacturers? A beautiful Sunday. We were postponed from that. We had a little winter storm yesterday, and it seemed like a great call because today it seems like you've got hundreds of your members. Lots of paddle fans from the community out there.
Beautiful day. I think we made the right call. Yesterday was a little miserable for everybody. But we have a great crowd out there. The grill just opened up. Bar's been open since 10 a.m. We got, I think, a couple hundred people to start the day. I believe we have more people coming, 2 p.m. for the semis and hopefully the final. So it's shaping out to be a great afternoon here at Manufacturers.
Well, and I think besides coming to watch you, I think they're here to watch that number 3 team in the country.
That's right.
Karinsky
That's right.
and McNerney.
That's right. Top seeds for the tournament.
And as we head into the second half of the paddle season, McNerney and Cherinsky have positioned themselves as possibly one of the teams to beat at this year's national tournament. They're hoping to go on a run.
I appreciate you saying that. We're hoping so. Yeah, we've had a great season so far, so excited to get back out here and start it up again. One thing interesting about this match, I think Marco and Martin are a little bit more side agnostic. They can play both sides pretty well. But I think when all 4 players are playing at their best, I think they're actually all 4 ad players. I know Marco's played a little bit this year with Juan, Araya, and Drew Broderick on the deuce side. I've seen him play, and he's playing quite well. And he seems to like it over there, but he's traditionally been an ad player for as long as I can remember. Martin can go a little back and forth. Anton plays the ad with his regular partner, Max Lepavere, and Casey normally plays the ad, or at least returns from there. Oh, what a spinner for Martin. Crowd liked that one. That's big to do that in the tiebreak. And so I think it's a little interesting to see kind of how these deuce players kind of adjust to playing a little bit differently than they're used to playing.
Well, I think that's one of the things that I've enjoyed most in the 2 years of Pro Flight Paddle. Seeing the guys come out here and play with some guys they don't typically play the Grand Prix Tour with.
Yep.
And so then you do get 4 deuce court players or 4 ad court players possibly. Yeah. But when the game's best, doesn't really matter. You play one side or the other, and you just figure out your shots.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I talk about this a lot, but I think that's one of the best ways to learn too, is to play with different partners, play different styles, play different sides. Last year for this event, I played with Martin Bostrom for the first time ever, and we hadn't played before at all. Came out, hit a little bit, and kind of figured it out, and it allowed me to play a much different style at that time than I'm used to, with him driving off of both sides, hitting great spin, and it's just a lot of fun. I think that's one of the best ways for players to get out there and improve their game. Don't just only do what you're good at. Go out there, try some new things, try some new shots, and adjust, and you might be surprised. Like Marco, for instance, this year, he plays with Juan, he plays with Drew, and all of a sudden we're talking on the car right here, and he thinks himself a little bit of a deuce player now. So it's you never know. Sometimes that adjustment can improve you.
That's that Bostrom return to serve. Doesn't matter from what side. He hits such a heavy ball.
Yeah. Really smart by Casey there, just not to volley it at all, just to redrive it and pull that one out.
And that's the big difference in the sport that you see with these top players. They're so confident off the screens that they'll let any ball go through on a drive rather than put themselves in a position where they've got to pop a volley up.
Yeah, if I was playing Martin, and if it looks maybe there I got a chance to play him here, I would make it my #1 goal to not lose many points to his ground strokes, because that is their biggest weapon on the court. You can find yourself down in a hurry, and he gets more and more confident and keeps swinging. I think Casey and Marco have the right idea here. You know, volley when you're in position, but if you are not in position, do not lose the point on that one shot. Oh, nice blitz by Anton. Great hand exchange.
He's on his way out of there.
That's exactly right.
8-5.
And
Boston
sometimes it works
Protsenko lead.
even more because I think Marco bailing there, he took away the target. So I think he made Martin second guess himself a little bit, put it in top of the net on a ball that normally he likes to rip and kind of pick a spot on a person. So sometimes backing up can kind of throw off your opponent's rhythm like that one.
Graham, who has the highest service holding percentage in the country this year with the men? Have you done your stats lately?
I haven't done it this year, but I would think from being on the court with him, I think Maddox's numbers are pretty good. Yeah, he's been serving incredibly well, and we've got a little bit of a rhythm going.
Are you guys playing Boston?
We are. Yeah, we'll be in Boston next week, and that tournament is absolutely loaded. A ton of the top teams are playing. I know on this court, I know Martin is playing with Thomas Nolan, not his normal partner of Blake Anderson. I know Marco is currently signed up. Not sure if he's got a partner figured out that yet, though, but I know the top 6 teams in the country will all be participating, so it should be a great event. I'm looking forward to it.
And will you come play Short Hills?
Yeah, I'm playing short. Oh, my gosh. Wow. I know that a little bit off camera there, but Martin just hit an incredible dig cross court on the line for a winner. And that's, when you can pull that one out in the Super Breaker, that's pretty impressive. Oh, yeah, so Patty, I'm playing Short Hills with Randy Lofgren.
Oh, okay, great.
One of my former partners from Region 7, really good player, normally plays with Naked in the Crick. So we're going to go up there and have a lot of fun.
You see the guy you first broke into the national rankings around number 19 in like 2016, 17?
He's one of them. Him and Guga Goncalves were my first two.
Guga.
Guga, of course, the famous Guga. Ooh, tough miss there from Marco. Were my first 2 partners at that kind of level. 5-11. Bostrom Protsenko up.
Graham, who's who out here?
Yeah,
Can you
so
tell?
Yep, currently at the net, which now they're going to make me a liar. At the net currently, with out the hats on the right side, the one with the luscious blonde hair that everyone is so jealous of that just missed that volley. Mr. Martin Bostrom, and his partner in the white long sleeve shirt is Anton Protsenko. And then on the near side, walking over the net, in the gray long sleeve shirt is Casey Watt out of Pittsburgh. And then his partner, Marco Grangiero, who is a pro, I believe, at the Knickerbocker Club. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah.
11 serving 6.
And here you see Anton hitting the underhand serve and staying back. A lot of guys are doing it this year. I saw Martin was also hitting an underhand serve on the do side. Great forehand from him there.
12 serving 6.
I'm really curious to see kind of as we keep moving forward this season in the next couple of years how many guys switch to that serve, because I think it's a really good serve. Oof.
Johan and Jeff
7-12.
Mitchell hit it.
Yep, Johan, Mitchell, Colmar,
Adam Morgan hits it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a great serve. Morneau, I saw him hit a little bit. Mick can start hitting it, which is
8-12.
I think it's a little bit disrespectful for a lefty to hit it. I think he should just rip it at the nick like he always does. But yeah, it's pretty much unreturnable when Mick hits it. I will say, you just got to lob it. And I know Mick and Sven were originally signed up to be here, one of the top teams this year, making the finals of 2 Grand Prix back to back. But unfortunately, because of the weather and the time change, they weren't able to be here. But hopefully we can get him out here at another pro flight event soon.
Mick's just taken over at Montclair Golf Club, new director position for him after a great 6-year run over at Essex Fells.
You can really see right now the players are really locking it down. They really don't want to give away points. One of the big differences, I would say the main difference with the Super Breaker is, oh, nice blitz by Casey here. Oh, Martin called it, and it was a good move, just missed the volley. I think I really like the move, though. That was a good time for it. 13-8, Boston Protsenko.
And Martin called it. What do you mean? He
so
yelled to his partner.
Exactly. If you're the net player and you are not the one hitting the overhead, you got to have your eyes forward on your opponents to make sure to let your partner know if they blitz, if they come to the net, because they're going to be looking up, getting ready to hit that ball. So you got to give them a yell, either in, blitz, hard, anything to just let them know, hey, really commit to it. Great drives from Martin. One thing about the Super Breaker you can tell them tighten it up is in a normal set, you can win a game at love, then you can lose a game at love, you can win a game at deuce. It kind of resets a little bit every game. But with this, every single point matters. So it's really tough to really commit to your shots, and you really got to have a lot of trust in yourself, because the point at the beginnings matter just as much as the ones at the end.
Blake Anderson's watching, and he's a little disappointed that Martin cut his hair recently.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Thought you were going to say he was disappointed he was playing with someone other than him.
Oh, excuse me, 14, thank you.
All right, so that brings us to match point, Bostrom Protsenko, with Martin serving.
Thank you.
Such a great serve by Martin. He's got one of the best serves in the country to that ad side. Great overhead, and that'll do it.
Game and match, Fraser Protsenko. They win 4-6, 7-5, 15-8.
So you get a feel of the new Pro Flight Super Tiebreaker, playing that to 15, which a lot of the pros seem to think is a good idea, JC and Graham, because they feel like luck is taken out of it. If you extend it longer, whoever should win that third set, and I guess Bostrom was the difference right there. So maybe his strength came through in that match, and he puts himself in the semifinals. JC, what are the matchups? What are we going to watch next on the live stream? Because I know we have an exciting match featuring some local pros.
We have the local pros, Scott and Vlatko. Scott's out of Philadelphia Cricket Club, and Vlatko's out of Waynesboro Country Club. And we have Tyler Fraser from Cincinnati and Adam Morgan from Chicago. They're the 2 seed in the tournament and winners of the first pro fight this year at Westchester. So it should be an exciting matchup. Scott and Vlatko played 4 3-set matches last week in a row to take the PA State Championships on Sunday. So I bet they're probably the team that's got the most paddle in the past week. So
Yep, their 9th straight win. But I must point out that Scott Falatek won 2 in addition. With Todd Marvin.
Correct.
Way before he put Vlatko on his shoulder.
Yes.
So they're ready for that matchup, and we will be right back with more Pro Flight Paddle shortly.
Success takes hard work. Making success a legacy takes discipline. PPAC Private. Your legacy, our discipline.
half. All your contributions. It's only fair. You realize that since you started, you realize that since you started coaching, I haven't lost a match. I won Phoenix State, I won Thursday night, I won today. No. Can't be coincidence.
alongside Graham McNerney. And I'm with Todd Eby, who's a member here of Manufacturers Golf and Country Club, which is hosting this Pro Flight event here. We are about to join a semifinal match. Todd, why don't you tell us who we're going to be seeing here?
Well, in the semis, we got our friend Graham McNerney here. Made it to the semis once again, along with Marak and Bostrom. And I'd be lying if I could pronounce his last name, Prosecco.
Yeah, it's easier than you think.
And then we got some hometown guys here representing the local area, Scott Falatek and Vlad Nadjek, who won PA States last weekend against Tyler Fraser and Adam Morgan, who gave me a nice beating on the ping pong table.
Yep, so that's the semifinal we're going to show right now because these four guys ready to go. Graham's going to be our lead color commentator for this
Oh,
match.
is that right? I wasn't informed of that.
Congratulations,
Oh,
Graham.
gosh. Okay. I'll do my best. Yes, I think we're early here. We'll have to get a score to catch us up, but we just hopped in. Vladko and Scott had a great win, much to the home crowd's delight over the
15 love.
tournament director, organizer, leader, our fearless leader, Drew Broderick and Rifat. I think they won 6-0, 7-5 in a very impressive win. Looked like they played super solid, steady. I mean, these guys have been playing together so long, they really know where their partner's going to be at all times. They know what their strengths are. And so they're quite a good team. And then on the other side, Adam Morgan and Tyler Fraser, very often you might see them with different partners. They have played together. This is their third Pro Flight event this year. They won the first Pro Flight event up at Fiddler's Elbow in New Jersey. And then Mick Erdoya and I actually had the pleasure of playing them in Westchester, and they were a very good team. Had a really fun match against them. And then getting the band back together for this one. They both made the semifinals of Midwesterns last weekend with separate partners. Tyler with his partner, longtime partner Rob Bacher, that was their appearance for the year, and Adam Morgan with his normal partner Will Colmar. So both teams, but all four guys on the court had great results last weekend, so everybody's feeling confident, playing well, and this is setting up to be a good match.
40-15.
So true or false, Todd? The first ever Pro Flight event held at Westchester Country Club was won by McNerney Terwinski.
40.
I'm going to say that's true.
Excuse me. Game.
Bingo.
That would be cruel if
One
you
game
did that,
apiece.
and it was false. I would, but yeah, that's right. We had a great event there. That was our first one, first tournament, first Pro Flight together. So a lot of fun.
Graham's always a great draw for these events, his style of play, and just a joy to watch.
I appreciate that. We have a lot of fun out there. And we had a great match this morning. We played the pro here, JC, who was on a little bit earlier, and Tomas, who used to be the assistants now at Amrik?
Aronimik.
Aronimik.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we had a very, very fun match. They're really solid players. They've started a couple years ago, and you can already tell they really know what they're doing. They're really good, great guys too. So
They're not going to win any height awards, but they are starting to gel a little bit together.
I might have hit a couple waterfalls out there. So it looks like it's 1-all. 30 Love Fraser Morgan. Their first round match, which we haven't talked about too much yet. They played Lubau and Stulak, some of the veterans, some of the best players. Mike Stulak, a national champion, with Mark Parsons. Great volley there from Scott.
15-30.
And with Bill Anderson.
And with Bill Anderson. So
Hall of
that's
Famer.
05 and 2011. Thank you, in Chicago.
15-30.
And then John Lubau, a finalist up at Franklin Lakes, and I want to say 2013.
Big upset over Broderick Gambino.
I remember
in the
that match.
semifinals, one of the most amazing matches. And John and Steve DeRose, longtime phenomenal team.
Absolutely, yeah. Steve, unfortunately, is dealing with some injuries, so we haven't gotten him out here, and the paddle world is worse for it. He is my favorite player to watch in the country. So I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm glad John's still getting out here. He's played with a lot of different partners this year. He's gotten out with Sven Burris. He's gotten, obviously, here with Mike Stulak, and he always finds his way to play these tournaments. And they won the first set 6-3, I believe, and were playing really well. You could tell Fraser Morgan were a little unsettled. I was talking to Tyler, and he said it was his first time playing Mike Stulak, so I think he was really surprised by that big backhand to Mike's, and I saw Mike hit a couple great drop shots off of Adam, and I think they were just kind of a little taken back.
30 all.
So they eventually settled down, though, and then pulled out in the Pro Flight Super Breaker 15-3. And that is one thing, if you watch the previous coverage of the last match we showed the breaker. For our third set here, we are playing first to 15 points, a Super Breaker, sudden death at 14 all. So if this one goes to a third set, we'll see that.
That would be pretty cool, right? See
Yeah.
the 14.
I would love to see a sudden death point. I don't want to play one, but I would love to see it.
So, Graham, when you come out to these events and you do color commentary, do you watch these guys play a lot, when you're not on court to check for tendencies or things, or are you just a happy spectator?
Oh, no, happy spectator. I am a happy spectator, but I think I probably watch the most in the country. I'm pretty obsessed with the live stream. I don't know if the APTA and Pro Flight, if they had viewer statistics, I think it would be my IP address for like 50% of all views. I really like to watch. I'll generally watch it a couple times. The first time, just kind of enjoyment. I want to see what everyone's doing. And then I'll go back and try to pick up on tendencies, maybe take some stats on the matches and really get a feel for, try to understand my opponents, what works, what they like to do, where they don't like the ball, and then hopefully devise a strategy to do it after that. So I have seen these 4 guys play a lot of paddle. So yeah, I'm excited to be here watching them again.
And Todd, of all the players, Graham is definitely a student of the game, and I think that's his,
Game
lots
Morgan
of his set
Fraser, they lead 2-1 in the first set.
for Graham's quick ascent in this game, from coming in, earning that ranking right around top 20 to all of a sudden being top
That's the only
5
one?
and an argument to win a national title.
Yeah, one day we'll hope for it. We're going for it this year, so I appreciate it.
Well, I think a lot of it does come down to doing your homework in between and watching the guys, and I'll watch what all the players do between matches, and oftentimes they're not even paying attention. They're just worried about getting their burger, and I
Yep.
understand you need food. But I do watch some of the guys, and Drew, our Pro Flight founder, he watches as much live streaming, same thing. He studies every player, their tendencies, and it's so beneficial to, having a realistic point of view
Yeah.
of what just happened.
Well, they're out there to win, right? I mean, it's a fun game and a great culture, but when you take the court, you're looking for a victory, and anything that you can do to add to your chances is what you want.
Absolutely. So now we're going to be seeing Adam Morgan serve here at 2-1. He's one of the first adopters, I would say, to hit fully underhand. And judging off that first return by Vladko, that's a hell of a return. But he's going to be serving underhand on both sides.
Love 15.
And personally, it's a very difficult serve to return. I think a lot more players are doing it these days because it makes the first volley much easier. The ball's coming in flatter. It's not getting down at your feet. And one thing that we were talking about it last week is
15 all.
it also really helps seeing the ball throughout. It keeps your head on the same plane, as instead of looking up, looking down, and trying to readjust. You serve and you're immediately looking at your opponent trying to return. So I think it helps with your eyes, just keep your head nice and steady to really get you in the best position to volley. And one of the first people who started doing a similar thing was Scott Falatek. His serve is overhand, but it's right in front of his body, and he's immediately in position. Oh, I love that Scott went for the cutter there. You don't see that very
30-15.
often. But it really puts his head and his eyes right on the ball, and it puts him in a really good position to hit a first volley.
So, Graham, for a guy who's a Thursday night men's league type guy, and guys that are new to the game, should we be looking at that underhand serve
Absolutely.
a little bit earlier?
Yeah. So I myself have started working on it a little bit. Personally, if I had a friend or a great player who didn't have much of a tennis background, if they were truly just getting into paddle, I wouldn't even teach them an overhand serve. I think the underhand serve is more effective. Right now, it's just a little bit unreliable because it takes a lot of reps. I mean, as tennis players, as paddle players, we've hit an overhand serve probably 100, 200,000 times in our life, maybe more, where it's just, we haven't hit that roller, so it's a little tricky to get used to. But if you're starting fresh, or if you have access to a great club like this, manufacturers with a bucket of balls, I would highly recommend going out there, just working on it, tweaking, because it really is very difficult as a returner to win. You'll find yourself just losing fewer points off of that first volley, which is kind of the name of the game these days. So I think absolutely would recommend it.
And I think a lot of it has to do with the grip. what anyone's natural grip is. You know, you're
Yep.
really hitting it with a semi-western grip, and I don't really call it an underhand. I call it a sidearm serve.
Yep, sure.
Because I feel like it is the ball's to the side of your body, and you're doing it with a grip that you would use to drive a forehand.
Absolutely.
Semi-western grip. So if you're trying to hit it with a continental, that ball's going to go up in the air. You're going to get killed if that ball went in the box. So it's got to be with a semi-western grip. And I think in the first pro flight or the second one of the year, I saw Johan hitting it,
40,
Mitchell
30.
hitting it, Morgan hitting it. And my theory is Adam Morgan is the perfect height for that serve.
Yeah.
I think I'm a little too short for it. I've tried a lot.
You think so? A little bit too much dip up and down?
A little. I really have to hit up to get my ball to go over the net when I hit
Gotcha.
sidearm Graham. So, but I was watching Adam a lot. And I think he can generate a lot more pace on the ball than I can sidearm.
Yeah, he's got a great job. Him and Will Colmar, I think he has the best underhand serve, but he only hits from the deuce side, but he gets a ton of action. But you can really tell when you watch them serve, they have a very specific rhythm. Their toss is always the same. They're always in position. It's very, you could tell they have practiced it a lot. Even these pros, even these top players in the country, they got buckets of balls, and they went out at their clubs and before matches, after matches, and they just drilled this rhythm, and they're doing a great job, and I really think every year we're going to see more people doing it.
And there you saw Adam Morgan in the white hat handle a lot of the overheads, and he hit the overheads as sort of the roller. It's just
Absolutely.
like his serve, that motion, that sidearm motion.
Oh, I was worried he faulted there after me talking up. I'm glad he caught the line. I appreciate them calling that one in.
Advantage Morgan.
Now, Morgan and Fraser had one of the best matches I've ever seen in the last two decades was Morgan Fraser winning pro flight at Fiddler's Elbow over Johan Durant and Jeff Mitchell. One of the most well-played matches. Highly competitive. Every guy played every point. No one was just hoping they would win.
No.
Each of them was doing everything they can to
Deuce.
figure out that balance of patience but aggressiveness.
Absolutely.
And Morgan and Fraser just they hit their stride in that tournament.
Yeah, that was one of those great matches where both teams were playing to their strength. Johan and Steven were playing very fast, and they were really going for their shots and cutter and being the really aggressors. But Adam and Tyler, I think they're their best when they're counterpunching. When they take their opportunities, Tyler was just ripping backhands. Adam was driving well off of both sides, and they were playing very solid. So it was a weird match where both teams liked the pace and they liked what's occurring. Generally one team establishes a rhythm or puts their tempo on the match, and the other team has to react or adjust. In that match, everybody was just along for the ride. And all the points were great. Everybody was getting looks, and it was a lot of fun to watch. There you see the good roller serve forcing a lob return, which is
Game
something
Morgan
you
Fraser.
don't see very
They
often.
lead 3-1 in the first set.
So you kind of get a feeling that this match is not going to go quickly. It could be 6-1, 6-1, but it's not going to go quickly.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if either team has the capacity to just run someone off the court here.
15
No,
love.
absolutely not. Yeah, it'll be really interesting because Scott Falatek is one of the best volleyers in the country. His first volley is unbelievable, but he's kind of old school in the sense that he does not like bailing like that. He much prefers, he'll hang in there and go hand to hand with anybody in the country and do it quite well. And Tyler Fraser loves to get in those hand exchanges. So I think it'll be a lot really dependent on those transition points or Tyler blitzing into Scott and how well Scott can win those points, because I think that's where they're going to get most of their offense is off of Vladko's drives. He drives well off of both sides. And Scott coming in looking for that blitz or him cheating up the screen to try to force those volley exchanges.
So again, Graham, for a league guy, I watched Scott do that a lot last week at the PA States, that semi-bail type deal where and he keeps the racket low, paddle low, and plays. He'll actually lob back low from there. Is that something a league player, or should we be bailing entirely or staying in there and taking a beating?
I would bail entirely.
15,
I think
30.
he gets away with it because his hands are so good and he has such a good understanding of what position his opponents are in. So he's doing the calculation in his head, like, can I stay in this point? Where do I need to be? I think I would always tell a league player, whoever's hitting more volleys from the service line or further back is just going to lose the match because it's just such a hard shot. Volleys, you win very few points volleying, and you lose a lot. It's the most common error. So I always recommend, here we see Tyler with the blitz. Nice move by him, so he's got it too.
40.
I always recommend, if you expect your opponent to drive, get on top of the net. If you're going to be caught at the service line, just bail, reset, and play from the backcourt. But him and I would say Steve DeRose are two of the only guys in the country who can win those exchanges near the service line with good lobs. They know they can bail, whereas it's very difficult, I would say, for your average league player.
30-40.
Juan made a name for himself, just I remember, in transition and just the hands play. And
Absolutely.
He would position himself, and you'd think, no way, he's totally out of position. But he just goaded his opponents into a hands play, and he knew that's how confident he was making any volley from anywhere in the court.
Yeah, more and more of the men's game every year is kind of dependent on that transition game. But so it's fun to see a match here. Oh, Tyler looking to cheat in. He loves to cheat in to take that blitz out of the air. Scott's got to do a good job. Scott and Vladko have to do a good job of whoever's not hitting the overhead, keeping their eyes on Tyler, because while Adam is very traditional in the sense where he looks for his forehand and his backhand, but he doesn't move a ton, Tyler's going to be blitzing at every opportunity. Look at his court position. He's up by the service line. Very aggressive, brazen positioning.
So he's sneaking in a little bit because he knows Adam's getting the play.
Absolutely. And then sometimes
Game,
like that,
Morgan
where
Fraser,
Vladko's so
Bailey,
distracted by
41 in the
Tyler
first
up
set.
and back and pinching, you can just get a volley error there just because your opponents are so nervous about hitting a better volley than they have to because they think their opponent might be blitzing. So it really, if you can get away with it, if you don't get caught in the wrong position, it's a very effective play.
Well, we talk about a basic strategy all the time about where's Waldo. That you, as an opponent, you get out there with your opponents, with your partner. You say who are going to go after in what situation, and clearly they're going to go after Morgan in that deuce court.
Yep, absolutely,
And
yeah.
that also favors it because Vladko and Scott
Lefty, yeah.
prefer Vladdy hitting the lefty overhead out of the middle.
Yep.
So that's perfectly lined up to go into that deuce corner
15
without
love.
Morgan. So Fraser's got to sneak in to get touches. Like he's trying to keep himself involved in the game and take a little bit of the pressure off Adam hitting a million balls over there.
Yeah, one thing, when Mick and I played them in Westchester, we actually decided we were going to try to play through Adam just because we were comfortable with Mick taking the overheads, all roam the net. And we found ourselves down 0-3 in about 6 minutes just because when Adam's really timing the ball and really on top of it, and then Tyler's able to blitz, wow, what a cutter there from
30
him.
love.
They're a very dangerous team. One thing that I actually think people don't do enough that they should do more of is Tyler's kind of a flipped player. His backhand is much better than his forehand. He doesn't drive his forehand, especially with no pace. He much prefers his backhand. But people have this natural tendency to avoid an opponent's forehand. So we haven't seen them hit many dump balls to Tyler's forehand because people just don't expect it. I
Right.
think the same thing with Drew, for instance, or myself. You think I don't want to hit the ball right to your forehand, but a lot of times that place is totally open.
Sure, the middle is kind of a safe spot against
Yeah.
against Fraser and Morgan.
The
for
middle
sure.
and also just right at Tyler's belly button. I think a lot of players and league players, they get too distracted with, I got to hit to the screen, I got to hit down, I got to hit away from him. If you hit a good, deep, soft ball right at your opponent's belly button, they can't really hurt you. So I want to see
30-15.
Scott and Vladko do a little bit more deep pushes to Tyler because I think if they keep spinning and spinning into Adam's corner, I think he's going to get a lot of looks, and then Tyler's going to be able to move a lot, which is not what the points they want to play.
Right. You've got to keep the guy honest in his corner.
Absolutely.
And even if it's one shot, you just don't give him a succession of shots. That's what Fraser's looking for here in this match.
Absolutely. And then one thing we haven't talked about, but we just saw 2 points ago, Tyler's spin overhead is one of the best in the country, especially if you give him a lot of looks. So we're going to see him throw Scott, who is a very good lobber from the ad side, a lot of screens. So it's going to be difficult for Scott to hang in there and kind of pick his spots.
Well, the great thing, on paper, this might be a mismatch, but, with Fraser, Morgan expected to win this.
Yep.
But after
40-15.
Vladdy and Scott, they played pure paddle. They played against Rifat and Drew. Rifat was a little bit out of his league in that match out there. And it's so much pressure when you walk on the court with a player the likes of a Drew Broderick. And, Rifat knew he was Waldo. And he
Game,
just got
Morgan
targeted.
Fraser, they lead
And
5-1 in the
Vladko's
first
overhead
set.
just totally kept Drew out of the match essentially.
Absolutely, yeah. Having that lefty is a huge advantage. One thing that I heard Drew say when I went back and watched my own match in Westchester is the lefty-righty is a big advantage if you have a coherent strategy, and it's a big disadvantage if you don't. Because if you don't have a strategy and you're always second-guessing what balls, who should be taking what shot, and now you've got two forehand volleys in the middle, it's very difficult. But it does enable you to really pick on a deuce player unlike two righties can.
Yeah.
So they did a great job of really making the points very static. They just wanted to get every point to neutral and then really grind down refot and then take the points when they could.
15
Yeah, I'm a lefty, so you get the benefit of that in a lot of league matches where it takes them 3 or 4 games to realize, oh wait, that guy's left-handed. But you're so right, it helps with the overheads, but if you don't have a defined strategy, those
confusion.
lobs down the middle can be an Achilles heel for you. I was hoping on this match that Vlad and Scotty could hang in there a little bit and maybe get the crowd behind them because it's on our marquee court and there's a lot of local club members. So if they can find a way to, get some momentum going at this first set and then hang in there the second set somehow, I think the crowd could help them. But
yep, absolutely.
A little one-sided right now.
Well, and when I see these players on the rise the last couple of years, and I talked about Graham earlier, and I see Tyler Fraser, and his star is rising, and his backhand is probably considered top 3 backhands in the game now.
Absolutely.
Seems like he has a great temperament for the game too, Patty. Like it's, one point does not, carry with him. He goes to the next point quickly, and he's got a good demeanor.
I think that's a great point because he can press delete when he screws up.
Yeah.
And I really think, these matches are such grinds with all the top players. And the difference with I see guys who are like, 20 in the country to 10 or to number 8.
30 love.
What separates them still from these top guys in the country is that, there's this moment of truth and they're never going to overdo. And that's where I believe now in Fraser's ability to just stay calm in that. Graham's very good at that. You see Modic, these guys are just out there and they're chill. They just let the game come to them. And they know they're going to get opportunities. They have that belief. I think people pull the trigger too soon, where they feel like there's a moment and they have to pull the trigger and then they miss. And you can watch all these first-round matches today, and it's a pick 'em on every match, which that's what makes pro flight kind of fun.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to find another team in the country who is going to be more focused on every single point than Morgan Fraser. Adam Morgan is one of the best competitors in the country. Him and Pete Rose are probably the 2 best competitors I've ever met. Him and add Drew to that list, where they're going to play every single point with complete focus. And they're going to try to win. They're going to try to give you absolutely nothing. And they're just going to be locked in the second they step on the court till the second they leave. And Tyler's the same thing, where he's a little bit more dramatic in the sense that he'll like yell a little bit or talk, but he's expressive, but he's very focused. He gets it out, and he just resets immediately. And you could tell he's also having a lot of fun on the court, which I think is a big difference than someone who really doesn't forgive themselves, really struggle. He trusts himself to hit the right shot at the right time. And if he misses, that's okay. You're going to miss some shots, but he believes that, the next time he's going to make it, and he's going to stick to his strategy, and eventually he'll win out.
And I think that's a big difference from what I could see. I was watching a lot of the Midwesterns. I didn't get out there this year, but I was watching some of it. And the difference in the match, either team could win, but you see guys, it's like a mental fatigue. They're all physically can do it, but there's a mental fatigue where there's a breaking point
Morgan
that
and
these
Fraser
players
lead
have.
5-2 in the first.
Where I don't believe that, like, these 4 guys have the breaking points. I think Vlatko, Scott, I've always watched them play for years and years, 25 years. They're rock solid. They're going to play every point to the best of their ability. And that's the thing about Morgan, one of the game's best competitors ever.
Yeah.
And that's why I admire them so much as a team. They don't take any time off during tournaments. You see other guys who get out here, they have these ebbs and flows emotionally, and then it hurts them in matches. I mean, they can't get over that finish line because they've used up so much of their mental, emotional energy, where I feel like the top players in the game, to your point, Graham, they walk on the court, they're ready to go. They're not warming up for 6 games.
It is amazing, though, Patty, because these points last minutes at a time, and at the end of a tournament, you've played thousands of balls, and to be able to keep the mental side of it, the fatigue side, I think, is as impressive as anything these guys do physically with the ball, the spin and all that stuff. But the ability to win late in matches mentally it's a different level. It
15 love.
differentiates, you know, the champions from
Yep.
guys who play.
And the guys within the group, they all know. Like, they
Who can
know
close?
the guy
Who
who's
can
going to
close?
break.
Yeah.
They don't know when he's going to break. But there's guys who are just going to play and play that team till that guy breaks. And it's going to be at the 2.5-hour mark, and they could play it. Making a most amazing match, very few unforced errors, and all of a sudden, hit 3 bonehead shots and the match is over. Happens all the time.
Great roller there from
30
Adam.
love.
Gets them 2 points from the set.
You want to get a new one?
Looks like we might be getting a new ball.
I think
we're
that ball knocked over a Bloody Mary
Oh.
from one of the members' cups, so they needed to get a new one on that one.
Hey, man.
What a setup here, Todd, today at Manufacturers. A lot of your club, you have the staff seems second to none, headed up by our GM, Mary
boys?
Orme. Is that how you say
Yep,
her name?
Mary
And
Orme.
Kelly Beck, who's in charge of food and beverage. They've done an amazing job. Of course, JC, our director of platform tennis here, always a great job. Nate Weiss, our recreation director here at the club. Joe Cagnoli is the rackets chair. And the one and only Todd Eby,
yeah.
our co-commentator here, and the men's paddle chair, and Jackie Root, the women's paddle chair.
Yeah, the club once again behind JC has supported the event. The members have been outstanding as far as sponsorship is concerned. We look at it as a great paddle
Ready, love?
weekend with a party Friday night, and then unfortunately the weather yesterday, we made a great call to move it today to make sure that we had great conditions for the best players in the world.
Try one more.
And you guys can't see it on the live stream, but we got a pretty full house, and the members love the day. We're so excited we added the ladies this year for the event. And there's a whole group of people just watching them. And I tell all the guys, you know, look, you can watch Graham and these guys, and that's cool. They hit shots that are really neat. But if you really want to see the game and where, you know, we should learn for ways to get better, it's from the ladies. It's not learning how to hit a spin cut overhead like these guys hit.
There's a great shot. Manufacturers Golf Club. We're
Yeah,
in
there
Fort
we go.
Washington, Pennsylvania. Oh, there's the booth.
Yeah.
They've got us in a beautiful setup there. Added 2 courts. That's why we were able to add women's event this year.
Yeah. Yeah, the program here, Patty, is all in
Our
on
winner?
paddle. We're up to 6 teams on both the men's and the ladies, and they're hooked. It's a great group of people. We really love the sport.
Well, Philly loves paddle, and everyone's knowledgeable. I think that there will be about 100 people who come up here and talk about paddle and the intricacies, the strategies, the players.
That is the thing with Philly sports. You can nationally we get a bad rap, but the reality is that when we complain, we're usually educated in our complaints.
Well, I mean, this is a perfect weekend for Philly. Did you guys make the playoffs?
We
Do you
did
have a
make,
football
we actually Graham was our tight end. That's how injured we were. He played tight end.
How was the scat back?
We did make the playoffs, but it is a lot more fun. But look, if the Eagles were in the NFC title game
30-15.
today, we would have fewer people here. So
Right. I mean,
we
this-
benefit.
They did it for us.
Yes.
Perfect timing.
Yeah.
I know it's going to be a tough choice, this or the NFL playoffs around 3 o'clock. What do you think?
Doesn't sound like a tough choice. to
Yeah,
me.
the second game will be better than the first game, so I think we'll get a lot of pro flight action here, and
Wow, great
gonna be
volley
good.
there from Adam.
40-15.
That's where Scott just kind of got caught mid-court.
Yep,
It
absolutely.
would have worked on a Monday or Tuesday, but not a Sunday at pro flight.
That brings us to set point, and there's the first
Game
set.
in first set to Morgan, to Fraser and Morgan, 6-2.
So that's the first set. We'll take a quick break here, and we'll be right back on Pro Flight. And this is a commercial for you.
Success takes hard work. Making success a legacy takes discipline. PPAC Private. Your legacy, our discipline.
So this is a semifinal match here. We are in Fort Washington, Pennsylvania. We're at Manufacturers Golf and Country Club. Patty Hogan with Todd Eby. We just lost Graham McNerney, who's going to go warm up for his semifinal match.
Good excuse.
We're in the second set, we believe. We could have the score wrong, but we'll let you know once we hear it from the umpire. Todd, true or false? The original site of Manufacturers Country Club was in Center City.
That is true. The club itself was founded down there, and then in 1925 or something, they bought the property out here to add golf.
250-acre purchase.
Yeah.
For $175,000. That's
Pretty good deal.
Smart deal at the time.
It is a beautiful property. You can't, again, it's tough to see from the live screen, but the end courts, if you're playing awful at paddle, you can turn around and see the whole golf course behind you. So it's a nice cathartic place to look in between points if things aren't going your way. It's a beautiful property.
Do you know what happened here in 1777? In this exact area, George Washington established the White Marsh encampment. Continental Army spent 6 weeks here protecting supply cities to the west, as well as monitoring the British who were occupying Philadelphia.
Here's a back trivia for you there, Patty. This is the town of Fort Washington, yet there was never actually a Fort Washington here, but it was named after General Washington, and this area here was ground zero for a lot of the skirmishes with the British. We're about 20 miles outside Philadelphia. So yeah, very historic area.
First time I was ever here, I could so appreciate, because of the perch that you really are up on here and how far you can see. I mean, what a beautiful property.
Yep.
The Manufacturers loves Pro Flight Paddle.
We love it right back. It's a great event.
40-30.
So, Todd, what are you going to add to your game after watching these guys play?
I'm actually really intrigued by that underhand serve conversation.
Okay.
I'm a lefty, and I would say my serve's decent. Not a lot of cut on it. My volley is probably my strength. But if I don't have a big serve, and the underhand would keep it lower and not let them drive it quite as hard, I think I'm going to look at that a little bit. And I also, these guys hit a lot of these rollers, these big forehand rollers. It seems to be like a go-to shot for them a lot of times.
When they're at the net.
Yeah.
Yeah, during the points, definitely as one of the options on the overheads. You didn't see that shot a lot in the game, although a lot of people had variations of it. Chris Gambino let the ball drop. Didn't put a ton of spin on the ball years ago. But now you see the roller is really the go-to.
Yeah.
Every guy and women, they let the ball drop down, and it keeps the ball down lower in the screens for the opponents.
You know, it's funny, Patty. Watching these guys play actually wins a couple matches for me.
1-0 in the second set.
And not the way that you might think. Something that you know, Drew's hitting missile two-hand backhands or whatever. So.
But I think that's what's fun. You know, I remember, you know, when you're a kid and you watch someone on TV, you know, I'd watch a tennis player and say, oh, that's how they hit that shot. And then, you know, you go practice it for 2 months until you're about 1 out of 1,000. Then all of a sudden you're 2 out of 1,000.
Yeah.
You can start hitting the shot.
I think the other thing, too, is, and JC has really hammered us over the head with this, is their positioning and racket preparation for the drive is fantastic. You never see them, you know, having to dive the way we do sometimes or reach really bad. That positioning, the racket preparedness, I think is something we can all apply easy, like the next time you play, and it's going to make a huge difference in your game.
Sure, I always say, you've got to set your paddle, because if you want a ball to go someplace, you got to set your paddle as well. You can't just be
Love
thinking of a
15.
shot. Your ability to execute at a high percentage, make a high percentage of your shots, is dependent upon that early prep. And these top players make it look so easy. You see these players walking in. Martin Bostrom just walked by. Talk about a pure hitter off the deck and driving the ball, Todd. I mean, I think the thing is that these players know they're going to have so many opportunities that they don't force it. And I think the club level player thinks, we played such a long point. I've got to go for a shot and I've got to go for a winner here, when the reality is you don't need to.
So true. That's a
15
setup.
all.
They hit a lot of setup shots, which leads to their opportunity later on at a point. But I think with guys like Bostrom and Graham and all these guys, and the ladies really too, the one thing I think that's underappreciated that is great to see live is their athletic ability is just off the charts. I mean, there was a couple
30,
balls that
15.
went past Martin in that match earlier that he had no business finding a way to get back, and he did. And he and his partner reset the point. And like you say, they didn't get wild and crazy, and then they just reset and rode out the point. And their athletic ability here is really something.
Yeah, and it's not just hand-eye, it's the physicality, the ability to
40,
adjust
15.
when they're headed one way, and, most club players would have an injury going the other
Oh,
way.
yeah.
Where these guys just make the smooth transitions, up, back, over, whatever it is. And they know how to manipulate their grips so that if they're barely going to get to a ball, they've already got the grip change necessary to make that shot. So this is another good shot of the Adam Morgan overhead. Kind of a shorter stroke. Adam's got the white hat on. He lets the ball drop. A little bit like a push roller kind of shot. It's not really rolling very much. And then that's that's Tyler Fraser in all black there.
Game. 1 game apiece. Second set.
Well, hopefully I get what we were asking for here, which is a tighter second set. See if, like I said, the crowd can get behind these guys a little bit, tug them to a third set somehow.
Love 15.
Right, and I think the more Fraser initiates some movement up there, right now he's one of the top guys in the game at doing that, and he could find that lefty-righty, the one spot where you're a little vulnerable, lefty-righty at the net, to defend that middle ball, because you will cause one of the players to flip their paddle over from a backhand position to a forehand.
Don't say that. Again, you're giving away my secrets here, Patty. My competitors are listening to this, and now I'm going to see a lot more of that, so that's not fair.
So, as Vladko here and Scott as underdogs in this match, this format's kind of fun where, they can dig in deep and put it all on the line here. And if they can get this to go to a third set, they don't have to play out a full set. Then it's a tiebreaker. First team score 15 points. So in a way, psychologically, this is a great format to allow a team to really dig in deep and leave it all out there on the court.
And maybe steal one in the third, right, if you got
15
momentum
all.
going your way.
You can see Falatek does that push serve, and Vlatko as the lefty starts over on the right side of the court. Sort of an Australian formation, because now they've already switched to get their forehand overheads in the middle.
30-15.
Their switch is a little more graceful than my switch with my partner.
Well, that's another thing. These guys do make even the switching look effortless.
So, Patty, for our league players out there that have a lefty-righty combo, I see these guys a lot of times will start in that Australian to take the switch aspect out of it a little bit. Again, that's something I got to believe you got to practice, or, I mean, is that something that the average league player should try to institute? Or
Absolutely, especially if you play a guy who's returning serve out of that deuce court, just rips their return cross court. Why put yourself in that position? Go Australian and just let the guy at the net help the server, defend that first volley. I feel like in a traditional setup, you serve to the deuce court guy, the first volley's all on you as the server. where you go Australian right away.
Yep.
And now you take a guy who's hit most of his return to serves cross court, and you just force him to go up a line a little bit. These guys are so good, that's not really going to phase him, but
You'll see guys at the league level miss that shot, though, wide because their mind automatically
Right.
tells them, well, I got to drive it down the alley.
that's why I'm also a big fan
40-30.
of just throwing different formations just to get the returner to think a little bit. You know, they're so, dialed in on that cross court return to serve. And of these four guys, when I see them and I think about their overheads, Tyler's really the only one here who can end a point with an overhead cutter kind of shot. I'd say Falatek and Morgan's overheads are, the little let the ball drop, little slow roller.
Yeah.
More Vlatko hits more spin as a lefty. That works for him, but. Morgan gives nothing, so you just kind of get tired of going after a guy who you know is never going to miss the ball. And that was a great shot from Fraser there. Vlatko, I think, started moving to the middle a little too early and
Got caught, yep.
Yeah, got handcuffed by Tyler.
Scott and Vlad do clinics here. Again, JC does a great job sort of finding other local pros where we can learn maybe the same message in a different way or a different message altogether. So, again, as a lefty, when Vlad comes or guys like that, Drew comes down, it's great to be able to access that knowledge. And Scott's got a little different way of teaching. So it's great that these guys share that with
Sure, they
with
share
other
the
clubs.
knowledge, and I think, different things are going to work for different players. We all need to have a plan. And there's tactics, positioning, how you slide side to side, who
So you're
covers
saying
what.
chaos paddle doesn't fly here? I mean, we can't play.
Well, sometimes it's fun to create chaos.
But that
That's-
can't be your lead strategy. Sometimes
Probably
that
not.
seems to be
Manage
ours. So,
Falatek.
Most teams seem to dial in on one player on the baseline. I always say it's find Waldo. You've got to start out a match and have a plan. You can't take 6 games to come up with a plan.
it is amazing, though, Patty, where I can't really think of another sport where the weakest player on the field, court, rink, whatever, really dictates so much of the outcome of the match, especially the higher up you go. Like you said this morning, with Drew and Rafit, you could see what the strategy was there. So I think that's the one thing it's difficult, again, for league players to overcome when you're the guy getting hammered in the corner. How do you hang in there? How do you extend the point? But
Right.
paddle's different like that than any other sport.
Right, and when you're Waldo, your resolve just has to become that much
Yeah.
greater, because you need to get your partner some touches on the ball, and
Yeah.
you need to, you got to be able to lob that ball up the line that forces the play cross court over towards your partner. I think a lot of people end up just lobbing cross court, and they lob in the same place.
Get it back,
when
get
they
it
realize that's the easiest overhead
Yep.
to have them go right back at that same player. Tyler's the pro out at in Cincy at Four Bridges Country Club. Adam Morgan's teaching out in Chicago.
What's the paddle scene like out in Cincy? A lot of play out there, Patty?
Yeah,
or?
well, they hosted the Midwesterns again. It was a Grand Prix event last weekend. Tyler played in that with Rob Bacher, one of his longer time partners. But Heather Prop is the host pro out of Hyde Park Country Club. And I was there last year. They did a great job. Such fun people. Super nice members.
When you, I know you get an opportunity to travel all around, both with Pro Flight and the APTA. What's the hot up and coming paddle market? Is there an area, I don't know, Colorado or other parts of the country? It seems to be catching on.
Well,
I know pickleball's like kind of everywhere, right? It's like
Pickleball's everywhere.
blowing up. Where's the paddle
So
heat?
paddle, I would say the numbers are increasing everywhere. We've got a project APTA support through our grants and loans program out in Cleveland Flats. It's a public access, and that's we've committed a lot of APTA member money to being a tremendous resource for that effort. And I know that they'll be, next year, I think it's a great location, downtown near train track,
Advantage Morgan and
within
Fraser.
a rec system. So I think for our game to grow, we're going to have to figure out how to access public facilities and, convince them what a great sport paddle is. And I'm a big fan of playing pickleball on the paddle courts. Line courts that we have up in Ticonderoga, New York, pickleball lines this spring, and we played all summer long pickle and paddle. And, it's the exact same playing area of the court. And you play pickleball on the paddle court, you never have to chase a ball. Denver's definitely an area. I don't know if you've heard about APTA has gone to a PTI system, which is a data-driven handicap, just like you might.
We have that here for sure.
Game
You're a
Morgan,
golfer.
Fraser, they
Yep.
lose
You got-
2-1 in the second.
You got your GIN number for golf, so me too. And now we have it for paddle, and this is going to give us the opportunity. +30+, 40+, or 50+. At the Open National Championships up in Darien, this will be the first year where we will peel off after the top 64 men's teams. The next group will go into the Open PTI. And then that will be followed on the heels. Dave Broderick will run the PTI 10+ out of Fiddler's Elbow in New Jersey. We've got events in Atlanta. Ian Hance out in Colorado. So we have an event in Rochester. So it's going to give all these smaller communities the opportunity. And I think when you can bring these first-rate events to those local communities, that just really helps the growth of it as well.
Well, we, as men's paddle chair here, we instituted the PTI this year as well. And it was interesting, right? No, these guys couldn't agree on what day of the week it was,
love.
but for some reason they agreed that their rating was wrong. However, the more they played, the rating pretty much stood up from a numbers standpoint. And like you say, it gives the opportunity to play tournaments. And, you can enter a tournament and not just get rolled against the best guys in the first round or go and win 6-0, 6-0, right? So our Super B tournament here this year was for anybody in the 20s rating, and it was really good play. Very consistent matches across the board.
30 love.
Amin Kaduri is the creator of the handicapping, the PTI system, and I've worked with him a lot this year. It's fascinating, the passion that he has for this and the belief that this is a game changer, and I'm in his part.
30-15.
I'm totally on board because, he'll send me matches before the live stream. Fraser's PTI is -9.4. Morgan is -13.2. It factors in their league matches, tournament play, where let's say their first round match was against Lubau and Stulak. Lubau's a 5-5 and Stulak's a 2-8, according to their current results. So you could predict, as Amin did, and Amin predicts, I would say 95% of the matches come out exactly in a line with their PTI.
Here's the value of the PTI in my mind, Patty, as, again, men's paddle chair with JC. When you look at the overall health of a program, you want to see not just that your D1 team's playing great and winning matches, but it's really people down the stack. And if you've got a guy who's a 63 rating and plays matches and gets his rating to a 55, there's a lot of value in that, right? You can see that they're playing and their investment in the clinics and the lessons when you take it to the court. And that's really what you want to see. You want to see your middle group continue to improve and make sure that JC is tailoring his instruction towards, a 50 getting to a 40, not just a 15 trying to get to a 5.
I think, Todd, people are concerned with the separation from the top players out in the game. And where I look at it with the PTI, it's the opposite. This is now, I'm a nice tennis player, but Serena Williams would want nothing to do with me. I would be a waste of 20 minutes for her. And that would include the warm-ups, playing a tennis match. And, you get out there, these pros don't want to hurt any of these club-level players. You know, there are a lot of players who love the opportunity to go against these great guys.
Yep.
And, you know, there's plenty of opportunity during the year for that to happen. But at the highest level of competition, you know, I want 230s to be out there where it's not
40-30.
lopsided as well. And you and I, we could see a 40-plus PTI match, and it could be one of the best paddle matches we've ever seen because you just get roped into the intensity that all those 4 players have for that moment, and they all have a chance to win it. So for me, that's where I love the PTI.
It's this, you know, at the club level, you don't want to drive 45 minutes in the rain and, you know, win 6-0, 6-1 and, you know, take a night away from what else you could be doing. So there is, it was tough to institute early, right? Everybody was kind of scratching their head, but we just keep telling them when you walk into the cage, don't worry about the ratings. Just go play your match, play your game, and see where you stand.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a great tool for pros once we have, you know, more data, more leagues in, particularly in the women, because you know, sometimes that's where some of the difficulty arises.
Yeah.
With pros and their members, and one member thinks she should be playing higher, and you know that
Yeah.
person's not as good.
But even like, you know, we do a Saturday morning game here, and I'm not saying we wager $10 a man in that game and put the money in the hat. I'm not saying that ever occurs. But when you get 12 guys who are going to play, instead of somebody trying to figure out who the partners are, the ratings dictate that. So it's all done for you. You take, you know, the highest and lowest, you stick them out there, and you keep it within a range to make sure that it's close. So again, the ratings have been a real, I think, benefit to the game as a whole. And you guys at the APTA have done something smart. I think one of the great values of this tournament and this tour is guys like Tyler and Graham and Marek. When they take the court, they know their first match is going to be a legitimate battle. And they're trying to win a national championship, or they're trying to prove that they're one of the best players in the world. The old APT format where they would have to go play a couple matches to get to that point, I think Pro Flight filled that gap, and then you guys have done a great job in having that sort of separate draw for these guys to make sure that it is valuable. Because you're right. I mean, yeah, it would be cool for a D4 guy to go play Drew
Fraser
Broderick
Morgan.
in the first round, but the reality is Drew's not having a good time with that, and you're not going to get the best players behind it. So I think it's all good. That's what I'm talking about there, Patty. Just a ball that any other night of the week would have been, the point would have been over, and they dig it out of the corner there.
You see these guys, Tyler Fraser, looking at the stats on him. He won the Cleveland Masters with Alex Banchila, finished third Midwesterns with Rob Bacher, third in Western New England with John Hughes, sixth with Banchila, Chicago Charities. I mean, these guys love to play, so they love to play the traditional tournaments, but the opportunity to come in and play the one day helps these guys out, because all these guys who are teaching pros, who are the ones who are promoting the game locally, they're all on the court tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock with their ladies' A-team practice.
Yeah. Well, Tyler's, and I don't want to get him too much of a big head, but I have a 17-year-old daughter and a 15-year-old daughter, and a bunch of their friends were here today, and it wasn't to see me. They find Tyler to be one of the cuter paddle players out there. So, hey, look, anything that brings people to the sport, I'm good with.
Morgan's a grinder. Morgan's, you know, top 25 always in the country, different partners. He was third in the Midwesterns last week with William Colmer. They won Indianapolis Open. They had an 11th place finish last year in Nationals.
Deuce.
They won the Cabin Fever Classic, which was the last official APTA event of 2019.
So, Patty, for where we are in the year, January 20th or whatever, do the top players, they pretty much have their nationals partner identified, or is there an event like this where they could go, hey, man, you guys, we played great together, let's keep it rolling?
Well, I think when you look at the current national rankings, we have not seen much of Mark Parsons the first half of the year, but that's typical. He and Juan are going to look to defend up in Darien. They'll play for sure. Hughes and Powers. John got married last year. They're picking and choosing, so we haven't seen them as much on Pro Flight this year. Modic and Graham, you know, they kind of You have to play a couple of APTA tournaments to maintain your ranking points, for sure. And currently, the Pro Flight points don't factor into your rankings, but the PTIs will.
Okay.
So all of these are crucial. You know, you look at Durant and Mitchell over the course of 2 seasons ago to now. Those guys are currently 5th in the country. They jammed it last year. They played every Pro Flight, and you could just see Stephen Mitchell's level go up. Johan's, we never worried about Johan's level, but Stephen kind of got used to Johan, and now they're number 5 in the country. I mean, they're an incredible team. So Blake Anderson's, his wife's about to have their first baby. He's playing nationals with Martin Bostrom. They haven't gotten that many tournaments. I think the only big question mark in the men's might be Drew Jared. And will we get Jared Palmer? We pray that he'll be able to jump back on the court here for.
Yeah, he hasn't been playing all that much. Is that the story?
He's not traveled. His family's over in Stockholm, not right around the corner.
If there's a nicer guy, I'd like to meet him. Just one of the real nice guys in the sport.
He was really him coming into the game, and he and Drew won 3 straight nationals together, then lost in the final to Hughes and Powers. He was a game changer. He was total class act. What a pro. Highest level tennis skills. I mean, I used to be sweet on Mike Stulak's volley until I saw Jared's volleys.
Very smooth.
Mike just walked by. I had to say that. But Mike does have smooth volleys. Yeah, but Jared just total class act. What a competitor. So we're hoping to see him at nationals with Drew.
Again, Patty, like that Nick league play, that ends a point. Tyler's there covering for his partner. He's facing that wire when it goes in there, and it's a relatively easy shot for him to bail him out.
Hey, Todd, that's a great point, because when you're watching the team in blue, we see their backs here hitting the shots. You see both players on the baseline actively engaged with each shot. Even if they're not getting the ball, you see a little bit of the shoulder turn, a step or two. Club level players, you typically will see a player totally flat-footed if the ball's not coming to them.
We call that the Joe Cagnoli around here.
The Joe Cagnoli? Yeah. He doesn't go through many pairs of sneakers over the course of the season?
He doesn't move much, but when he moves, boy, you better look out. But I think, the other thing, Patty, is you were talking about shots that you want to learn. I think at the club level, we need to be more willing to let that side back overhead, the hard one, go to our partner instead of trying to cut it off or backpedal and get a weak lob back. We really need to practice more of just letting that go and letting our partner get it back and get back in position.
Hey, that's just one of the little subtle things that, as a player, it's so hard to resist. And you think you can block that ball up, but your team's working way too hard, and you continue to be on the defensive. So that's why, it is so fun to watch these guys and their coverage, because it just seems so calm to them. It's interesting. I was outside watching earlier first-round matches, and the points go on, and every place I would say to someone, hey, what's the score?
Nobody knows.
No one had a clue. They're like, I don't even know. The points go over the net too many times.
Patty, I say even in league play, half the time none of us know the score. I mean, we really need to hire somebody to stand there like a 12-year-old kid. Because as the points go on, and I find that personally, the better I'm playing, the less I seem to know what the score is or the games are or whatever. So we spend a lot of time standing around trying to figure out if it's 30-30 or 5-40. So I can only imagine with these guys with these 4-minute points.
If you're Vlatko and Scott, you're thinking, what do we have to do to win a point here? Because they're throwing it all in. They're trying everything.
It's another reason this is a great event, because Scott and Vlad, they're 9-time PA States champions last week, and they beat some guys from DC in the final, which was great. And but to come out another, just the next week and see where you're at, you're playing well as a team, and then to come out and play guys like Fraser and Morgan, it's a great opportunity or a reality check, depending on how you look at it. But these guys are, grinders. They're going to just try to grind it out. But to your point, there's not a lot of weaknesses in Fraser and Morgan, and if Fraser gets an opportunity, he can make you pay.
Yeah, Vlatko and Scott Falatek don't play that many tournaments. Their rankings are 54th currently in the APTA rankings. They, I think, got as high as number 9 in the country when they played and traveled. And you really, to get your rankings up, you've got to be damn good, and you've got to have some flexibility in your schedule and go play tournaments to maintain at your point level. And if you play an event this year and then the following year you don't go play that event, you lose those points. So in a way to sort of hold your rankings, you need to travel and commit to playing tournaments. But just fundamentally, you look at Vlatko and Falatek, there's no weakness in their game. They're rock solid paddle players. And, and Adam and Tyler, in their minds, they come into this match as heavy favorites. But they know that it's not going to be fast. And it's just they're going to have to go through lengthy points here. And then, there's just not, to us watching it, there's just not that much of a difference here.
Yeah, it's like any, athletes in any sport that differentiate. It's a shot here or there. It's a shot that you have, or as you said earlier, a mental trait that it's just one or two little things that differentiate the guys who win these matches from Scott and Vladdy. And you're right. I mean, Scott's got a couple young kids, and they don't travel around a lot to play in these type deals. But you're right. It's
Fraser Morgan.
Just a few little things here.
So speaking of PTI, Vlatko's PTI right now is 0.6, and Falatek's is minus 1.3.
Okay.
Fraser Morgan, minus 9.4 for
Wow.
Fraser, and Morgan, minus 13.2. So, on paper, there's Vlatko and Scott have no chance.
I think we need some. This introduced gambling into the equation, I would think, Patty.
Exactly.
I mean, we could definitely take some points here, and yeah, but you know what? You're right. That's why they play the matches, right? I mean, the ratings are definitely say one thing, but you're hitting it good, you're seeing it good, you get somebody on an off day, and you got a chance. That's why they play the matches.
Another big difference from club level players, besides the constant footwork, you can hear the communication.
Big
you
time.
can hear Adam in the white hat, his back to us, yelling to Tyler, you. Sometimes the guy on the left, or I'll call like the overhead guy, he'll call the play, but clearly Adam is making the call here for Tyler.
I think you would agree, Patty, that at the club level, indecisiveness is one of the things that really cost us, right? Whether to lob or drive, what type of shot to hit, but who's got the overhead, that loud, quick declaration of whose ball it is, communication-wise, is a big piece that you're right, we miss. I don't know whether we're scared to scream or not, but you got to really shout out whose ball it is.
Yeah, I think we can all be bossy off the court. I think everyone needs to be bossy on the court.
Now, do you think, Patty, there should be one guy who calls or lady who calls the overhead or calls the switch or calls that type of stuff, or is it up to each player to call that out, that alpha player versus?
I think that if there is an alpha player, then that person ends up calling it. I think sometimes you have someone who sees the ball sooner and knows what's going to happen sooner, so certainly they're going to call it first. Other times, let's say both players are pretty comparable. The player to the left with two righties has a good vantage point of where their partner is sight-wise. Player to the right might not know where their partner is, who might be a little bit behind them to their left. So the player on the left would probably call more.
It's a big game here for
Morgan
Vlad.
Fraser,
Yeah,
they lead 4-1 in the second set.
We needed to steal one there.
And I mean, that's how good Fraser is right there. Vlatko, got to about the service line, really thought Fraser was putting that ball through the middle, and then threw it over to Vlatko's forehand side. And
these guys disguise their shots very well at the same time. They can hold the ball seemingly on the paddle till the last minute and then go the direction that they want to go. Another reason I'm up here with you, and they're down there.
Well, Todd Eby, you're doing a great job as an announcer for Pro Flight. Your announcing debut here.
I'll retire after today. I'll go out on
Love
top.
15.
I love the game. Anytime you get a chance to talk about things that you love, I love the game and the people that surround the game, so it's pretty comfortable.
And this Philly community on this side of the, what's the dividing line down here?
Yeah,
it's cricket?
Well, yes. There's a river that runs through the area, the Schuylkill River, and you know,
Love 30.
we're on one side of the river, Manny's.
So it's Manufacturers Club Huntington.
Huntington Valley, yep, on this side of the river. Cricket, I guess, technically is on this side of the river, and then the other side of the river would be Aronimink, Marion, you know, Martin's Dam,
15,
Picket
Waynesboro,
Post,
Radley
Waynesboro,
Run.
all those guys. So there's a little of that in the paddle world. I mean, you know, anytime you go across the river to one of those clubs and win a league match, it
Is
feels
it
good.
east-west or is it north-south?
It's north-south, kind of east-west at the same time.
We
but
need
yeah.
a Philly PTI event.
15,
The
40.
river divides you.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you could do it by
Battle of
PTIs,
Schuylkill.
and you put out your 10-plus team, you put out your 15-plus team.
We should do
You
it.
could create all sorts of new events.
I
and
think it's a great
Great way
idea.
for clubs to kind of increase the number of social opportunities they have for their memberships.
Yeah, we do, you know, a friendly event with cricket every year, and there's some guys up in Lehigh. They got a new program up there that's coming along quick, so we try to get with them. But I'm with you, Patty. I'd love to get more social inter-club type stuff because the Wednesday and Thursday night matches, I don't care what level you're at, you want to win those matches. And when you lose those matches, yeah, you want to have a beer, but it takes some time. So some of these friendlier type competitions, a team type competition.
Well, I think the PTI, I think it could be a whole new thing. And you could just say, you know, here's our PTI team. Here's our 10-plus, 15. It could be against Jersey. I mean, I do
30,
think it
40.
opens the door because typically you just don't know how to make it competitive for someone if they're playing in all different leagues and series of play. And Series 3 in this state doesn't necessarily mean anything for Series 3 in another state. PTI is the automatic
Yeah.
one. That's the common number.
Common number across geographies, doesn't matter. Well, we're at deuce here, Patty. We got to...
Advantage, Fraser Morgan.
So it's just one of these matches where Valotech, they just don't have enough offensive
Game, Fraser Morgan.
weapons
They lead
to
5-1 in
really
the second.
break
we have
through.
a ball change, guys.
And all the credit to Morgan and Fraser, who have made a combination of maybe 4 mistakes in this match. It's really amazing. I
Forgot I
mean,
brought one out.
even though they're favored, they never take anything for granted, and they play 1 point at a time, and they're as good as that as any team in the country. And
Yeah.
that's- You know, you talk about Adam Morgan and how he plays every point.
In a lot of
Fraser,
way, I think that extends a lot of respect to your opponent as well, right? I mean, you're not out there trying shots and prepping for your next match. I mean, you're respectful and grinding through every point, knowing that you don't want to give them an opening, but at the same time,
That one was.
you don't want to
70
show
seconds
anybody
left.
up by hitting shots, and these guys aren't doing that, so it's good.
Yeah, so we've got a semifinal. The other semifinal, McNerney-Schwinsky against Bostrom and Prosenko. They are on another court. We have some women's play going on, and I'm waiting for some updates on that. We have
15 love.
a unique 3-team round robin for the women today. We've got Carrie Delmonico playing with Floor Hanisch. We've got the long ago highly ranked team of Karen Coaches, Jacqueline Williamson, teamed up again. Philly's finest for a couple of years there. And we've also got another one of Philly's finest, Charlotte Sikora, who's playing with Allison Morgan. So the 3 women's teams will play matches against each other, and hopefully the stars align so we can catch some of that action.
See Tyler hitting that two-hand drive backhand, just kind of probing for some weaknesses there at the net, not trying to blast it by anybody. Kind of a setup shot.
Well, they're showing so much maturity here in this match. They don't overhit anything. I feel like club level players during points will go for a forehand and hit the ball twice as hard as these guys, where these guys hit the ball to a spot, and their partner knows where they're going to hit the ball.
Yep.
That's how the partner can make amazing gets, because they're really already anticipating 2 shots ahead. And that's why you can't really be a lone, wolf out on the court. If you kind of play selfish types of shots, it doesn't help your partner. If you hit predictable shots, your partner knows exactly what to look for.
30 love.
I mean, that's the only flyer
Yep.
Tyler's hit all day. So maybe that's his 4th
Yeah.
error. All right, you never know. They're up 30 love here. Down 1-5.
They can get it to 5-2. Isn't
40 love.
5-2 the hardest number to close out a paddle match? It seems like that's the lead you don't want. 5-2, it seems.
Well, I think if your name's Fraser Morgan, you might love 5-2.
A little different.
So I always feel like when you're in the booth, and what could be better than 1 lefty, but 2 lefties joining you? And it's good because as we have to go around the table, we only can accommodate lefty
40,
announcers,
15.
which is perfect. That brings Drew Broderick into play. Welcome, Drew.
Hello, Patty. Hello, Todd.
Drew,
40-30.
I just became the 2nd best left-hander in the booth. Very quickly there, Patty.
Drew, so this match looks like it's drawing to a close here. Morgan and Fraser were just rock solid here against Vladdy and Scott.
Yeah, they're a tough team. A lot of great points, but ultimately, Tyler and Adam are just a tough team. They're controlling the games a little bit more. It seems like Vladdy and Scott are.
Well, they peaked. I mean, they had an incredible first-round win today here in Pro Flight.
Did they? Who they play?
Let me look at the draw.
Gloves are off. Shots fired here early.
So
Patty likes
Drew
to get this out of the way.
Drew teamed up with Refat and Falatek and Nada. Nada had a great win, pulled that match out. Drew was the first set, really, I believe it was 6-0, 7-5. We won't talk about that first set. But Vladko and Scott played a great match, rock solid. They didn't give you guys anything.
Well, Patty, there were a lot of deuces.
Well, I noted that it was a record number of deuces,
Yeah.
especially in that 6-0 set.
Yeah. Well, it's one mindset I have that I honestly would rather lose a set 6 love than 7-6, 7-5 in the breaker. It's easier to shake because I know I'm not going to lose the second set 6 love. Although I have, but at least my mentality says I didn't waste any energy, and the other teams is gearing up for at least better play.
Game,
So,
Falatek, Nidek.
unfortunately, we fell short, but
Morgan and Fraser lead 5-2 in the second.
but 100% all credit to them. They played very solid. They had a lot of fans here as the home team, and always fun matches to play. I am docking Scott Falatek, though, on his on-court rate for Telluride Paddle Camp and Park City Paddle, so this match actually cost him money.
Oh.
Yep.
So, Drew, let me ask you a question for, again, a league player. You get in one of these holes down 0-4, 0-5, 1-5. In tennis, I'm not a big tennis guy, but I know that sometimes you want to try to find some momentum, or maybe you don't. Maybe you want to just kind of save some energy for that second set. You're a club player. You're down 0-4, 0-5. What should we be trying to do with the rest of that set? I mean, obviously we want to come back and win it, but should we be trying to take certain things out of that, or what do you think?
Ultimately, I'm just trying to keep the game plan and not play the score. I actually was listening to the last streaming, and I heard Patty and Dave talk about the score and playing a little differently. And me, Patty, and Dave hardly ever disagree, but I try to never pay attention to the score, and it makes me feel like I'm playing better paddle. I'm into the strategy of the point, and I also get to take nerves out of it. So, like if you see me go for a big cutter, and it happens to be a big point, and I miss it, I hear the low voices in the crowd talk about, oh my God, I can't believe he went for that. But at the same time, when I make it, and they're like, oh my God, I can't believe he went for that, I honestly went for it because that's just what I would do, whether it was 15 all in the first game or 14-14 in the Pro Flight Breaker in the finals. I could truthfully say that, and I'm okay with the outcome. It's worked out plenty. So
for the league player, we should be watching to see that the strategy that we selected going into the match. If we're down 0-4, we should be adhering to the strategy for the rest of that set, or when do you mix things up?
Well, I would say it's a decision. It's a partnership decision to say, are we down 0-4 because we've missed shots that we normally make, or there's some unlucky situations going on, or our strategy is completely wrong. Why don't we try this? So,
40-30.
I would definitely not at 4-all just look at each other and say, come on, let's win the next game. I would either secure the strategy or switch it up, but let's not make it emotional by just, giving the pat on the butt and say, let's go.
Yeah.
And it's easier said than done. And I don't know, paddle's a game of momentum. But that's it. If you don't have a strategy, you're going to lose anyway.
Yeah. So you're saying my strategy there is no strategy is not a strategy. Because that
is not a strategy.
Okay.
No, it is. It's the worst strategy, actually.
That's guaranteed to lose.
We might have that strategy a lot around here at Mayonnaise from time to time.
I always think about it, the difference in games. And when I used to play, I used to think I'd have to keep the sets kind of close.
Advantage,
and I always felt like
Nidec.
if a team went on a run, that's okay. I could weather the storm and try to slow down the game, play, still look for opportunities, but you don't have to force anything.
Add for the
Just
Philly guys
mentally.
here, Patty.
Yeah, mentally, I just feel like some teams are front runners, and so to let them get out too far in front of you works against you. A lot of teams aren't, and then you can hold steady in your decision making on when to make a change.
See if we can secure this point and get to another game.
I'll tell you, Fraser and Morgan got the scare out of the box this morning they came up against John Lubau and Mike Stulak, and 6-3, Lubau and Stulak looked like they were 30-somethings-year-old out on that paddle court. They played an amazing first set.
In the second.
Morgan and Fraser were a little shell-shocked at the high level that John and Mike demonstrated out there, and that's the great thing about this sport. It doesn't, at the end, youth may have prevailed, but Fraser and Morgan had everything they could handle in that match. Kudos to John and Mike for a superb play.
Patty, I want to add to that. So this morning in the hotel room, my go-to person that I ask for predictions is Vincent Broderick, and I asked him who was going to win the match between Lubau and Fraser, because we always keep our matches. We don't say all the partnerships. We just say one person from each. And Vince had Lubau going to the finals today.
Okay.
And I said, Vince, that means that I was going to lose before getting to the finals. And he goes, okay, so yeah, Lubau's in the finals. So he knew something. And we just got confirmation from Vince that I lost anyway.
Well, Vince knows.
He does.
Drew, you got to be pleased that the Pro Flight tiebreaker came into play here early. I know that was an interesting format change, and I think we liked it. I think, again, that first match was 2 hours and something or other long, and that went to a third set tiebreaker. They could still be out there if it didn't. So
Absolutely. Well, speaking of John Lubau and Mike Stulak, they played the first official ever Pro Flight Breaker, first to 15 sudden death at 14 all. And then our first live stream match. Did that match pick up at all or no?
No, we saw a tiny bit of the end of it.
Got it. Okay. It's a very tricky game here, Todd, as we all know, and the people watching in the crowd. If somehow Scott and Vladi can squeak this game out, it'll be interesting because then it becomes the mindset again of Tyler and Adam of, are you thinking close out the match, or are you thinking don't make mistakes to let them get it back to 5-all?
I'm hoping that the longer that Vlad and Scott hang in there, maybe the crowd comes into play here a little bit, Drew. Maybe we get some Philly love behind these guys as they are, you know, significant underdogs in the match. But again, as Patty mentioned before you joined us, if they can somehow squeeze to that pro flight breaker with a little momentum, anything can happen. So.
Well, our buddy Shannon Vincent's watching from Chicago. She, I think the Bears used to have a football team, so her Sunday afternoons are freed up. So she's enjoying the commentating, and shout out to Shannon.
Hi, Shannon. I miss you.
Shannon, we've never met, but any friend of Patty's is a friend of mine. So.
15-30.
Patty, has there been any mentioning of Diamond Dave Broderick and Curtis Guy Moore?
Who? I've heard of them.
The guys
There's
formerly
been no
known as
mention.
commentators?
The formerly known as pro flight commentators. They are both in the Sunshine State.
Yep.
Dave's down with his son. I think, and I'm sure he'll get a sighting, some Guy time. The voice.
So does Guy just go straight pickleball from here on out, Drew? Is that the deal, or is he any paddle just in the summer for Guy?
Guy still makes guest appearances to paddle events or camps, and but hopefully they're both wearing their SPF 50 and fully hydrated.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
Got a match point here. See if we can battle away from this.
They got Morgan and Fraser on opposite sides. Not for long. I like that Vladdy and Scott, they were matching outfits. Referred to in the first pro flight. They look like a little bit Blue Man Group-ish.
30-40.
How many blue quarter zips does the average paddle player own? 31?
What's
Great
the over-under? I'm saying
7.
over-under 7.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll take the. My wife will tell you I have 18. So.
Well, they look so good on the live
match.
stream. So
Game and match. Fraser Morgan wins 6-2, 6-3.
Well, the number 2 seed advances to the final.
Success takes hard work. Making success a legacy takes discipline. PPAC Private. Your legacy, our discipline.
Well, they look so good on 7. Okay.
We are back live at Manufacturers Golf and Country Club. I'm Patty Hogan, joined by Hall of Famer Mike Stulak in the booth. Welcome, Mike.
Hey, Patty. How you doing?
Well, it's great. We're going to turn to the action here. This is the other semifinal being played today. We've got on the far side with the bright red shirt. You want to identify the players, Mike?
So we've got Marek, who's in the orange shirt, and we've got Graham McNerney, who has the yellow paddle and the black shirt. And on this side,
soon to be seen.
yes,
In our camera angle. I'm pretty confident Martin Bostrom's over there.
yeah, Martin's got to be in the ad side, and actually Martin's in the deuce.
Right, and that it's Anton Prosenko over
Yeah.
in that ad court in the
Yeah.
white shirt. No, that's Martin. Just well, now it's hard to tell, actually. Oh, there's Martin.
Yeah,
Okay, we're very clear that Graham McNerney just hit that overhead.
yeah.
So Graham, Graham's kind of like an on-court reporter, announcer, Mike. So he came up after the first set, told us that they had gone up 5-1 in this first set, and then held on to win it 7-5.
Yeah, that's just classic paddle with it going from 5-1 to 7-5. Momentum swings in paddle are amazing.
The winner of this match goes up against Fraser and Morgan, who we saw just pull out that match over Falatek
Yep.
and Vlatko. And Mike, you played with the one and only John Lubau today.
One and only. Yeah, and by carrying him, I hurt my calf.
You hurt your Well, you guys played a phenomenal first set there. Did that exceed?
Set we've played, and probably a better first set than I've played in a while.
I heard you shocked Morgan and Fraser. I think they found out why you're a Hall of Famer, Mike Stulak.
Yeah, but then they turned it on and sort of outclassed us by the end. But it was good to give them a game.
So
Great two in the backhand there.
I'll tell you, with Graham and Modic with their backs to us here at the net, how well are they playing this year? They're number 3 ranked team in the country.
Yeah, I mean, Marek, used to play with Chris Gambino and you know, had a lot of success. And Graham over, I guess, probably the last 2 years, has just been definitely one of the top guys in the country. And as a team, they've been just a fantastic team, and just because they have so much variety.
Graham and Modic won the Chicago Charities this year. They won the Lake Invitational, which was the premier format for the APTA tournament this year. Graham plays a little bit with everyone. Short Hills last year, finished second place with Drew Broderick. Played with Modic at Nationals. They went out in the quarters of that. They won the West Pens. He won the West Pens with Thomas Nolan. He's played with Scott Kaler, Peter Burka.
Yep.
I mean, these guys are so good they can really play and have success with anyone.
Graham has paddle, will travel.
That's right, and I mean, Modic doesn't get to travel to as many tournaments these days, and shout out to his wife Morgan and his kids. We think that William and Asher and Oliver will definitely be watching their dad out there. And
First game, Prosenko, they lead 1 game to love.
Mike, what do you think about this format with the super tiebreaker, the Pro Flight tiebreaker in the third set?
Oh, I think it's great to have something new and innovative. I think with 15-point tiebreaker, although our tiebreaker today wasn't the longest, I think that tiebreaker can end up going fairly long. Just being 15 points, that could get close to a set, I would gather.
Right. But it just seems like it's a little more fair. Sometimes first to 7 can go very fast for one team.
Yeah.
They start off with really strong, start the tiebreaker, and really hard for a team to come back. But this format allows for some ebb and flows there.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it would be great to see the 14 all being a sudden death. I think that's a pretty cool concept.
Well, hockey kind of figured it out after many years, right, Mike?
Right.
Didn't you know a little bit about hockey? And right back in the day, didn't they just go overtime,
Yeah.
and so they had to figure out how to keep it exciting. But those teams had to catch flights to go back back
Exactly.
home. They had to end those hockey games. Who's your favorite hockey team growing up?
Oh, definitely. I was. My dad would be a Maple Leaf fan when they were doing well.
Oh, I gotcha. A fair weather one.
Exactly. It's hard to be a fair weather Maple Leaf fan with the fact that they haven't won a cup since '67. So,
Minor detail.
yeah. Graham's overheads in general are just so good. Penetrating both ways, so much spin and good depth.
His height doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
He does that down-up overhead. I mean, I've watched him do that now for a couple of years. Because of his height, he truly can pull it off, where a lot of us who try that down-up overhead have, breakfast soon delivered.
Well, I think it was the commentator's jinx there where he did hit the down-up overhead and
Boom.
And got hurt. Yeah,
Well, that's the risk of it.
exactly.
A lot of these players you'll see let the ball drop much more on overheads. And if you do take it up high, you do risk a higher bouncing ball. That potentially could lead to an offensive shot.
Nice shot there.
Drew came on, we were talking, and he says in the last match we were talking about, do you play the score? And Drew had gone back and was, I think, disagreeing maybe a little bit with something Dave Broderick and I had said from an early live stream. And Drew was saying he plays the score and he plays his game. It doesn't matter what the score is. Where I think the point we were making, that certainly there's certain situations in matches where I think most club level players have to play to the score, meaning if they're down in a set, they've got to figure out how to get more balls in play just to try to get something going versus waiting to the end of an entire set before you make any kind of tactical adjustment.
Yeah, and I think I heard you guys talking about if you're down big in a set and how you'd play. And, I always think if you are down big, getting into that set and getting a few games is vitally important. But, I think both these teams here both play so well and so steady that they really add a lot of great skill to this game.
The matching hats here with Prosenko and Bostrom's
Yeah.
kind of messed with me early on. Hard to tell who's who.
Now, do you know a lot about Anton? I don't. I've played him a little bit, and incredibly talented, and has all the skills. Can do the rollers, can do the spins. He's quite impressive to watch, but I don't know much of his history.
Well, one piece of his history that's probably a good thing to know is he works at Aspatech.
Right.
With Mark Parsons.
Right.
So working alongside a four-time national champion. You won a nationals alongside Mark Parsons. 2011.
Yeah. I'm so bad I don't remember whether it was 10 or 11. But
one of those years. But my point is my intel on him is that he's got every shot in the book, super talented. and working alongside Parsons, you've got to believe the guy is getting great information about how to be a top player in the game, and he's certainly out here, holding his own with Martin today.
Yeah, I mean, Mark Parsons is just a brilliant player out there, and as well as he hits a ball, I think he plays as a teammate incredibly well, and the intelligence he was able to help me play out there. It was always great playing with him, and I'm sure he's adding that to Anton as well.
Well, that's a good point, Mike, and that's why Parsons has had some success in nationals, to put it mildly, with different partners.
Yeah.
The guy he's a rock star. He can play with anyone.
Yeah.
And I think he's an unselfish player in that he wants to win as much as anyone, and he's willing to do whatever he has to do that fits to make his partner feel comfortable to win. And we saw that last year.
And he just exudes a confidence that really translates to his partners. I can say, being his partner, that was a huge part of what Mark brought to the table.
So now all of a sudden we have Bostrom and Prosenko up 3-0 in the second set, and this is where I think that third set Pro Flight tiebreaker is so fascinating, because really anyone can win any match, and that's the whole thing about Pro Flight. These one-day formats, 8 teams, and boom, you look at Falatech Natick. I mean, they pull out the upset of the century or the decade in Pro Flight paddle. Certainly the upset of this decade in Pro Flight paddle.
You're really putting that to Drew, aren't you?
Well, he just happened to be walking by. But, here you have Drew teamed up with Refat, and Refat's kind of the sophomore on the block, and all those other guys, Scott and Vladdy, they used to be ranked as high as 9 in the country. The guys are good. And so Drew's 4-time national champ. It doesn't matter. They're still going to be, the team's going to pick on whoever the least experienced player is.
Wow. Another great cut shot by Graham. Incredible.
Yeah, and Graham's added that to his arsenal. And, when you can hit those slasher drop shots for winners.
I'd kill to have that.
All of us. Yeah, it's incredible. Who's the first guy who did it against you, Mike?
Well, I think one of the things when they talk about spins and stuff, I think a lot of talk is sort of spins just came into the game, but the game there's always an evolution, and from the days of Mansiger Goodspeed, they came out and were doing the rollers all the time, and still one of the best is Brian Uline. I mean, the things he could do with the ball were really nasty.
Alongside Brian Keevens.
Yeah.
2 national wins for those guys.
Yeah.
I remember the way Keevens held his paddle, getting ready to hit those overheads.
Yeah.
Talk about disguising a shot.
Disguising, and I don't know how their arms didn't fall off.
Right, exactly. Yeah, Monik and Graham have, they're a little bit off here in the, the second set, but Martin and Anton stepping it up, setting it out. Fewer errors, formula for every team to win in sets.
Well, and sometimes just even the time between sets settles a team down, and it changes. It's like the back 9 on a golf course.
Yeah, you can't find the fairway on your tee shots, and all of a sudden you take the turn, go to 10,
and
all of a sudden you're a different golfer.
So 4 love. So, obviously Graham and Mark can come back here, but, I think, again, the key is always get a few games, get your momentum back, and then get ready for the Pro Super tiebreak.
Yeah, you might lose that set,
Right.
but I do believe in that you have to do anything you can to pick off a game or two, because you've got to keep experimenting with some different shot selection that maybe you can win a game, and all of a sudden you tried something that you didn't think worked. You know, maybe it didn't even work early in the set, but all of a sudden you can go back to it and it's now working.
And how many times does, you know, by just getting that one game, does it end up you're right back in the set and maybe even winning it? Just as, I guess, this first set, you know, where they were up 5-1. You know, it got the other way going this time.
What a volley.
Yeah.
Monik just stuck his paddle out there. Knew exactly, picked up the ball flight, just blocked, let the ball rebound off his paddle. Hey, you know, and that was a loose little overhead. No reason for Bostrom to miss that shot right there. They're up 4-love. You know, who knows? That one little point like that can turn things.
40-15.
And, you know, when these guys do hit more spins and stuff, there is a little bit of risk, and you can screw up what looks like an easy shot.
Exactly. And, you know, for me playing the game, I hadn't practiced it enough, and for me doing a spin shot, and I'd say the general club player doing a spin shot probably isn't worth the risk reward. For guys like Graham, who have really perfected it, you know, they're keeping their opponents off balance the whole time. So they got their one game, so we'll see if that can start changing momentum here.
Yeah, I think they're going to dig in deep and try to win this set. There's no backing off, and, you know, they're number 3 in the country. They're really the top team of the teams who have been playing consistently, and I think they want to win this in 2.
Yeah.
I think we just got a glance of Arlene Fromer, everything, midnight paddle. These guys are doing a great job with the outfitting all the players and all the gear. And I mean, Arlene's middle name is Fun, I think, Mike.
Oh, so they're staying back on Martin's serve. That's interesting. Or no, sorry, that's Anton's serve.
Yeah, that would be surprising.
Right.
Bostrom's considered one of the stronger serves in the game.
Yeah, exactly. Great shots.
Mike, are you going up and playing in the Canadian Open this year?
I am.
What's the date for that?
It's April 25th, I believe.
Okay.
And yeah, last year I sort of bailed on my brother, so.
Gotcha.
So this year I've tried to make sure I'm available, and yeah, it should be good. It's a great tournament. Anyone, you know, it's.
I played it one time, Mike. I had a blast. I went up, played, well, your fellow Canadian Natalie Lemieux.
Nice.
Went up, and Hillary Debs and Mary Fran Sponseller. And I think Mary Fran and I came out victorious on that match. I remember going through security on our way home, and, you know, we were a little late getting to the airport and going through security, and they took one of our paddles. They didn't know what it was, couldn't really explain it, and we just had to leave it with security.
Yeah, you look there, there's little tough son gave Anton a tough time there. But again, that's where momentum can start changing. But yeah, no, it's a great tournament. It's at the end of the year. You know, everyone goes, fights hard, and has a very good time Saturday night.
Have you played with Fritz Odenbach in that tournament a few times?
I have.
I thought
haven't,
you guys
I haven't
were,
played as many of that one as Rochester. I've pretty much tried to make sure we're playing each year. So we've played that consistently about the last five or 6 years, and until we can keep going, I think we'll stay there. Great touch there by Graham.
Well, it's such a fun tournament, and Fritz has always done a
fantastic
great job up there. Just an amazing leader in that community.
Yeah.
And he's in the Hall of Fame as one of these guys who's given back so much to the sport.
Exactly.
Under his leadership and generosity in the Rochester area.
Yeah. Again, there's another strategy that's used by a lot of top teams in the country, switching sides. Just brings a different look to the backcourt, and it means, depending on your strengths, you might get better looks on the other side.
And you look at that shot right there that Prasenko tried. You know, he had it. It was an easy shot. It's easy on a Tuesday. It's easy on a Wednesday. It's easy on a Thursday.
Yeah.
You know, under the action in a huge match here in the semifinals of Pro Flight. Always a little tougher to execute.
Yeah, and there's the break, and so.
Yep, and this is where I said, you know,
Yep.
Graham and Matic, if I'm them and I want to win this thing in 2 sets.
Yep.
And remember 2 games ago, Martin had that easy overhead that he missed. And it felt immediately like that was a momentum changer.
Yep.
Mike, how fun a crowd is this here in Philadelphia and Fort
it's-
Washington?
It's amazing, an amazing place. I've never been to this club before, and just beautiful clubhouse, courts, unbelievable. And they treat us players very, very well, which is really nice.
Well, they're so appreciative of the time that you guys are putting into coming down here and, you know, putting on this amazing exhibition. And, you know, for me, watching you over all the years, I always love watching you play and seeing you take it to these guys and, you know, put the fright and, you know, Fally and Vladko, you know, taking out Drew. That's what you got to love.
Yeah.
You know, when you have these smaller draws, you do get to where anyone can win. Oh, and that's happened a few times to a couple of the players where I just think, you know, Martin was looking to do something maybe too good.
Yeah.
And that's a tough shot to hit from the right side of the 2 players at net. When you have your backs to us, if you're the player to the left, that's an easier shot to execute. You almost run into your partner with your follow-through a little bit if you're backing over off the net and toward the middle as the player to the right, and that's what happened to Martin there.
Yeah, and again, that was a big momentum shift. I think they had break point there and then lost 3 points in a row.
Yep, so 3-0, 4-0, all of a sudden 4-1, 4-2, 4-3. Max McDonald, our crackerjack scorekeeper here for Pro Flight Paddle, is going to update that any second now. This kind of feels like what it must be like to be on the Howard Stern show, doesn't it, Mike?
Yeah, got you the best interviewer of anyone, right? Just like Howard.
You know, once during every pro flight, I got to slip that in.
Yeah, it really does seem like Martin and Anton have had a bit of a letdown, and you know, Graham and Mark are just
and it's just
making them
going,
work.
and
Yeah.
it's fast.
Yeah.
You feel like Martin and Anton are not doing anything to slow this thing down. It's not going their way right now.
Right.
And I think we could get a little bit of insights on that maybe from none other than Floor Hanisch. Happens to be married to Martin Bostrom. And welcome, Floor.
Thank you so much.
I think we can hear you. Mike, you can stay seated. Floor, we have a seat for
Thank you, guys. No, I'm good. Getting ready for my match.
Okay, so Floor, tell us about the women's format here for Pro Flight today.
We have 3 teams. Unfortunately, Martina and Jade had to back out because of the snow, and we changed to Sundays, but we're doing a round robin then.
Okay, and you've played 1 match so far.
We play against Charlotte Sikora and Allison Morgan.
Okay.
Karen, Delmonico, and I, and we lost 6-3, 6-4.
Okay.
And then right now, Karen Cox and Jacqueline Willison are actually beating Charlotte and Allison. They won the first set.
Okay.
So we'll see where it goes. So we're still alive. That's the nice thing about the round robin.
Okay, that's great. Now, what's going on with this match, Floor? Are you nervous?
I watched until 4-1, and then I left to get ready for my match. So maybe that's
that
the
was the
problem.
turning.
Yes, Martin can just blame
Definitely
me.
the turning point.
So it was a couple of errors I heard you guys saying.
They were up 3-0, then they were up 4-0, then there was one. Martin was the player to the left at the net, had a loose overhead long.
And that changes everything, right?
Yeah, all
It's
of a sudden
amazing
on
how
that
is.
point, the momentum.
Yes.
And Floor, you've been in that situation where you just feel 1 point can change everything.
Totally.
So even if your team's way down in a set, you know, unlike tennis,
True.
unlike floor tennis, what she would say, floor paddle, and all her followers, I mean, really 1 point can change everything in a
Absolutely.
paddle match.
Yes.
How are the conditions today out there, Floor?
The sun was a little tough on the corners, and I cannot imagine right now. It has to be hard to see it. And you have to take advantage of that and be patient, but
Well, it seems like the pace of play is slowed down a bit, and they're making them work longer points.
yes, on the first set they were in streaming, but the first set, Graham and his partner, they were 5-1 up.
Right.
And then Anton and Martin really slow down. They just start pushing the ball to Graham and really being patient. And then they start losing patience, and the other team start missing a lot. And that's when they came back to 5-5. And then I feel like they speed up again. So it's not easy speeding up against that team. They like the speed. But so does Martin and Anton.
Well, you know, and Floor, to your point, and we've been talking about it a couple times on the air today about, you know, when the score is lopsided in a set, you know, do you dig in and try to get the, you know, get a couple games there just to get a little momentum for your team going into that next set,
Totally.
or do you, you know, after that first set, assess your strategy? And I would say your improvement in the game, and you know, I've seen that you have the ability where there'll be a moment in truth, and you have a willingness to sort of you can dictate play. Like you'll throw in something that an opponent doesn't expect, where maybe you haven't used a sequence of shots up until that point late in the set. And I always think that's one of the things that separates the levels of play in the sport, where you go through, and then when something special is needed, you do see players who have that ability to recognize that moment
Absolutely.
and then can take advantage of the opportunity.
Definitely, and you have to have a plan A, B, and C. You can't just stick with one, so being able to adjust that depending on the moment, that makes the biggest difference.
You know, we also talk about speed of play, how some teams love to play fast.
Right.
We always, you know, Johan Parsons when they played, and Johan with anyone, just fast, fast, fast. It doesn't really matter what the score is. He's, you know, slowing down is not something that was what, you know, Johan necessarily embraced. He didn't have to. He could play his way. He was so good. He was so dominant. But I think most players do have to be able to adjust the pace of play a little bit. Floor, you're at Westchester Country Club, and you guys did a great job in hosting, was it the second pro flight or the first pro flight this year?
I think it was the first, the
Was it
second one.
It was the second one this year?
Yes. Yes, it was a great tournament. It was a lot of people came over to watch. I really love this format, everything, great matches in one day. People love to come over also. You know you're going to watch good matches.
Now, Floor, as you and Annika currently ranked #1 in the country.
Yes.
So when you come to a format that's very small and you could lose one match and be out, that's
Yes.
kind of how is that different than a regular tournament where you're working your way in and you know that really your first 3 matches you would have to have a health incident and you're not going to lose that match. There's no way.
Too young.
It's tough. It's very tough because you have to step in first match of the day, 9 a.m., and you got to be playing your best already. And I find that extremely hard. At Westchester, it was nice because we know all the clubs around. So Jade and was Martine, I think we went to another club and we played a practice set and everything just to get your game going and everything because you can warm up, but it's different than actually playing points. So yes, you just have to stay very focused. Maybe you have to start a little bit slower to get the rhythm going first and then start going for your shots.
Yeah, there's that sun again, making it tough. It's a huge point.
Graham's even giving up the net because of the sun, or
Yeah.
do they do that often?
Well, no, I think he had a ball and lost it in the sun and just took a step back.
Mike, I think it's time for one of my true and false questions.
Uh-oh.
True or false? What's your hometown, Floor? Where were you born?
Wait, I'm confused.
True or false?
This is for Mike. I'm setting Mike up.
Okay.
So you are from Florianopolis, Brazil. How do I say that?
Wait, do I answer?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
I'm getting
Yeah,
this.
not to true and false yet.
Okay.
Okay.
I am from Florianopolis, Brazil. Yes, it's an island. in
True or
Brazil.
false, Mike? That's 4,980 miles from Manufacturers Club.
True.
You got it, Mike. It's so hard to stop people.
My guessing skills got me through college.
Floor, Marco's hometown. Closer to Manufacturers than your hometown in Brazil?
False.
Do you know?
I will have to go with false.
Do you know what his hometown is?
Brasilia.
Yeah,
The
4,242 miles from here. So you've traveled a great distance to be with us here today.
So what is it? They have a strategy right now?
I think to your point about earlier how they ended up coming back by slowing it down. It seems like Martin and Anton are slowing it down a bit to try and it seems like they are getting momentum, but again, very close, obviously.
Yeah, and I think, hitting just lots of push shots to Graham,
Yeah.
I think that's an interesting strategy because Graham is an artist. He loves having shots where he gets to be creative, and I think sometimes when you just go right at someone and flat-foot them, it takes away some of their better shots. And also, the more straight ahead you hit, the less shifting you have to do at the net. And maybe that's a way to simplify coverage for you as a net team.
That's true.
But I kind of feel Martin and Anton are slowing it down and embracing slowing it down versus
Yes.
resenting having to slow it down. I think there's a difference psychologically there. Did I say that right, Flor?
Yes.
I think they both have just such great hands that whether they're going quickly or slowing it down, they both feel pretty comfortable doing it.
I agree.
I see Monik here.
Great
That's
shot.
the play. There's no point of driving on. They're on top of the net. Graham has unbelievable hands. You have to push them back first to then make that drive with their feet.
Yeah. And that was a heck of a drive there.
But I've seen very little impact of Monik's forehand in this match, and he really is the human forehand out here. He's one of the most consistent drivers. People think he's among the guys with the best forehand drive. It's not really been a factor in this match. He hasn't gotten really a lot of easy looks from the amount that we've covered.
Yeah. My guess is that's got to be the good depth on the overheads. God.
Wow, what an angle there.
Backhand inside out. Don't do it at home, people.
That's right.
Are we on, Kerry?
Oh, trying to go around the post.
30 serving 40.
So I see Karen Coaches inside floor, so that must mean that you might be going
15-8 in the tiebreaker to Alison Morgan and Charlotte Sikora.
maybe Karen Coaches and Jacqueline Williams. And what was the score, Floor?
I think it was 15-8.
15-8 in the TB?
Ooh,
Oh,
that was a
tough
big
miss, yeah.
point, yes. All right, guys, thank you so much for having me. I'm going to go get ready.
Floor, good luck in your match.
Thank you so much.
Good luck. Carry my wife. Some momentum moves again, Patty.
I think as floor moves, momentum moves,
Yeah,
Mike.
that's
I've
true.
noticed the correlation here.
Protecto to serve.
So I guess Carrie and Floor will play against Karen Coaches and Jacqueline. That's the
Yes.
last match in the women's round robin.
Yep.
Sakura and Alice, they're a tough team. They won both their matches here and are kind of getting primed for nationals. One of the most fit teams out there. I think Alice and Morgan can do 30 push-ups straight. Mike, how many can you do now?
I wouldn't want to try.
I would need a lot of rest periods to get to 30.
Yeah, there again, his height allows him to do that down up overhead, but
I'll tell you, Anton Frasenko's impressing me, Mike. I haven't seen him play.
yeah, playing very well.
Yeah, he's rock solid here.
Yeah. As I say, I've only played him, I think, once, and he just fantastic hands, able to do great spins.
Kind of stupid play right there from Martin. He didn't really have to cut in
15.
front of Anton. Anton's handling those shots just fine. I don't know what he was thinking. Maybe he just wasn't thinking. He just made a move to do something.
Yeah. Like it's tough because they really can't, on Anton's serve, really can't afford to give away any points
15
here.
all.
Nice drop shot there, though.
Yep, and he's got the sidearm serve going. I
Yep.
think sometimes maybe loses a little confidence in his serve a little bit. So he's just dumping that in and not giving Monica any pace on
15-30.
that ball.
Yeah.
Again, that was a little bit of a late move from Martin to try to go volley that shot. You know, big thing about these pro flight formats, smaller draws, Mike, but more importantly, like you said, you've never been to Manufacturers Club before. It's a whole different environment for these players, and it gives an opportunity for the club players to get to know these guys. There's a great party that they throw on Friday night. Everyone hangs out. Member had a, gathering for everyone last night. Sometimes there's pro-am
15-40.
play. It's a little bit of everything. It's really a nice experience for the members to get hooked into paddle.
Well, and I think Drew was telling this story yesterday that really the impetus to get 2 more
30-40.
courts came from this pro flight last year.
Yeah, we just needed more courts.
Oh, so there's 5 all.
Game, Travinsky, McNerney,
That was a-
5-5.
That was a bummer. The prior
Hey, guys,
shot,
new ball.
you know, Anton dumped a serve that barely made it over the net.
Yeah.
Matic missed the ball wide on a return of serve.
Yeah.
So this is the time when I would
Like it or
expect Graham McNerney to look to hit a lot of shots. I think he loves these moments of truth, and I think he's figured out how to take some
5-5.
risks, but making very few errors, and I think that's why he's one of the top guys in the game now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the risks he takes, even though
Graham to serve,
he's got the
5-5.
cutter and stuff like that, it's measured, and he's able to win a lot of points that way. Wow, that volley there, just
15 love.
not one you'd coach, but stuck out the forehand there by Mark and made a great forehand volley. There, Martin and Anton went switching in the backcourt again. Just change the looks. Oh,
Look
great
at that.
overhead. To your point, Patty, you know that's where Graham
30 love.
puts his skill in and puts some pretty incredible shots that win some points.
30-15.
Nice return by Anton.
30 all.
All right, the sun's going down, Mike. It's making it easier for these players to get a good look on the ball and easier for the viewers at home as well. You know, it's an amazing thing when you watch these really good guys play, Mike. How many lobs versus drives in the points?
Yep.
A tremendous amount of lobbing where the club level player, you know, will drive till they can't and throw up a lob when they have to, where all the top players use the lob as a way, you know, to kind of wait out some points and wait till they get a really good look for a drive.
Well, and also these guys have such great hands that if
40-30.
if you're going to drive at them while they're on the net, it's generally a losing proposition.
You see a little lob that Martin threw up, real short. He set his paddle early. We talked about it earlier. You know, these guys set up their paddle. They know so early what they're going to do, but when they lob, you know, they just kind of block lob the ball. It's not a real big windup at all, and it's not always a huge follow through. They're much more about trying to spot their lobs as well.
Well, and I think the key is different heights. You know, especially with a guy like Graham that's got so much variety in his overheads. I think you've got to. You can even move him around with a lob. You know,
Game, McNerney.
and the
they
different
lead
heights
6-5.
make it tougher for him to decide. You know what kind of spin he can hit.
Right, and so when he's getting the ball, you know, people think he's like, oh, why don't I hit a cutter? But the ball has to be to his right in order for him to hit a cutter. He's going to hit a
From the
roller. It
serve.
could be from his right because the swing goes right to left. So, you know, the advantage these guys have is they might have 5 different ways to hit an overhead, and it is dependent upon where the lob is, where it's been hit from, and the contact point, where then they'll pick up what kind of overhead to hit.
5 serving 6.
So sort of like we expected, Graham and Matic are up 6-5, trying to close this out. No super pro flight tiebreaker for them, Mike.
Great shot there. Oh,
What a volley from McNerney.
Yeah.
Beyond the service line, just waited, dangled his arm there, didn't swing at the ball, just knew the ball was so well struck.
And
It would just hit his paddle.
yeah. To your point, keeps the hands quiet. You know, the ball's coming quickly.
15 all.
You don't want to be moving your hands a lot. You just hold that paddle there and make that volley. Mark started to hit that inside out ball there very nicely down the line off the return.
If you had one shot to add to your arsenal,
30-15.
cutter overhead,
it'd
Mike?
be the cutter overhead
Gutter,
for sure.
Yeah, gutter
For
overhead,
sure.
drop shot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
I just think that the feeling of hitting that for a winner would be fun. Yeah, and I mean, I think that's the tough thing. I mean, Graham plays a lot, and you got to play a lot, and you got to practice that a lot to make it worth the cost benefit.
So, Mike, I know you were admiring my hat when you came on the air.
Yes.
Are you wondering where I got this hat?
That's something else.
I got it from Midnight Paddle. You got to go to Moe's to get it. That's Mo Marson, Midnight Paddle. Great gear for all the players. Check them out.
Love the paddle and the logo.
MidnightPaddle.com.
Fantastic.
You can get the gear that, everyone wears. Even if you're not a skull and crossbone kind of guy or girl, they've got it all going.
They've got a whole
Great
bunch
swag.
A whole bunch of colors too.
A lot of colors. I understand they're coming out with a new lipstick line soon. There's some nominations for How Hot Pink to go with it, and I think it's still in decision-making mode, but I expect there to be a full line of pink lipstick from Midnight Paddle next season.
Is that at your request, Patty?
Well, I think the bartender at the Chestnut Hill Hotel bar is requesting it.
40-15.
All right, a lot of talking, trying to figure out. Matic, we know, is going to pummel this return.
Yeah. But Bostrom and Protenko had a good game here.
Loving what I see out of Prosenko out here today. He's rock solid.
Yep. That sun in that corner. Oh.
Ball was in.
Yep, Graham couldn't really see.
Tiebreak.
Martin had such a look on that
6-6.
little slash.
Yeah.
And it sends it to a tiebreaker here.
But there's classic sportsmanship in platform tennis. Graham just missed the call, corrected himself, took the lost point, and move on.
So this is a traditional tiebreaker here at 6-all. First to 7 wins. And you need to win by 2. Yeah, I would think Bostrom and Anton and Martin have to keep this close early in this tiebreaker here.
Yeah.
That was a little bit of a loose miss, quite honest.
0 serving 1.
I have to be honest. And quite honestly, that was too loose for the first point of a tiebreaker.
Yeah, I think McNerney won that point, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
So now they're just dump the serve in, sidearm,
Yep.
give up the net, no big deal.
Still amazing how consistent he is with that serve.
0 serving 2.
Great hit.
And I think that is a common play where you just take that shot and go right at the net guy off of that sidearm soft serve.
I wonder how bad the sun is in that corner. From this vantage point, it doesn't look very good. Nice pickup. Nice shot by Mark there.
Yeah, really good. He had him dropping off the net.
3-0.
That's
McNerney to
smooth.
serve. 3. Oh, the guilt. 3 serving 1.
There's so much camo here, Mike. I feel people's arms on me and hands. A lot of touching going on, and I turn around, and all I see is the Midnight Paddle logo.
These are great passes.
One serving 4.
So this is a big point here at 1-4. Another great return by Mark. What a great roller. Wow. That takes a lot of touch.
2 serving 4.
The hands that takes. It's amazing. Oh, great shot there by Graham.
Oh, just indecisive for 1 second. Graham held that shot.
5-2.
I think he fooled.
Do you think he was flying?
We'll never know from this
Yeah.
angle. But I just think he fooled him. I think Anton wasn't looking and all of a sudden made a play. And when you volley in this game, someone's hitting from such close range, you have to commit.
6 serving 2. I know, sorry.
You know, when you get caught in between, if you have any hesitation, then you do have to let it totally go through.
Yeah.
So we've got,
Like this is.
yeah, we've got a couple of match points here for Cherinsky and McNerney.
Correct.
I always say, gotta go to Moe's, Mike. Is that what you say?
Of course. That's match.
7-2. Travinsky, McNerney defeat Foster and Potenko.
Wow. Momentum, momentum.
7-2. That's the regular tiebreak. That was it. 2 sets.
They're just discussing
That's the 2-setter.
that they
That was
played the
second
proper
set.
format, which they did with the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to see a little replay here. Good preparation on Trawinsky overhead there. Super slow-mo. Are you kidding? This is the speed I play, Mike. This looks perfect. And that's the match point for these guys. They are in the finals for Pro Flight Paddle, and they're going to come up against Tyler Fraser and Adam Morgan. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back for the finals and possibly some women's action if the courts work out.
Success takes hard work. Making success a legacy takes discipline. PPAC Private. Your legacy, our discipline.
It's awful. Can't see a thing from here. Oh, wow. It's probably a better spot over there to watch this way instead of towards the sun. Yeah.
Hey, so we're back. We get some women's action here. I'm Patty Hogan alongside Hall of Famer Mike Stulak and a Hall of Famer volunteer Joe Cagnoli here from Manufacturers Golf and Country Club in beautiful Fort Washington, Pennsylvania. Thanks, guys, for joining us here. Picking up action in this match in round robin play is essentially for second place. That's Carrie Delmonico serving. She's playing with Floor Hanisch. And on the far side, deuce court, that's Karen Coaches. And in the ad court, that's Jacqueline Williamson. And Delmonico Hanisch, we're up 5-3. Now it's 5-4. Mike, you know a little bit about Carrie Delmonico?
Yes, she is my wife.
She's your first wife?
Yeah, and I'm smart enough to be the last, for her to be the last.
A wise man. So Carrie's a former national champion with Isla Maine, a finalist with Isla Maine. She won a couple husband-wife mixed nationals. Same year she won husband-wife. You guys also won the Open Mixed Nationals. The year was?
Oh, don't test me on years, Patty.
Okay, we'll go back to that. We know
we won one Open and 3 husband-wife.
Yeah, so Carrie's teamed up here with Floor Hanisch. Floor is current number 1 in the country with Annika Cooper. Coaches Williamson used to be a top 12 team a couple of years ago. Coaches still teaches over at Whitford Country Club, not far from here. And Carrie will be playing nationals this year with Lauren Gebbia. They've played a couple tournaments this year.
Correct.
And
I think that was first set.
I think that was the first set here of this match for second place in the women's. I think we're not going to take a break. I think we'll just keep going here. Joe, do you head up the group of volunteers here? How many volunteers are involved with pulling off an event like this?
So quite a few. I've been the rackets chair here at Manufacturers for about 6 years, and that's period of time has seen us go from not having paddle here at all to 2 courts, seemingly out in the field, to a beautiful hut, to now really what we think is one of the premier paddle complexes in the region. And we have a committee of about 12, and myself and Jackie Root, who's our women's paddle chair, Todd Evie, who's our men's paddle chair, obviously Juan Carlos, our pro, Nate Weiss, who's our rec chair, really all came together to make sure that this happened and we throw a first-class event.
You certainly do. I mean, this is the first time I've been here, but I heard about it last year, and I heard of how great an event it was last year, and you've done yourself proud again this year.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, we try, when we talked to Drew some time ago, and he had this as an idea, he really wanted to make it something that the players were going to really enjoy, that they were going to really feel like the membership was coming out to support them and see some great paddle. And that's what we've tried to do, from the party that we throw the night before the event to the parties that we continue to throw as the event's occurring and beyond. Last year we went pretty late the night after the event. This year we had to move it to Sunday because of the weather, but yeah, a lot of fun here for everybody.
Yeah, no, you guys do a great job, and this whole experience here around Pro Flight is as much for the membership of the host clubs as it is for the players, and the players love to challenge themselves against the other top players in the game, and so this smaller format makes for exciting first-round matches. Who would think Drew Broderick goes out first match? But that's what makes Pro Flight, and on any given day, anybody can win out here. And you had Mike teaming up with John Lubau, and, they're out there, and they took it to Fraser Morgan, gave them all they could handle. So, great format. We're appreciative of the job you guys are all doing down here, Joe.
Thank you.
And you've been a paddle chair for 6 years. Was that an elected position or first guy volunteering?
I think as the saying goes, never volunteer, and I think I learned that after the fact. But no, I've really enjoyed doing it for the entire period of time, and working with Juan Carlos to build a program that's really just exploded.
Well, I think that people think that when your club makes the commitment and hires a pro year-round, okay, that's what's going to make a program successful. But it's really people like yourself who have to support that pro and be enthusiastic about programs, showing up and playing on a round robin some afternoon, even though there might be an NFL playoff game on or something like that.
I'm
you got to get your priorities here.
That's right. Yeah, no, listen, I mean, Juan Carlos is a fantastic pro. He's a great personality. Works great with the kids, with the men, with the women. Brings in assistant pros, and we had Tomas Christian here for a number of years, and he's moved on to be the assistant pro at Aronimink, and we're very proud of the accomplishments that he's achieved. So we've had all of that, and all of that has fed into a program that really we have a pretty rabid membership when it comes to paddle. We play year-round. You can find these courts pretty full in the summer.
That's great.
It's everybody at Manufacturers is very excited about what paddle brings. It's become really, in a lot of ways, the social engine of the club because of the social aspect of the sport.
Right. Well, I think that's what clubs in Chicago have found out, and I think clubs all around the country realizing that just the nature of the sport and the camaraderie that exists, the sportsmanship that's out here, makes, it's super cool for a club to have this as an amenity.
Yeah, I mean, it drives, my wife and I will go to dinner with people that we're going to come here, we're going to play a couple of sets of paddle, and then we walk down the hill and have a nice dinner at the club, or, guys that I never knew before. Over the summer, I'm playing golf with them, connections that probably wouldn't have otherwise been made.
Yep. So that's Jacqueline Williamson serving and staying back. Who knew that Delmonico return of serve was such a weapon? Mr. Stulak. Carrie can get it going and can certainly bring the offense. And I think if you're not used to seeing her style of play, it can be a little tricky. And also, I don't know if the sun's a factor over there, but they're just staying back and getting the point.
This time of day, that court, the sun coming, I'm looking, I think, into Coaches and Williamson. That can be pretty tough.
That's first game there. I think that was first game for Coaches. Ball overhead was wide by 4.
I don't know, Mike. That was a tough angle for Fleur to go for. I think she forced that overhead there. And that's where, sometimes you just dump the ball, boring, get it deep down the middle, and you keep your team in a really good position at the net. She just kind of went for it. Just a loose error there. Whoopsie. Midnight Paddle, it's getting rough in here. They're really trying to figure out the shade of pink for next year that's going to hit it, and it's getting rough making that decision. Coming up after this match will be the men's final between Graham McNerney and Monik Cherwinski playing against Tyler Fraser and Adam Morgan. Mike, the question I have about Carrie's game is, true or false, she's never put her hair in a ponytail?
She does not usually do that, no.
We have another new announcer here. Riley Stulak has joined us in the booth. Riley's seen a lot of paddle. Sometimes her head bobbles side to side just because the matches go pretty long for Riley sometimes. But it's good when you have a hut like this at Manufacturers where you can play hide and seek in between some matches.
Floor's used that drop shot several times. Good hands up there.
We mentioned earlier the women's field, and with the change of day from Saturday to Sunday, we lost some teams, and so they went into round-robin play here. And the team of Charlotte Sikora, Radley Runs Pro, Allison Morgan won both their matches against both these teams, so they are the winners today of the women's portion of Pro Flight. These guys are playing for second.
That's great. It's really been amazing play all day long on both sides, the men and the women. It's been a ton of fun to watch.
Well, and you're set up with your deck, and your fire pits and all the stuff you have. Everyone's nice, warm, and cozy out by the courts. They're packing it in. Great setup.
Thank you. Yeah, our grounds, Bill Doheny, Mary Orm, Kelly Beck, food and beverage manager. Mary's our general manager of the club. Bill's head of maintenance. They've really done a fantastic job making sure that everybody has plenty of seating, warm seating. Thanks on behalf of myself and the committee to them.
Good design on your whole setup here. Good forward thinking when you put the first two paddle courts in.
Interesting story. Last year we were in the middle of trying to figure out whether or not we were going to move forward with 2 more courts, and of course it's not an inexpensive endeavor. I stood up here on the hill, and we had just such an amazing, group of people. We had a couple hundred people on the deck and in the hut, and then up on the hill, and I stood there with the president of our club, Jim Carney, and Jim and I just marveled at the event and the entire scene. And I don't know for sure, but I have a feeling that may have had something to do with us getting these 2 more courts.
Well, if you build it, they will come and they will play paddle. And
Absolutely.
I have a friend whose birthday's today, Jen Weeks. She's local. I got to know her last summer up in Ticonderoga at our courts up there. And Mike knows those courts. He was one of our guests this summer. But Jen was so impressed with this event here last year. She's really considering manufacturers maybe for them looking at getting more involved. And, paddle's brand new for them, but she met some of us downtown in Chestnut Hill last night. We took her to the party at Al's house. She kind of liked the whole feel, the whole thing.
Fantastic.
And today's her birthday, so happy birthday, Jen.
Well, happy birthday, Jen. And if you have any questions about joining manufacturers, give me a call.
So Hanisch and Delmonico are up 2-1 here in this second set. Carrie out there plays pretty fast. Never has a hair out of place. Veteran player. She can put a ball on a dime usually. She
took her jacket off.
She
Patty.
took
That doesn't happen very
That
often.
shows a lot of
getting serious.
A lot of regard
She's
for the
getting
team
serious.
of Coaches and Williamson. Carrie knows she's got to dig in here, even though they won the first set. She knows that these guys are great competitors, haven't played that much as of late, but the longer they can stay out here on the court, the better they become as a team. Little inside out backhand miss-hit winner.
That was a heck of an angle.
So these guys ended up switching court. We lost an umpire in the transition. That's why they're trying to figure out the score.
Good get. Good get.
So floor loaded up. rolled that overhead there. But coach has picked up on it, somehow got out of the way and just got her paddle on that.
Yeah, the key to that ball is really getting out of the way and then just going forward, and then you'll find that ball.
As a baseline player, somehow you have to duck for 1 second and then just run up the side screen. I was thinking you were talking about what Carey had to do, Mike, to defend. I think Carey did not think that coaches would make that play on that ball.
No, it was a great get.
So that's Floor Hanisch serving in all black. They're back to us. That's Riley's mom in the red top. Far side Karen coaches, deuce court with white. And that's Jacqueline Williamson in the ad court. Tournament director Drew Broderick has returned with Refat. They were playing a consolation match, and we may have to console Drew because I believe his team did not win that match. We'll get an update on that in a second. Following this action, we are slated for approximately a 4:30 start for the men's final between Fraser and Morgan and McNerney and Chowinski. The Midwestern men are representing here today in Philadelphia big time.
That's right.
Chicago, 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 and Cincy. Did you know that, Riley? See the early preparation from Delmonico, getting her paddle back behind her head. Nice loose wrist. And her hair never moved. It's an interesting shot from Hanisch there. She was pushed so far back, and she just popped that ball with a tremendous arc on it. Stayed in.
Water breaks so far.
Well, this is the thing, Mike. At a certain point, it doesn't seem like the serving team is favored to win the game. So many players just let so many balls go through. So many returns are just massive compared to people serving. So high level, just stay back, play the point out. Right, Riley? Well, that was not pretty.
No. I was going to say it, but I would have gotten in trouble for it.
Exactly. She kind of just reached over. Carey loves hitting her overhead side to side. There's a tendency with a lot of teams to hit far more balls straight ahead so that you don't go back and forth chasing the ball. But Carey's been quite good at, waiting on the overhead and moving the ball side to side, trying to get players off bounds.
That court winner.
Coach is smooth, she's sneaky smooth. She just kind of hangs out there. Her shots are a little bit unorthodox, and she doesn't play an overly aggressive style. It almost seems like she's late on the ball, but then she can pack it, and she's pretty accurate. Right there, she just hung out and hit that ball when she was ready, and boom, sort of overpowered the volley. If this were to go to a third set, we would play Pro Flight Super Tiebreaker. That would be the first team 15 points. Sudden Death Tiebreaker at 14 all.
Great shot down the line there. Great hold.
Patty, thank you. I'm going to give my headset to Mr. Broderick here.
Well, Joe, you're wonderful. You're great for
Thank
this
you.
club, and thanks so much for coming on air.
Appreciate you having me. Thank you.
Thank you. So the sun's going down. We've added tournament director Drew Broderick to the announcing booth here. Drew, these women are playing for second place here in this round robin. We've explained to everyone that Sakura and Morgan were the dominant team today. They won both their matches. They can do more push-ups combined as a team than any other team, and I mean, it really made a difference out here. So these guys are playing for second place.
Very cool. I'm sure the hometown crowd is happy with Charlotte taking the title.
I think Charlotte playing in Pro Fight last year, Drew, got the nod for Navasink, and it was a great opportunity for her to showcase her talents. And I think gave her a lot of confidence going into the season that she could be out there and play and compete against the best players in the game.
Absolutely, and that event she played with Pam Ruoff from New Jersey. So they were the home crowd favorite there, with Pam being from South Jersey. Unfortunately, they finished at the bottom of that event, but as we all know very well, you could win a pro flight event or finish last. So that's the beauty of it, and there's a silver lining somewhere. Your attitude about it on and off the court. But I'd like to thank the entire staff and membership and manufacturers. Golf and Country Club does a phenomenal job with this event. This is the second time we're having it here. I mean, every year gets better and better. And it's I come down here and teach sometimes, Patty, thanks to JC, their rackets director, and Todd Eby, their rackets chair, Jackie Root, the women's rackets chair. It's just an unbelievable vibe, and you know, it's just I'm very happy we made the call to move the event, or I should say, manufacturers as a whole. They decided that they wanted a nice day of sunshine, and there were some other paddle events going on too. So we wanted everyone to participate today. So just with the exception of my on-the-court play, extremely happy how the entire day went, and you know, just looking forward to to the rest of this match and a good men's final.
Well, Drew, we've been saying it all day. You know, anyone can win any of these matches, and that's what's so, to me, what makes Pro Flight so intriguing. And here you are, four-time national, champ, and you had a rough day. And
well, yeah, I know. Thanks, Patty.
But Drew, you still maintain your sense of humor always, and we totally appreciate that. But that's what I'm saying. Like, Vladians and Scott, they played a great match against you guys. They just came up with a formula. It was just a little too much. You guys came on strong toward the end of the second set, but it was a little too late. And, they had a really good start, but then Fraser and Morgan were just too strong for them. But anything can happen. That's what I love about this.
So, Patty, have you gotten any feedback yet? I really haven't talked to any of the players, but it's pretty funny that the first ever Pro Flight breaker happens on our very first main court match, which was cool to see. So I'm curious to hear everyone's feedback as far as that, shortened format. And for anybody out there who asks why we're doing that, it's simply because so many of the players have on-court responsibilities tomorrow. So we're trying to get everybody home tonight at a reasonable hour and make sure they catch their flight. So we just decided start to finish, we're going to go with that format. So if you're curious, the finals will also be 2 sets with a third set with a Pro Flight breaker, which is first to 15, sudden death point at 14 all. I'm going to spill the beans right now because I'm sure Graham McNerney probably already told everybody because that's what he does. The person who will have to serve at 14 all, Patty, will be the partner of the person who starts the breaker. So when you decide who serves, just for the record, the better server should serve second. And they'll serve more points, believe it or not.
Really?
Do that math.
Okay. I'm thinking about it. Okay, 0-1, 1-1, 2-1.
Right, 14 all.
This is what Graham and you think about?
14 all, trust me.
I'll just trust you. I'm not going to bother doing the math.
So the second server, Drew, say that again?
So it's the partner.
The partner of the second server.
No. The partner of the person who starts the breaker will serve at 14 all.
Right, okay.
You got it?
I got it now.
Okay.
Can't wait for this to happen.
You think Guy Moore or Diamond Dave were worrying about that?
Oh, deeply concerned.
I bet Guy's doing the math right now.
Exactly.
Him and Dave might be at 14 all in a different way. So, Patty, I have a question. Is Mike Stulak, okay, have you done true and false yet?
Drew, I'm so glad you asked. We have done some true and falses today.
Really?
Yeah, what do you got? What do you got for
Well,
me? I've got one for you, don't worry.
I have one for you.
Okay.
But I want you to give me a couple right now.
Oh, I have to give you some first?
Yeah, because I'm feeling it.
Okay. True or false? Floor's hometown is further away from Manufacturers Club than Marco's hometown.
That's false. Marco's he's got the longest drive contest down.
You positive about that?
Tournament director.
Nice.
So I have to reimburse him on gas, so.
True or false? Manufacturers Club was originally located in Center City.
Center City is like
Philly.
middle of Philadelphia, right?
Middle of Philly.
Oof. I'm going to say false.
It was there, Drew. They secured the land here around 1923. The club opened here on the grounds and became the Golf and Country Club in 25. Bought 250 acres for 175 grand, Drew.
Mike, you know what I love? Patty is like Alex Trebek, right? The person doesn't get it right and he acts like he really knew it and didn't have the answers. BS.
I'm searching for a piece of paper, Drew.
Patty's partner's Google, and I'm like sitting here with like 6 beers deep.
Exactly.
All right, one more. One more, and then I have one for you.
All right, can I have yours first?
No.
True or false? Stockholm, Sweden is closer to manufacturers than Floor's hometown.
True.
You're right again, Drew. You're like your brother Dave. You guys are on fire for this stuff.
Well, I'm very familiar with Stockholm, Sweden. We have a lot of pro flight people, and my partner Jared Palmer. He might be there right now. I don't even know.
Jared, come on. We need you back in the paddle world.
Patty, did you hear Jared and I are going to play nationals together?
You know, I was hoping that was a true rumor. And we look forward to that.
Right.
You guys have won your 4 straight finals appearance, 3 national wins. We were talking about the addition of Jared to the game of platform tennis. And what a class act. Total pro the whole time. Just loved his intensity. I know you love his intensity. The guy shows up to play every single point. He's so remarkable, and that he can be away from the game for long periods of time and come in, play with the best players. So I can't wait, Drew.
Yeah, absolutely looking forward to it. Missing this season, you know, it was an interesting season for me. It's probably been about 10 years before or since I've been kind of playing with different partners for different events. And to be honest, it was actually nice. It was a nice change just to break it up and just kind of go into each event with the unknowing. And it did well in some events and not so well in others. But at the end of the day, I think it makes me rethink my game and areas where I need to work on it. But, you know, hearing from Jared not too long ago that he's in and excited really jumpstarts the rest of my season. All right, so Mike Stulak left, but my trivia question was, is Mike Stulak the only Hall of Famer to participate in a pro flight paddle event? You don't have to answer right now. I'll give you like 5 minutes. 3 minutes.
3 minutes. I think I think that's true. Mike's the only one so far.
You sure?
No, I'm not sure. Just let me think about it.
Okay.
All right, I give up. Who else, Drew?
All right, I need another 2 minutes to think.
Okay, I'll think about it as well. Mike went into the Hall of Fame a couple of years ago, 2-time national champ, 1 time with Mark Parsons, 1 time with Billy Anderson, mixed national champ with his wife, husband-wife.
Yep. Let me tell you, I was in Pittsburgh. Funny story, if Ray Cross, if you're watching this stream, you're going to laugh because you know what I'm about to say. We're all there watching Mike, and we're in the finals. Well, Mike is in the finals, not me. I lost first round, I think. And Mike's in the finals, and he's down 6-0, 3-0. And we figure, you know what? Let's get a jump start on traffic and head back to Jersey. We'll text people and see what the final score was. And all of a sudden, we're texting people asking for scores, and then we're texting Mike about an hour later, no answer. And it was about 2.5 hours later, we get a phone call from Mike. And I look at Ray. I look at Scott Crabtree. And I go, I'm not joking. I think he won. And he answers his phone. He goes, oh, thanks. My friends leave me at 6-0, 3-0. And if you go back to watch the video, it's actually like one of the first matches I've ever seen on a CD. You see us in the side of the court all march out at 6-0, 3-0.
Oh, you're kidding.
And they came back and won a match just unbelievably tough, which is, you know, Bill Anderson, Mike Stulak style. So that was his first incredible title.
Pittsburgh.
And then his second was actually, I think he went into nationals with Parsons as the 14th seed. They didn't have the greatest of season. I mean, like, they weren't winning a bunch of tournaments or anything like that. They went into nationals as seeded 14th. And they, I mean, for the most part, dominated. I think they had a couple close matches, but they were national champs, and no one was surprised because they played extremely well. Both of them were just on point. Mike at the net and Parsons from the baseline. And, you know, I remember both of his championships like it was yesterday. So I don't know if you knew that, Patty, that I pay attention to a lot of other people's matches.
True. I know that you study it all. And I think, actually, for all those club players who are out there and, you know, you get hardworking pros who have to come up with lineups every week and, you know, you get out there and got to put people out there with different partners and they're used to playing with, and you see even there's top players in the game. So much of pro flight is these guys jump in and they'll just go play the game with someone who they've played, you know, against on the court, and they jump in and make a go of it for the day and do their best they can. And some teams mesh better than others teams, clearly. But, you know, I think it sort of makes you look at your game differently by doing that and not playing with the same partner all the time.
Patty, is it fair? Because I hear about it a lot, and I don't necessarily get to do it that often, but do you mind if I blame my last loss on the sun?
You mean?
Not my son, not Vince. He was fine.
Okay, okay.
The sun.
Well,
just give it to me one time.
okay, yeah, okay. Really, the last match of the day here, Drew?
Yes, because the sun was in my eyes. It wasn't in my opponent's eyes.
Oh, you know, that's that lefty thing.
I know, and it was a dead center sun.
I feel like normally
dead center sun.
Yes.
Normally you lefties have an easy way out there because you can pick and choose, but yeah, the sun was tough today.
So that's Martin Bostrom, and
The fish.
now we get Martin, who is married to Flora Hanisch out here, and Mike's given us some insights on Carrie. Now it's your turn, Martin.
Like, are we looking for the dirt or her paddle game?
Just, you know, anything really.
Anything really.
Well, I asked Mike. His true or false was true or false. Carrie's never put her hair in a ponytail in a match. But her hair never moves. It's amazing.
Right.
Floor goes to the ponytail visor look.
Exactly.
And
you know, I mean, obviously she went with the ponytail today, and it seems like it was working.
it worked great for them, and KD and Floor won that match 4-6-3 against Coaches and Williamson. And, you know, that's not really a surprise. KD and Floor are playing a lot more tournaments now than Jacqueline and Karen.
Right, but that was a very fun match to watch.
That was a really fun
match. A lot
match.
of transition, a lot of driving, good volleying. Like, it's the members here at Manufacturers should really enjoy this match. It's like women's paddle on a high level.
So fun to watch that.
You know, it's great. And I mean, the event that they put on down here, thanks Drew for having all of us, thanks to JC. It's always a pleasure coming down. You know, they really do a great job down here hosting us.
They love having Team Bostrom and Hanisch, and we look forward to the men's final in a couple of minutes here. We'll take a little bit of a break here, and we'll come back on the air, and we will start the men's final in about 5 minutes.
Awesome. Thanks, Patty.
Thanks.
Success takes hard work. Making success a legacy takes discipline. PPAC Private. Your legacy, our discipline.
I gave him a heads up about him, so. Yeah, it's fun. You did? Yeah, yeah. I told Adam and as well. So, what? Yeah, listen, it doesn't get better than this. We're turning back the clock to year one. You know, fire pits.
Welcome back to Pro Flight Paddle. I'm Patty Hogan with Tomas Christian, and we are here for the men's final. Tomas is a perfect person to help out, get this going. Tomas worked here as an assistant pro under J.C. Cotto, and he is now an assistant pro over at Aronimic. Welcome.
Thanks for having me, Patty.
Well, Tomas, you had that great opportunity to play out here, and real quickly, you teamed up with JC, and you guys, who took you out?
We lost to McNerney and Cherwinski.
I've heard of them.
Oh, great team.
Boy, are they good.
Tough.
So that's why they're here in the finals. I mean, they got through you guys, and that was pretty much their path to
Right.
victory to get to the finals. They're out here in the finals against Tyler Fraser and Adam Morgan. And this will be a best 2 out of 3 set final. But instead of playing out the third set final, they'll play the Pro Flight tiebreaker, which is first to 15. And if it were to go to 14 all, it would be sudden death, then next point would win.
Oof. Cutthroat.
Cutthroat. So these players are great, Tomas. I think it was a great opportunity for you and JC to get out there and play against some of these guys. You see them all the time, and what's your takeaway from playing those guys,
Yeah.
McNerney and Chawinski? I mean,
Awesome.
how good are they? What great guys.
Awesome opportunity. It just seems like they play a little faster than I'm used to, so it was a little bit, took some getting used to, and they just don't miss. They make very few errors. That's pretty much it. Yeah, it was a really great experience.
And did you feel like that they had so many weapons compared to what you guys had, or just fundamentally so rock solid sound?
A little bit of both. I think they had, great overheads. I think from the back they put you under pressure a lot. A little bit of everything. I mean, they're a really well-rounded team.
Well, I'm sure you've seen them play. I mean, I've seen them play a lot, and, they are ranked number 3 in the country, a legitimate shot to make a run at the national title this year. I think if any team, last year they went out a little earlier than they thought, quarters of Nats, but I think that in everyone's conversation going into nationals up in Darien this year, Modik and Graham are in the conversation.
Yeah. I can't imagine that if not this year, they won't win it at some point, and they're too good not to.
Well, the stars have to align, and, to get themselves, it's like even to get to the finals of the Nationals is so incredibly
6
challenging.
matches?
Well, yeah, you have to win 6 matches just to get into that final. And, the scheduling is spread out over a couple days, which, does help a lot more players. I think it brings more players into it. But, at the end of the day, they're going to be one of my 4 teams who I would say have a serious shot to take the title. Who's our umpire for this match? Did you get a picture of him? We'll find who the umpire is shortly. And our first place finishers in our women's round robin play today. I mean, Allison Morgan got here from Chicago. Charlotte Sikora got here from Philly. I think it's only right that Charlotte goes first since she's a local pro out of Radley Run. Welcome, Charlotte.
Hello, everyone.
Can you put that mic a little closer to your happy?
Like that?
That
Oh,
would
that's
be
better.
great.
Is that better?
So we'll listen to the announcing going on.
They'll be serving to start the match. And on the right, we have Graham McNerney and Merrick Travinsky. What?
So like we said, this is 2 out of 3 sets, but we're not going to play at the third set. It's going to be a super tiebreaker. Thanks, Danielle. One of my favorite pros over at Canoebrooke, especially if he doesn't point that light in our faces anymore. So, Charlotte, congrats to you. We'll talk
Thank
about
you.
the women's play shortly. We'll get going here. And that's Modik Cherwinski serving. Yellow paddle, that's Graham McNerney at the net.
Love that paddle.
Deuce court, none other than Adam Morgan in his signature gray sweats. Allison, I'm going to have to talk to you about how many pairs of those he has.
So this is my partner's husband.
Exactly, and then that's Tyler Fraser over in the ad court.
We've been joking all day because they have a little girl and we think she's going to be a sick paddle player.
Oh, I can imagine. I want to rep her. She's beautiful, little happy baby. Not a baby anymore.
Not a baby anymore.
Charlotte, how fun was it playing in front of this crowd here at Manufacturers today?
It was pretty cool.
Wasn't it?
That was great. The whole atmosphere from the moment we got here with the music and the fire, and it was great.
You know, for Tomas here to have the opportunity to be out here in this environment. You know, I remember last year when you jumped in and played at Navasink, Charlotte. You got the nod to join in, and I remember I was cheerleading for you in the background. I said to Drew, you know, Charlotte would be a great one to let her get her feet wet here because, you know, you've got to have a belief in yourself that you can compete against the top players. And
absolutely.
You've got to be on the court with them.
That's where it starts, yes.
Get that experience, and even though, you know, like Drew had a rough day today, he didn't win any matches, but you still gain so much knowledge from it.
For sure.
And even in losses, you gain confidence because you learn things about yourself and your game.
That's what I said after that tournament last year. We lost all the matches. I played the best paddle I've ever played.
Right. And I remember you saying that to me.
Yeah. Felt great.
And you know, and I think that's the whole thing about the game, that you evolve as a player. And, you know, the way you are today is not going to be the player you are 2 years from now.
Exactly.
Because if you are, you're not going with the game. And
exactly.
You're not making the adjustments. And I think, you know, I've watched Allison play for a long time. And, you know, I saw some of the screenplay that Allison had out in Chicago. I wasn't there, but I saw it on the live stream. And, you know, you see the creativity that you see in a lot of the men's game, but I saw some creativity from Allison out of the screens that I hadn't seen that much. But you were playing these women who are blasting the ball, and the way to respond is not to be like
40,
on the defensive.
30? Yeah.
You've got to take it, you know, the bull by the horns and say, let's go. If that's all you got, I can go run that ball down, and I'm going to bring some offense.
And she's so
then
quick.
That changes the game.
Yes.
So, you know, people, so many club level players say, oh, you know, we lost this match because they were playing tennis. I'm like, wait a second. You've got to shut down. First, you've got to be a defender out here. Then, now you can take the game away from a tennis player. And, you know, the game is about volleying. So many people come to the game, you know, hit too many forehand volleys. You have to hit forehand volleys. It's just that when a ball's being driven at you from close range, you've got to commit. And you and your partner have to slide as a team. You know, and we're watching you guys. You guys are up to number 5 in the country in women's play.
7.
7? I'm going to say 5.
Okay.
So I'm going to stick
like
with
5.
your number 6 in the country. We'll split the difference. But, you know, you're
Game Travinsky McNerney, they lead 1 games to 0.
You're a new team this year. You're working out stuff. Charlotte, you've had the benefit of learning the game, playing a lot with Kui Lion, and that was great.
Yeah, had the best teacher
Gave
to
you
start, for
such
sure.
fundamental, and you get to work with the greatest ever, Lori Hissey.
Yep.
And then
Sorry about this first couple of points.
you
Writing down
committed
the-
yourself
have announce
to
it. 1-0.
you know, a regimen where you had to be able to do more push-ups than Allison this year. So it was the perfect pairing up of a team.
No, that's what we love, I think, in this pairing is that we really, truly have fun out there. That's the first thing. And we are committing to getting better each time. And even today, we felt like we found another level, you know, as a team. And that's you can't ask for more than that.
Well, and, you know, to
15
me,
love.
that's the game within the game. And only the two of you really appreciated probably that moment.
Yeah.
But having been lucky enough to have been there, and there are passages that you have as an individual, but there's passages as a team.
Yes.
That's so comforting because you know you bring that to the next event.
Yep.
And, you know, all of the best players in the game, I just think the difference is the confidence level, and they can hit delete instantly. You know,
Yes.
they play a garbage couple of games. Who cares? It's out the door. You don't wait till the second set to readjust. You adjust as one of the better players in the game.
Were you good at doing that when you played, Patty?
I learned to adjust a lot. I had to. I wasn't going to overpower anyone, Charlotte. But, you know, that's why I kind of
30 love.
admire Allison's screenplay, because I love playing a lot of mixed. And, you know, there'd be balls flying all over. And you either could be scared and back up, or you'd say, okay, let's go. And then you know, if you could be
30,
creative
15.
off of the screens, it's really changes what you can do out here on the court. You know, the progression of the game, you see people who they don't even want to play screens at the beginning, and they start lobbing every screen. They don't really aim any screen, they just lob the ball to get it in play, where then you go to the top
40,
of the game,
15.
these guys can play a ball deck, screen, equal confidence, equal creativity off of it. And that's because they kind of wait and hold the shot. They hold their position around the baseline. You don't see them charging in unnecessarily. And, you know, if one of them were to charge in randomly here, you know, they would just get beaten with a volley.
Yeah.
So
Game, Fraser Morgan. Game scores are 1-1.
the game just settles in. We're here 1-1 in the men's final. Patty Hogan along with Thomas Christian, the assistant pro over at Aronimick, former pro here. Charlotte Sikora, Bradley Runn, platform tennis professional and tennis professional.
So where are the weapons there in those two teams? Because I have to admit, I need to watch more men's paddle. I don't get a chance to do that enough.
Okay, so did you
Fraser
see that
backhand.
two-handed backhand
Yep.
from Tyler Fraser?
Yep.
Big time.
Top 3 in the game, in my opinion.
Marek's forehand.
Marek's forehand, which is
15
interesting.
love.
In his semi with Bostrom and Anton, you know, he didn't get that many looks. That was as clean a look on a forehand. You know, and if they feed that forehand, that would be that's going to be tough for Fraser and Morgan. But Fraser and Morgan, I mean, talk about mental toughness, and we were talking about
30 love.
Adam earlier. Adam plays every single point. I've never seen Adam step onto a court and not be prepared. I watch him do his socks, lace up his sneakers, rewrap his grip. The moment the guy enters the cage, he's there to play the point, and he's competitive. And I think, you know, Tyler, you see Tyler with a ton of skills and adding to his game. But I think that's the piece that Tyler has gained this from last season to this year, confidence
30-15.
and really staying in that point. And he is so mentally in there all the time.
Nice.
And I see the difference in these players, and people ask all the time, you know, what separates? You know, when you have all these players who are like, you know, 5 through 8 or 5 through 12 in the country, and then you have Graham and
30
Monic
all.
who are in the top 3 soundly. And super solid fundamentals. But Graham and Monic, I mean, have you ever seen them have a Moody on the court? I mean, and Adam and Tyler, I mean, lifetime member of their fan club, maybe president, after their win over Johan and Stephen Mitchell at Fiddler's Elbow. I mean, it was really the best final I've ever seen in any tournament other than Nationals.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it was just shot making after shot making, and, you know, they were hitting. Adam has a style of play that's not tremendously naturally aggressive, I would say, but I mean, he dialed it up, and they were baiting him, and he took the shots, and he was making everything. So it's really their win at Fiddler stands out in my mind. Huge win for them as a team. And, you know, all these guys, Charlotte, these guys can play with anyone. I mean, Adam teams up. He plays with Komar. You know, Tyler plays with anybody. You see him with Bacher last weekend. I mean, I love the attitude that these guys can jump in and go and
With
feel
anyone.
that they can be just as competitive with anyone. I asked Thomas earlier, what does he want? What do you need now to make the next step? You got to answer that question before we bump you and replace you with Allison Morgan, so you can go have a hard-earned beer.
You know what? I was just talking to Marco Grangero about this, and he thinks I just need to see it more. You know, play with these guys more often somehow. And
You know what you do?
pretty much it.
You invite 3 better players for a game, and you bring the 6-pack.
Right.
Or
Yeah,
12.
exactly. Yeah.
Because I always learned when I started playing as a tennis player coming out of college that anybody would play with me if I learned to bring the beer. And you know, I'd say, hey, would you play? You know, meet you over at Beacon Hill, 8 o'clock Tuesday night.
Well, maybe that's what I need to do.
So I'm just
Great
saying
advice,
it is
Patty.
a good strategy to get out there and play with the big boys.
Yeah.
All right, thanks so much, Tom.
No problem.
Tomas.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so we're going to hand off to Allison Morgan here. So I'm Patty Hogan, and now we have Charlotte Sikora and Allison Morgan, the winning team in Pro Flight Paddle today. Welcome, Allison.
Thank you.
Welcome, Alison.
I love having the spouse of a player here. You know, you're the 3rd one today, Allison.
Oh. No, she's intense when she watches him.
Totally.
Yeah.
So true or false? Gray, Adam's favorite color?
He does have a lot of gray pants.
Yeah, he does seem like that's
he loves
his.
this gray navy thing. I'd have to say true right now.
Okay. But I think the thing, someone made the point earlier, is all these players out here have a lot of fun with it, and I think as long as you can have fun with it, that's
That's the
this
key.
game becomes so intense when you're out there, and you know it just everyone's got
30.
such solid skills, but it does come down to the mental piece of it for the most part. And you know, Adam has his. I joke about his ritual before he goes on the court, but I'm not kidding. I sat here and watched him, and for
Does
each
he
of
every
his
time?
matches,
Every
he
time he goes,
prepares.
he does the same thing?
He prepares the exact same way. So I've noticed it at other tournaments. But
Yep.
it's how he gets in his head, and then he walks by and smiles. He doesn't, you know, he's in his head already. He's focused so that he
40.
starts the match mentally tough.
Yeah.
And that's a great thing for club level players. Where are you guys going to be playing next? What's your next event?
Boston.
Oh, great.
Are you going to be there?
I am not going to make it to Boston this year. Sorry to miss. But I'll be watching the live stream for sure.
Oh, you'll be at Short Hills for sure.
I will be at Short Hills. Oh, you know, you're right. You guys are currently 7th in the country. Knocking on the door of that number 6 team, Cynthia Dardis and Amy Shea.
Well, they just beat us in Cincinnati. We want to have a revenge in Boston.
Yeah.
Well, there's going to be a lot of teams up there.
Yeah.
I think everyone's there.
It's going to be fun.
Charlotte, here's your true or false.
Game Travinsky McNerney, they lead 3-1.
What's your hometown?
That's my true or false?
I need the information first.
Toulouse.
Toulouse, France.
Mm-hmm.
True or false? It's 3,802 miles to Manufacturers
15
Club
left.
from your hometown. True or false?
False.
It's true. I just happen to remember that from 7th grade geography. You're laughing because I asked you the other day,
Funny.
what's your hometown?
Is it 2-1 or 3-1? I can't see.
3-1.
So it's 3-1.
Yeah.
Does the score affect Adam when he plays Allison?
15 all.
No, I've never seen anyone fight as hard as he does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drew was saying how I think in one of the live streams we were talking about the score, and I always felt like I played the score, that I needed that information of what the score was to determine, you know, how much
15,
risk
30.
to play at that moment. Drew was saying he just plays and hits his shots, and it doesn't really matter what the score is. But I think for Drew and Adam were cut out of the same mold in terms of the level of intensity that they bring to it instantly.
Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely see that with Drew. Oh, speaking of the devil.
Yes, right here. We're just
There he
speaking
is.
about you.
30 all.
You know what I say? If you don't know what to do, you got to go to Moe's to get your midnight paddle gear. Mo Marson's in the house. Great swag for all the players here at Pro Flag.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you, that was interesting. We did
40,
end up
30.
playing tiebreaker in the third set against Karen and Jacqueline, and playing 15 points required another level of mental
Focus.
you know?
Did you like it? Rather than play the set out? You're
Yeah,
not
because
sure.
we won.
Yeah.
It worked out.
We had lost. I don't know if we would have
yeah.
said that.
But what was the score in the tiebreaker?
15-8.
15-8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was just nice to do something different.
Yeah. I was scribbling 15-8. I just wanted to make sure.
Advantage Fraser, Morgan.
Wow. Casual shot from Monik. You don't see that happening too much. Talk about a guy who has the intensity. Hi, Drew.
Bye-bye.
Okay, thanks. The team of Charlotte Sikora and Allison Morgan. Congratulations.
Thank you, Patty.
Okay, thanks, guys. Good luck in Boston. Welcome back, Drew, to the booth.
Deuce.
Drew, this crowd is loving this. The fire pits are going outside, big crowd. Did you take some pictures? It's kind of a beautiful paddle picture that I see from this tennis warming hut back here.
Yeah, if there's anybody in the crowd listening, take some pictures, send it to proflightpaddle@gmail.com.
Yeah, we
and if you're listening and you're not on our distribution list, please email us at proflightpaddle@gmail.com. Believe it or not, Patty, they're using my phone for
So you
live stream
can't do
scores,
that.
so I cannot do that. So I'm off the hook.
Okay. Well, we'll
Is there
get
any
some
way,
pictures.
Patty, is there any way you could organize all of live streaming, take pictures, and tell people what court they're going on?
Oh, totally.
I mean, listen, if you could run junior nationals,
Ugh.
you could easily do that.
The day of 1,000 questions. That's what I call junior nationals.
Yeah.
Do you think you answer 1,000 questions a day of junior nationals, Drew?
I think we all answer a lot of questions. Nobody gets more than you, and I just anybody who's watching, if they have any children who are playing, February 22nd.
February 22nd.
Can't wait.
Canoe Brook's one of our co-hosts. They.
Yep. We're gonna host the 10 and unders, right, Patty?
Oh yeah, you got it, Drew.
I'm the Huck commander.
You're the HUD commander. Do you know any players?
I know a few. I know a few players, a few parents that will be there. And,
I was trying to talk Vlatko and Scott Falatex into bringing their sons up and playing 10 and unders. Be kind of fun.
I'm going to lean on them. They should play.
It'd be great.
Their kids are good. They're all out there hitting with Vince. And
Yep, we'll get about 200 kids. Anyone can sign up. Canoe Brook does a great job, Drew, as the host for what a lunch for the kids. They have a ball. Great swag this year, Drew, for that, too. Almost as good as Midnight Paddle swag.
so we have an all Midwest final here, Pro Flight at Manufacturers, which honestly doesn't sit well with me. Just being honest.
We got 3 Chicago guys, Cincy.
Yep. Yep. But clearly 4 of the best paddle players in the game. So, and no surprise, they're the 1 and 2 seed, Patty.
I think the seeds were spot on, Drew. Nicely done.
Well, so if anyone was concerned about how matchups got done with Pro Flight Paddle, basically what I do is I shoot out the participants to knowledgeable paddle players. So I could honestly say Mark Powers, Blake Anderson, and Dan Englander were 3 very
they're students of the game. They know the games.
Yeah,
and
I would say they are definitely reliable sources for information. And I pull the average from the 3 of them on what the seeds are. And they had Mark and Graham at number 1, unanimous. Tyler and Adam, unanimous at number 2. And here we are, 1 versus 2. So, I stay out of it, honestly. I try to be more of a player than a tournament director in all these events, as the host club pros take charge and run the show, which I love beyond belief.
Woo, wow.
That's a great shot right there.
Deuce.
Wow, big forehand from Fraser. Well, that's one way to handle Graham and all his movement at the net. It's a great shot of the great camera angle there. Modic serve, the sun's going down, shining on him, or are those the lights, Drew? Drew, big shout out, one more time to the Manufacturers Golf and Country Club for hosting this event. These guys every year now, second year, they pull out all the stops, host a great event. Couldn't do it without the sponsors, Drew, so maybe give a quick shout out to all your amazing sponsors for Pro Flight.
Wow. Little nicker right there.
Advantage Stravinsky.
Drew, High Energy Pro, I've heard you teach.
Just go up the side.
Go to the side. If you don't
Any
know,
question,
go.
just for the record, he never left home base.
He never left home base.
Yeah. Patty, I'm going to thank my sponsors, but I'm just so caught up in this.
Oh my gosh, what a volley from Graham.
I'm so caught up in this game.
McNerney, they lead 4 games to 1.
A little replay right here. Marek showing a forehand volley. Little touch. Look at Graham closes. Anybody who's going to play Graham next, whenever he's closer to the net than you, don't drive, lob.
Switch after 7.
Don't tell him I told you that.
I won't.
But
Your secret's safe.
But that's what you have to do because first off, he's huge. He's got a wingspan that covers like 2 courts.
757.
Yep. So if he closes the net and you're backing up,
4-1.
Bad move.
1 serving 4.
So Adam Morgan serving down 4-1 first set. Finals of Pro Flight, Manufacturers Club.
Patty, I want to start with my Pro Flight Live team. I've got
15 love.
I've got Evan Morgan. I'm sorry, Evan Morgan, Ben Morgan, Buff Ben as we call him. A lot of Morgans going on. Adam Morgan's playing.
Right.
Evan Morgan.
Is
Ben
in the
Morgan,
booth.
Buff Ben. We have Danya Tarantinov, who's on the camera angles, switching back and forth. And we have Max McDonald. They're our foursome who have been behind the scenes for Pro Flight Live, which
30 love.
Give a special thanks to them. And, this is the inaugural of Pro Flight Live. So we're figuring it out as we go. So if there are any complaints, suggestion box is open. Send it to pattyhogan.com.
30-15.
Send it to dbroderick at fiddlerselbow.com. Any complaints?
Totally. That's actually a great idea, Patty.
Or guymore at gmail.com.
Love it. Love it.
True or false? Midnight Paddle's coming out with shades of pink lipstick for next season, True?
Well, I'm not going to lie. I'm gonna put pink lipstick on most of my paddles that come out in February because Pro Flight and Midnight Paddle are coming out with their own paddle.
I heard about that collaboration, Drew.
Yep. Coming out in February, and it's called the Invincible. I don't know where we ever got that name from.
What a name.
Yep. Yeah, so excited for that.
40-30. Yeah. Duke.
So Drew, besides Midnight Paddle, who are providing the apparel here, and they have a great booth set up outside, you want to talk about a couple other sponsors before this first set is over, or you want to wait till we come back on the air?
I'd like to talk about Burns Honda.
Me too.
Burns Honda has been a sponsor now 2 years. Down in the Philly area.
Advantage, McNerney.
Darren Burns, who's actually up in the Jersey area playing in the New Jersey Men's League. Good friend of mine. So, it's awesome. Listen, Patty, Pro Flight Paddle thrives on the sponsors. The sponsors make this whole event happen. And, people like Burns Honda allow events and players to come in and take time away from their families to come in and participate in events like this. So we're very grateful, and if anybody's out there listening and you're ready to buy a car, lease a car, I say Burns Honda.
Why not? So, Drew.
Are you getting me true or false?
Did you? No. Well, yeah. True. All right, true or false? You've served sidearm today.
False.
I didn't think so. Haven't seen it from you yet on the court. Have you been working on it?
No.
Just Vince.
Just Vince.
Vince is working.
Because I honestly can't do it.
Why?
It's not my thing.
It's just not your thing. It doesn't feel comfortable.
Nah.
Well, with your serve, I wouldn't mess. I think you do it because you're solving a problem. You don't just do it to do it. But Morgan seems super consistent with it, and it seems to help him. And it's very similar to how he hits a lot of his overheads. He seems totally comfortable with it.
Well, I'll say Adam Morgan hits his roller overhead maybe better than anybody. He keeps it as low as anybody, regardless of the temperature. So he does very well. And my first opponent, Scott Falatek, he hits an overhead, but he hits it low, which is kind of weird. I mean, he's short. I don't know if he's as short as I am, but he's short.
He's taller than I am.
But he still keeps it low where you
Advantage,
can't
Morgan.
really kill it. But Morgan's low overhead is better than anybody's.
Morgan's has more pace on it, right? A little more pace and spin.
Well, pushes it kind of makes you still hit from behind the baseline, which
Right.
is why I think his is the best. But then you got, Mick does it to one side, Johan does it, Mitchell does it well. So all these guys are doing it. Sebi has been doing it for a long time. I know he's been out of the game. Shout out to you if you're listening, Seb. We miss you.
Max, let it really drop low. He does that. Well, his is a little different shot as well.
Yep, Marek hits that
Game
one from
Morgan,
the parking lot.
Fraser. McNerney, Travinsky lead 4 games to 2.
Is Sebi going to come back and play nationals this year, Drew?
4-2.
Now that we have Jared coming back, we need Sebi coming back from the West Coast.
I know, and there's kind of a Swedish connection there, somewhat indirect, right, Patty?
That's right.
I think Sebi would.
I hope so. He's so fun. He and Martin Bostrom played for years. Always about a top 6 team in the country.
As my man Mark Ennis calls it, the Swedish fish.
30 love.
Drew, so your stream team, I mean, they're the dream team over there. I've never seen them so alert, like at the 8-hour mark in a tournament. They're on it.
You know what, Patty? This is the least amount I've ever paid attention to them, and I think it's a great chemistry.
I think it's a great chemistry. They really have, seized this day, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, I've never liked them more.
40 love.
In fact, the only thing that would have made my day better is if I was in sunny Florida with Guy Moore and Dave Roderick. And just watching you guys. Yeah, I'm kidding. Always fun to play. Love it.
40-15.
Well, we did find out that from Allison
Carlos.
that I asked if Adam's this is his favorite color combination. He loves the gray and navy, just so when
Okay.
you're choosing for pro flight,
Got it.
some favors, just know that Adam goes navy and gray.
Got it. So let me ask you this: when I'm doing favors and stuff, do you think it has anything to do with what I like, or mostly the players?
40-30.
Pretty sure it's what you like.
Got it.
Camo man.
Right. Well, no, I'm sort of over the camo. Just wait for the new paddle. I'm telling you, February edition.
Game
all right,
McNerney, they lead 5-2.
I'm going to give you a hint. Shannon Vincent
Ooh.
is going to love the
Oh.
new paddle.
Yep.
I'm not going to tell you why.
Okay.
Smoke is getting
But she's going to love it.
Shannon was watching today.
Well, she better be.
She chimed in from Chicago. Well, yeah. Another shout out to Shannon.
Playing for thousands of dollars. Can't breathe.
Shannon must be enjoying a year. She
Just
helped out as a tour guide for a long time for the Grand Prix Tour and kicking back and enjoying traveling around the country, watching some Notre Dame football. And where's her daughter play basketball? Clemson, University of Alabama, one of those. Shannon, can you tell me again? She's got some talented twins, sophomores in college. That's all I have to say, Drew. And a lot of height in that Vincent family.
I don't know anything about height, Patty. Neither do you or your family.
It's kind of a generalization, Drew. No, but you're right. My sister Susan enjoyed meeting you yesterday, Drew. She's heard a lot about the Broderick brothers.
It's
but
so funny. She was like, "Oh my God, you're Drew," and I'm like, "Holy shit! I wasn't expecting you. You're Patty's sister." She's awesome. She's so amazing.
Well, Susan had so much fun with this tournament. Couldn't wait for Mo to come to town again and Arlene. We have another special guest in the booth here.
Patty, I'd like to introduce Jackie Root to the booth, which if anyone was tuned in last year, Jackie was live.
Spectacular on the live stream.
Oh, well, thanks. People have said, is this like my second career? And I was like, no, but maybe it should be. I'm taking notes from Patty, listening out there.
You're the ladies paddle chair here, Jackie?
Ladies paddle chair, yeah.
Nice, and your numbers are growing.
Yeah, by a lot. Started out with like 15 girls in 2014. We have
6 women's teams now?
75 girls, yeah.
6 teams?
6 teams.
And
5 during the week and then a weekend league, So,
nice.
Yeah.
Do you play on both?
Yeah. More last year on the weekend league.
What's better, your forehand or your backhand?
Backhand. I
Nice.
hear you have a great backhand.
Who'd you hear that from? My sister Susan?
I don't know. Who was
Compared to
talking
hers.
yesterday? Was it Ed or Pam or who was it? I can't remember. Drew?
There's tall tales that happen at the end of days during pro flight paddle weekends.
Listen,
That's all I have to say.
Well, Drew's got a backhand, so
Jackie,
he knows.
I don't know about Patty's backhand because she's turned me down every time I asked her to play.
Really?
Yep.
Well, that sounds like you guys need to come back. We're having a mixed event. Matt
Ooh.
Davis is running this.
Wow, do you think Patty and I could be a team?
Do I have to play
you
more
have
than
to
2
play
sets?
opposite hands.
Are we eligible?
So we only play opposite hands with you two. It's not fair. Matt Davis, too.
I'm in. I'll play lefty.
Janessa, you want to say anything?
So, Jackie, what do you think about the day today?
15-30.
It's great. This is a perfect day.
You think it was a good call to move it from Saturday to Sunday?
100% necessary to move it. It actually worked out, Tomorrow's a holiday. I think 90% of the people here are not working tomorrow, so.
That doesn't include us. We're working tomorrow, aren't we,
You're
Drew?
working?
Oh, yeah.
Patty, we're always.
Are you working?
You work
We
every day,
always
probably.
work.
Always working.
Right.
Always working.
Right.
But it's all good. So.
You guys going back tonight?
We're going to go back tonight, I think.
Yeah.
Well, Meryl, I think, just would love to stay here for more and
Oh,
more
yeah.
hours. And I mean, day 3, Meryl is just joyful. She loves manufacturers, but I'm pretty sure she'd be really happy to be on the road sooner than later.
You don't think Merrill wants any more keg stands at Big Ed's house?
Oh, come on. Did you get up there last night? Speaking of Big Ed and ping pong, you missed the ping pong.
Well, I played earlier in the
I
night.
know, but Adam and Tyler finally showed up at like 8.
And
8 o'clock.
Took everybody down.
Really?
Oh, they did.
Took Tomas down.
Wow.
JC.
I love ping pong. I'm sorry
And
I
I
missed
mean,
it.
Oh.
15-40.
So they were the grand prize winners?
yeah, they looked like they knew what they were doing. Backhand, forehand, off of people's bodies. It was tough to watch, you know.
Little body blow right there.
Yeah,
Graham,
so I was like-
Graham took it in the jugular.
Oh.
It's a big game right here. If back to deuce, I'm telling you what, if it gets to 5-4,
that's big.
Graham and Mark are going to think about it for a second.
So that's Fraser serving. That's Adam Morgan at the net. It's Monik Jurinsky hitting the return, and that's Graham with the yellow paddle.
That's a great volley. Great volley right there.
He only can hit that volley because he waited so long. He just held that shot.
You're next.
This guy moved, and he was able to volley the ball a little bit behind him.
So, Patty, do you know yesterday I was supposed to get on court with Jackie. So I show up 10:30. I show up, the snow just starts piling down. And it was kind of bittersweet.
It was
Bittersweet is I want to get on the court. It was Jackie, Jane, and Kira.
Mm-hmm.
We're supposed to play for an hour and a half. And then all of a sudden the snow starts coming. I'm like, can't go out. It's dangerous. But at the same time, it justified moving the event to today.
Yep.
So,
No, it's
yeah.
that was due.
So I'm trying to figure out the score.
Yeah, it was their advantage. Now it's deuce. Yes, correct.
I would never argue with Graham about the score. I feel like he always knows the score.
And it's pretty funny. There's an umpire, there's a live stream, but yet the players are still trying to figure it out. Nobody's telling them what to do.
Now, about 10:30 yesterday, when the snow, I looked out from downtown Chestnut Hill. The snow was sideways. It was really nasty. So this,
yeah, it covered
this is
the
a great
courts in
day.
about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So Jackie, the first year women for pro flight at manufacturers.
Yeah, that was awesome.
How do you feel about the hometown girl,
dude,
taking it down?
I love that team. Charlotte and Allison. Oh my goodness.
All right, so
they're really fun to watch.
I'm gonna be honest. I follow Charlotte on
Yeah,
Instagram.
yeah, dude.
And
You
I
do
see
her workouts?
I see all her workouts.
Crazy.
Most
You
of them I
try.
watch.
Yeah.
I don't do many of them. I watch a lot of them. What do you think? She's
Yeah.
pretty solid, right?
She's amazing. She's got the work ethic, but she's really sweet too. On the court, off the court.
She's the
God,
best.
she does that. You ever see the one where she does like a pistol squat?
Well, I usually
like
do
10
that
times in a row.
Her and, you know what? We do it together.
That seems easy.
Charlotte
yeah, I
and
saw that.
yeah.
I was like, it's no problem.
Yeah, I'm a huge pistol squat guy.
Meryl's laughing. It's good. You got to keep her laughing.
Deuce.
Bill Root, come on and say hi.
Jackie and I had to do a little picture for our boy Bill Root.
Bill Root.
Jackie's husband.
He's my speechwriter.
Yep.
You missed the speech on Friday. We were waiting for you, but
I know.
I got a little unnerved, you know. So
I 100% apologize for that. I wish I was there because I heard it was
Okay.
amazing.
Did you catch Todd's speech or?
Well, I did, but I'm gonna
Sadly.
let you in on something. Well, first off, my babysitter was a little delayed, so that's why I wasn't my fault, I guess.
No.
But either way, babysitter was delayed, so I get to manufacturers and I hear Todd, and I'm like, oh shit, I don't want to make eye contact with him because he's gonna throw me under the bus. I walk in, I turn left. He's looking down the aisle, and it was like perfect eye contact.
Yep.
And he's like, oh, guess who shows up?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, fudge.
I'm late.
Not cool.
Oh,
Wow.
he did it.
A crowd pleaser
crowd.
there. Yeah.
The crowd's getting a little toasty out there.
I was going to say, the crowd needed that.
The crowd's got the fire pits.
Advantage, McNerney.
I hope the smoke isn't bothering the players, but the fans are a little bit cold.
Jackie, as Guy Moore would say, he doesn't know if it bothers them, and he doesn't care.
No. We don't care. Oh, Guy.
We miss him.
Living the life in Florida, I mean.
You think he's watching, Jackie?
I hope so. I remember the first clinic you
He
guys
might be
came up
sleeping.
here.
Everyone's sleeping about now in
In
Naples.
Florida? That's because they're
They take a rest.
It's a siesta.
Yeah, they
till
have that
6
siesta.
p.m. And then they go to the Blue
And they
Martini.
That's right.
I bet Guy rocks the Blue Martini.
Oh, yeah, he's a baby in there.
Is Meryl asleep?
No,
Oh,
Meryl's working.
What's she working on?
Advantage, McNerney.
Everything.
You know what? Meryl is actually, I think, plotting out the next event at Lehigh.
Oh,
Lehigh
yeah,
Valley
Lehigh.
Country Club.
Yeah.
February 1st. Jackie, are you going to come over?
Yeah, that's, well, yeah.
Jackie.
Yeah, no, see, we're playing the Wilmington PCQ on Friday, but, you know, when I make it to the finals and win, then I can come over. Me and Jane,
Well,
you
that's,
know.
that's
Listen,
good thinking.
You guys win. You
We'll
and
come
Bill
up
get
there.
it. You and Bill get a sitter.
Yeah, always.
Come on over to Lehigh.
Our friends are up at Lehigh. Fans laws. Just
Love-
getting into paddle.
Love it.
Advantage, Fraser.
Are you going to do the mixed up there for sure?
You know what? I think that's the play. First round mixed.
Be fun. We'll be there. It's not far from here at all.
Because when
You mean a little mixed combination of players like you did at Canoe Brook, Drew?
Yeah.
For Pro Flight?
Yeah, when we did the mix at Canoe Brook, all my members were like, that's the way to do it. It was
Yeah.
so much fun. And to be honest, I think mixed paddle at a high level is like insanely fun to watch because there's like so many wild cards. And there is nothing better than seeing like Roxy Anica or Lauren Gebbia or
Right.
any of them just tattoo a guy right in the chest
I would love to see that.
on a short ball. Right, Patty?
They can do it, and it's fun.
Patty knows the feeling about just
Oh.
tagging guys like that.
That's good.
Yep.
I try and
And-
get Matt Davis every time I'm out there.
Oh,
I
good.
think I got him once.
So we've got a match point. I mean, a set point here for Jawinski and McNerney. First set of the finals, Pro Flight paddle manufacturer style.
Well, that's gone.
Deuce.
As Guy Moore would say, how'd that go? That's a great shot. But again, just a little reset.
Yeah, I mean, we lost Guy. We lost visits from Uncle Tito. A lot of changes this year. But that's all right. I think we're adjusting nicely.
Pro Flight's kind of on the fly, you know, day by day.
Live stream's great, though.
You like that, Jackie?
Yeah.
Look at that, little miscommunication. Marek in the wrong corner, not quite familiar with that bounce.
Drew, how many teams you're going to have for Lehigh? What's the plan?
I don't know. I think about 100 teams.
100 teams?
Yeah.
Perfect.
3 courts.
Perfect.
It's gonna be a
40
one, it's gonna be we're gonna do a 1-point tournament. Just play one people are gonna fly in and lose 1 point and go home.
Mm.
You like that?
They'll be signing up left and right.
Yep.
Deuce.
No lobs long.
That's right.
Did you guys talk to Jacqueline and Karen?
We didn't talk to them on air.
Okay. They're a good team.
I talked to them off the air.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Good team. Back.
Oh, yeah.
Back at it.
Really
back
fun
together.
to watch
I
them
love
play.
it. Love it. Great addition to this event.
Yeah, I was
Local
excited.
favorites.
Yeah. We played Jacqueline.
How'd that go?
Me and Jane.
As Guy Moore would say, how'd that go?
We made them retire.
You did?
Really?
We put 90% of the balls to her partner. So,
Oh, wow.
yeah.
Well,
That was
is
really, really fun battle.
that is
I
a
mean, I
doubles
didn't want
match.
to
And
retire, but
were those 10% serves to her?
yeah,
Got it.
exactly.
Jane who?
Jane Lizell.
She a member here?
Yeah. She's the little redhead with a wicked forehand.
Yep. Jane.
She here today in the crowd?
She's here. She's
All
out
right.
there in the fire.
Jane's out there. She was boxed out of our
I
little,
told her to come up
foursome
here.
Yesterday.
Say a little something because she's really good at.
Oh, that's good, Carter.
Good one.
Great cutter. Even though Monik knew it was coming, nothing he could do.
I'm going to tell you what, Patty.
You lead 5 games to 3.
Oh, 5-3.
Patty, Tyler's cutter
Mhm.
as good as anybody's.
I'm with you, Drew.
Everybody was going for the cutter today.
Now, I saw Tyler hit a couple of those at Fiddler's, I think, and also Westchester. He's got it.
Oh, his is actually
His is sick.
His is more deceptive than other guys because his paddle looks exactly the same when he hits the ball deep into the screen. So you actually step back as he's doing it most of the time.
Oh, you think he's just blasting a ball and you're going to play double screen
Yeah,
shot,
yeah, yeah,
and then he
yeah.
can disguise it right off of that.
Yeah, his disguise on it's pretty on point.
I saw you disguise a two-handed backhand in your first round match. You tagged my buddy Vlatko Drew one time.
Oh my God, it felt so good to hit Vladdy. I love hitting Vladdy.
He
and
just shouldn't
Valley.
play with that bucket cap. The picture of Vlatko has gone viral.
So cool. Those guys, kings of Philly,
That's right.
right?
They are.
Right,
Now,
Jackie?
For now, right?
Well, listen, we have this upcoming team.
Oh, yeah?
Upcoming team of Tomas and JC.
They're going to catch them.
Actually, their national ranking is currently 2 above Falatek and Vlatko.
Yeah, they playing pretty well.
Well, regardless of their playing ability, they are two of the best guys I've ever met. Patty and
Scott, yeah.
you know, as I mentioned,
Yeah.
always coming down here. And Tomas, he's now at
Aronimink.
He's at Aronimink, yeah, with Andy Sorrentino. And
Okay, for paddle fans, wait a second. Leave that here for a second. Patrick Mahomes, let's go. 35-24 over the Titans.
Okay.
How much time's left in that game?
Fourth quarter?
Ah,
Oh,
3:59 in
not
the fourth
much.
quarter.
Yep.
Oh, boy.
Thanks for holding it there long enough for us to read that.
Game Fraser Morgan. McNerney Trevithick.
You know, you said it, Drew. You said this is a key point right here, and Morgan and Fraser.
5-4.
I mean, they're ballers. They never go away. They're going to always fight.
Yep.
I
Well-
hope they know we won 3 sets, too. So.
and by the way, they're going to play out the full
Oh,
third set.
we've given misinformation.
4 serving.
They're playing out the full third set, and I didn't even have anything to do with it.
Okay.
They decided amongst the 4, which now they're uninvited to the rest of Pro Flights.
Okay,
So
got it. So that's the decision they made.
Since they're going against the founder of Pro Flight for how it's going to be,
I think
They're
the,
uninvited
I think
for
the
every event.
members have to take responsibility for that. We pressured them.
The members wanted this to go on longer.
We pressured them.
No
Okay,
one
so
wants
you
this
know what?
to end.
So the members are uninvited to all the Pro Fights, even next year at manufacturers.
Only-
Members can't come.
Only the members can come.
No member. How about this? Only
Yeah.
non-members can come.
all the members have to come.
So they're
We
playing
live for
out a
this
third
day.
set. So we did share that they would play
They're going to play it out.
the super tiebreaker in the third set.
Yeah, so they decided because, all right, so I'm going to give you a little bit
Okay.
more backstory.
And you're flexible in pro flight. I mean, you take input from the players, and as much as we can.
Well, clearly I didn't make that decision. They did. So it's kind of like the inmates taking over the asylum.
Mhm.
And what happens is, I guess Tyler moved his flight so they have as much time as possible because Mark and Graham are coming back tomorrow. And I don't know, maybe Adam's moving to Philly. I have no idea.
I mean, that would be a great.
So bottom line is they're playing 2 out of 3 full play.
Oh, Graham.
And I had nothing to do with it, Patty. So if I leave at after this, if they split sets, I think I'm leaving.
Well,
actually.
Drew, if they split sets, I'm leaving also.
So is Jackie.
I'll take over the live stream.
You
all
can
right?
take
No
it
problem,
over.
guys.
So
I
Jackie,
have almost as much information as Patty.
Jackie will bring in some
Special
money,
guests.
maybe
we call
dollar
them.
bill.
Let's get Dollar Bill up in here. That could be entertainment. We have to get the video on, though. You know.
Or we just do a standstill picture of his outfit on
And his
Friday night.
His dance. It's like a open the blazer, close the blazer.
So case in point right there, Patty, right? You had a huge hit through backhand.
Mhm.
They're in transition. Who is the point? The team that had the better shot. So is transition better or worse for a team?
I know your answer, Drew.
Gotta learn how to play in transition, I guess.
Guess what? If you're on the move, you're at a disadvantage.
That's right. You got to set your feet and figure it out, or.
Game Fraser Morgan. Games are 5-5.
I don't want to say I don't want to say I predicted anything, but guess what? I'm going to come back. Here's what I was going to say 5 minutes ago. If it goes 5-5, I'm getting a beer. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Peace.
Okay, Jackie.
All right.
Let's go.
Patty.
Let's take over. You're taking over the analysis, okay?
Okay.
All right.
We get a little better seat here.
Yeah, get a little better vantage point there.
Richness. Oh, yeah, this is better. DB. I have to call him Merrick. Is it Merrick or Marek?
Monic. A lot of people
All right.
say manic.
No.
It's not manic.
Monic. Got it.
I was told by Rod Workman.
Okay.
Rhymes with Andy Roddick. He told me years ago. Say Monic.
Got it. There's a lot of
transition
just on their court.
Oh, yeah. Shout out
It's
to
amazing.
Monic and his wife Morgan.
They had a baby,
And
didn't
William and Asher and Oliver were sure watching all the live streaming, and lots of
awesome.
prayers and positive energy going to Morgan. She's facing some challenges, but they're an incredible family unit and family strong, and they have faith.
Yeah, you
and-
need that.
And that's how they're going to get through this.
Yeah. Oh. That was a down-up ball.
15-all.
What do you think of those down-up shots, Jackie?
They're no good.
Well,
especially off of, you hit that at Tyler Fraser.
Well,
and then he
that's
hits
exactly
it right back
right.
of your head.
That's you gotta see how tall, how agile your opponent is
Really-
before you pull that shot out.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's what McNerney does. He just is all over that. He's got a huge wingspan.
He does.
And Modic just sort of goes with the flow. I mean, he's so chill out there.
Yeah, there's not a lot of extra footwork for them.
Wow, that's a surprising miss right there.
15-30.
They were up 5-3. All of a sudden, this is close. Those overheads get a little bit harder.
Yep.
When the score gets a little closer, the natural tendency is for players to get a little tight there.
Tight. Yep. Oh.
And again, Tyler unloaded and just went right at Modic, handled it.
30 out.
Adam kind of, took a flyer, just took
Lucky.
off, but that volley just stayed so low he couldn't make a play on it, really.
Yep.
So 30-all, 5-all, first set. Final pro flight paddle, and as Drew said, these guys are playing this out 2 out of 3 sets. They will be playing a traditional tiebreaker if the games get to 6-all. Jackie, what's the women's league down here called?
MAPTA.
MAPTA.
Mid-Atlantic Paddle Tennis Association.
Who's the president of MAPTA?
I don't know.
You don't?
I don't know.
Oh, just
Scott
curious.
Falatek. Not for the...
Yes, bingo.
Yeah?
Scott Falatek.
See?
11-time state
DB.
champion, president of MAPTA.
40-30.
Great volleyer out there.
How many members of MAPTA?
I think you asked me this last year.
What do you think about? 3,000? 2,500?
Probably. We got 20-some clubs, right?
Oh, yeah.
A lot of players.
I like
Keeps
the music
growing.
out there for the crowd.
Yeah, you can hear it in here.
Oh, yeah.
Advantage, McNerney.
Well, where did you play, Patty?
Up in the Summit area. We have
Yeah.
a lot of paddle up there. Now I play a lot up in Ticonderoga, New York.
Oh, okay.
Up on the northern end of Lake George. We opened up courts a couple years ago.
Dane McNerney.
Oh, man.
See that shot? And he hit a flyer off that back screen because that ball hung up just too high, and he went right at him. He didn't try to go around the guys at the net, and that's another thing you see. When these guys are going to tee off, they're really picking a target and zeroing in on that.
Yeah.
And if you can handcuff someone on the right side of their body and getting them to maybe flip their paddle over from their backhand to the forehand. But, you know, that's all about speed. He just took it at him high speed.
Yep.
I think if you get caught and you're not in your lane of coverage staying you're right, all of a sudden you do get that tricky handsy play that you have to come up with tough on a
Yep.
high-speed drive. So we're at 6-5. Cherwinski and McNerney up first set. There it is, another rip from Tyler. Tyler's shown more aggressive style there on his forehand. We know he's got the backhand, and that was an unbelievable pickup. It's kind of what Fraser does a lot, Jackie. I don't know how much you've seen him play, but he sort of will sneak it in the court and kind of goat his opponents into hitting the ball to him. And, you know, he can match up. His hands are as good as anyone's in the game now. So
Absolutely.
he can match up. He loves creating those risky situations.
Dirty love.
Making people make the choice. He goes with it.
He baits them.
Yes.
But he's a
fun to
little bit
watch.
more offensive-minded,
Yeah.
you know, than Adam is. So just kind of a way for them to create some offensive looks.
Yeah, that's what our ladies are trying to figure out, how to get more offense when you're in the backcourt. It's a little different game than these guys, but
Well, in these guys, you can see there's nice height on the lob. When you see Graham, you know, they're throwing those things up. Those lobs are going up toward the lights. That forces a different overhead out.
Right.
You know, I think it starts from good lobbing.
30-50.
And when there's short lobbing, it just lets everyone tee off on their overheads and doesn't give people time maybe to feel so comfortable at the club level. But then as the lobs get higher, then you get to pick and choose more from the baseline. And you've got, you know, it's all about the screenplay. These guys, no issue letting any ball go to the screen.
yeah, they know they can get back and get low. Get it.
That's Matic Cherwinski, who just hit that overhead on the screen to the right of the two players. Graham McNerney has the yellow paddle.
30 out.
What's he going to do? That paddle's
Yeah, he gets to
no
play with
longer
it for
being
another year or two.
manufactured, But
Well, in the future, there will be a limit to
it'll be a
the
different
surface area can't be more than 20% of the color yellow, I believe.
You're right.
But, you know, anything that's already currently on the market was grandfathered in, or that paddle in particular was grandfathered in a couple years ago.
We had a player here had one of Drew's paddles, the camo one. You know, green and on there. Apparently one of our other members told him as of February 1st, you can't use that paddle because there's too much green on it. He believed it.
Really?
Bought another one off of him.
Wow. I didn't realize that.
I thought, he really got suckered in on that one.
Yeah, I think that's false. I am not
Absolutely.
seeing that there's too much green.
No.
That's weird. That's Adam Morgan with his signature lucky outfit, according to his wife Allison, the navy gray sweatpants.
Got it.
And as we've said, Adam is just such a fighter. He's going to grind every single point out here, and you can hear him. He's sort of, you know, Tyler's definitely got the same heart as, but Adam's a little more vocal.
Yes.
Tyler doesn't say as much out there.
There he is. There it is. Right on cue. They seem like such good people. The Morgans. Really fun to
they're a great
watch
couple.
on court and actually just get to talk to them a little more. Really nice people.
they're the best in our sport, and they're such great attitudes, and we love watching them play and compete, and they get better every year.
Definitely.
They are 2-time national champs in the husband and wife.
Ah, yeah, we saw them last year at husband wife, and we said, "What's this guy doing with the underhand serve?" But man, he can get everything.
Oh yeah, he's got one of the best ones now.
That's right.
I still think it's, you know, underhand is pickleball. I still think it's a little sidearm serve.
Sure, yeah.
I'm sticking with sidearm versus
sidearm
underhand.
sounds, yeah, definitely.
I feel like when I play pickle, that's my underhand serve.
Right. I'm a softball girl, so underhand makes...
That's right.
Still okay. But it is more sidearm.
Oh, wow. Tyler maybe played a ball that was going wide. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Deuce.
Oh, man. What a set.
Yeah, and, you know, Graham got switched there, and that was uncharacteristic little miss right there. And it's on a huge point. I think he just forced it, kind of got caught, couldn't let the ball go behind him, just took a swing at it. So that's Tyler Fraser serving. We're at deuce.
Oh.
Advantage, Fraser.
The I formation, or I guess that's the Australian when he was on the other side.
Wow.
6 games to 6.
All right.
Here we go.
It's only right that we have a tiebreaker here. All right, Monik
Talked about
Cherwinski
it.
to serve. First to 7 by 2. Takes the breaker. Well, I mean, Tyler and Adam have just grinded their way back into the set. You know, Graham and Monik were flying high there early on, and
right.
They had a couple matches today where they were way up, and then they kind of took their foot off the gas and got close. They were able to close it out, obviously, because they're here in the finals.
That's right. Just so the neck.
That's the shot. Second time that happened to Tyler.
Uh-huh.
Kind of that angle when the guy to the right's hitting it, Modik.
Yeah.
I think Tyler had to go to the side screen. We talk about that all the time. If you don't know what that screen's going to do,
go to
the side screen.
Help.
And because of where Modik hit the overhead, the odds of it being a side back were pretty low, I think.
Right. Yeah, right.
1-all.
Yeah, Cherwinski's a little flat-footed here. I don't, you know, they're not getting him much to tee off on, and he's the human forehand. I don't know how much you've seen him play.
Oh, yeah.
But, oh, man, is he good.
Tomas let me in on that secret. I said, what's your plan?
Oh, don't hit to
He
his
said,
forehand.
Don't give him a forehand. That's the plan. Bill's back.
Oh, that's Bill?
This is Bill. This is my husband.
Hi, Bill.
Patty.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, right. Big Ed. Where's Big Ed? That would be a person to get on the live stream.
Do we have enough headroom here in this
Yeah, I
tennis
know.
hut for Ed?
Not usually.
Look how far back Cherwinski's volleying.
Yeah.
I mean, just kind of stayed back, and these guys kept pummeling the ball. It's kind of a Drew Broderick play. He loves volleying from a little bit inside the service line.
Right. Us amateurs hug the net when we can.
Well, the more you trust your hands like these guys, they're pretty confident from
Absolutely.
anywhere on the court.
It's amazing.
2-1.
And they know what's coming. They can gauge the trajectory of the shot, the pace, the spins. So they can.
It's not just a volley for them. It's like a underhand slice volley.
Well, sometimes they add that little bit of
It's incredible.
underspin to it.
Yep. Really cool.
And that's why they'll let the ball come to them and get to that lower contact point so they
Right.
can put
Right.
the natural underspin on the ball. If they were to go to the ball and hit it flatter,
Down, it comes up
the
higher.
ball would be a higher bounce and a little easier shot for their opponent.
Sure. Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, Tyler was sneaking in a
Trying to
little
blitz
bit.
a little bit, or-
Graham saw it, kind of held the shot a little bit and got the ball deep. So that's the amazing thing about these guys. You know, not only are they watching the ball, they're watching their opponents. And every shot, they know
Right.
where both guys are. And that's why you'll see when they pick to go for a drop shot, you know, they have a sense that someone's back on their heels.
Yeah. Haven't seen too many cutters or drops here lately.
Well, the lobbing
Yeah,
is,
they're
you
doing
know, the
awesome.
better lobbing, that will prevent it. It's those short lobs that's going to create the opportunity for the opponents to hit some of those cuts.
Yep. Oh.
2-2.
2-2.
And we talk about quiet hands. You know, Mock took a little bit of a swing on that volley there, and you know
Yeah.
he was deep, but that doesn't really phase him. So, big point here in the tiebreaker. You gotta just love Morgan and Fraser over there, just grinding every single shot here.
That's right. 1,000 ball point here. Oh.
Yeah, up and again, Tyler was sneaking in.
Serving 3.
He made the play a little bit early, and Modek saw it.
Yes.
And just
yeah,
kind of caught him there. Nothing Morgan could do to try to cover.
Right.
2-3. 2-3.
2-3.
But, you know, maybe Fraser went for that shot because,
How much did
you
you
know,
win
he
today?
had the other ball. Modek got in on the same angle that shot up that side screen.
Right.
Maybe he went to make a play on it to try to, you know, stop him from doing that.
Yes.
Well, nothing's going to stop Modek from doing. If it's a short lob, he's going to do whatever he wants. Right, Bill?
Short lobs.
2-3. Yep, 2-3.
So that's Fraser serving. That's Adam Morgan at the net, playing the Australian formation. Taking away
3-0.
that cross-court return of serve from Chagrinsky's, which is one of the best in the game. And, you know, he didn't have a target to hit at, and he missed wide. That's unbelievable to get that free error from Monik at this point in the match.
He had a couple games ago in the net.
But, you know, credit to Morgan and Fraser. If they had stood up there traditional, you know, that just feeds into Monik and what he wants to do in his return of serve.
Make him think about it.
Is Bill the official photographer for today's event?
Is he?
I hope he gets some pictures from up here on the terrace.
Yeah, you
with
gotta
the
get the
fire
whole-
pit and the crowd onto the court. I would love that picture. It looks really cool. I just can't go out and do it.
So that's
Thanks,
you, Bill. You're on it. So February, back to PA again, huh?
Back to PA, Lehigh.
Only a couple weeks away. Oh my goodness.
There goes Tyler. He just loves that two-handed backhand. And you see how those guys just let the ball go by?
Yep.
Transition right back up to net. Morgan and Fraser didn't take the net. They're very comfortable playing the baseline, making these guys do more of the work,
Yeah.
you know, as the net team. It's much more tiring to play the net and keep going back and forth
Right.
than to play the baselines once, you know, you have amazing screenplay like these guys have.
It's amazing the angles these guys hit too on their overheads. Down the alleys.
Yeah, and that shot was a little scary for 1 second. See, that's just a little too far over. Adam went all the way over to the other side of the court. That's a huge point. They're at, he's down 4-3 in the tiebreaker. And Fraser's showing offense from the forehand, so I just don't think Adam had to force that right there. Easy to say from sitting here, but
absolutely. But
he had made a couple of unbelievable digs in that point, and maybe he just felt like he wanted to be a little bit, looking for something. See this play kind of repeats itself.
Oh.
Wow.
4 serving 5.
4-5.
Wow. There you go.
Here goes Fraser.
Oh.
With a
How
lucky
did he not
let
get that
cord.
over?
Yeah, Graham would love that shot back.
Yes.
But I'll tell you, Graham's
4-5,
miss
guys.
happened because Adam made the move forward. He saw that ball dip below the level of the net. Him just moving in, I think, caused Graham to take his eye off the ball.
Could be.
So 5-4, Trawinsky and McNerney. First set, men's final, Pro Flight Paddle, Manufacturers Club. Manufacturers Golf and Country Club, I should say.
We say Manny's.
Manny.
Yeah.
Look at that spin overhead from Fraser.
I love watching how they're playing just in like the service box when they're hitting to the ad player.
Oh yeah, you can see the
Jane and I
shift
are
as a
trying to
team.
work on.
Adam slides way over to his right, stays out of the way there. Personally, I like it when I get to see all the players on the screen at the same time. Sometimes it's a little tricky when there's another inbox that comes onto the screen.
It's hard to tell.
Okay. No, but you see the shifting. You see how Adam goes all the way over to the alley to just let Tyler Fraser take all the overheads. No confusion under these, little bit of tense situation. So 5-all. Adam Morgan serving it. Get the sidearm serve. Another good deep serve.
Oh
my gosh, I'm shocked that McNerney just threw up a lob there.
Yeah. First one all match off the return.
Well, McNerney kind of wanted to dictate play somehow, so he was He was setting up like a 3-shot situation.
Yeah.
Try to figure something out there. But that was funny. First lob.
Yeah.
And maybe he thought he could catch those guys off guard.
I think he did, but they got it. Stick with it.
6-all, 5-all in the tiebreaker. Chicago, and Cincy representing the Midwest here. Pro Flight Paddle.
6-5.
Is Tyler Ohio too?
Cincy.
Oh, he's Cincy. Okay.
The other guys are Chicago. Yeah, so first set point here for Trawinsky and McNerney.
Oh, boy.
Wow, and that's it.
7-6.
Great overhead,
McNerney.
Nick. The ball flew out. So,
that was a
set.
set.
I think we're going to get a replay on that.
Oh.
Tough.
Oh,
what a
is
heartbreaking
that
shot right there.
Yo.
Kudos to Graham.
Juan
Got the
Carlos.
nick.
Juan Carlos.
We'll take a break here.
And you should know this too.
And we'll go to a
In
commercial.
paddle,
We'll be right back on
if
Pro
you
Flight.
end on the opposite end, you.
Success takes hard work. Making success a legacy takes discipline. PPAC Private. Your legacy, our discipline.
Finish not where you started. Yep. You guys started there and finished here, right? You started here and you finished here. So you stay over there.
So we're back for the beginning of the second set here on Pro Flight Paddle out of Manufacturers Golf and Country Club in Fort Washington, Pennsylvania. I'm Patty Hogan alongside no one for the second set of this men's final. We're awaiting the appearance from our next guest announcer, who is the current pro at Knickerbocker Club up in North Jersey. Marco Grangiro will be joining us shortly. We're just getting him all ready to come on the air. So our first seeded team of Cherwinski and McNerney here won that first set, pulled it out in a tiebreaker 7-5. And our second seeded team of Tyler Fraser and Adam Morgan grinded it out. Little nick on that overhead. Graham and Modic pulled out that first set. And these guys will play this 2 out of 3 sets. We thought we were going to get a super tiebreaker for the third, but that's not the case.
15-30.
So we've sorted through some technical difficulties, and now we have Marco Grangiro. He's the pro up at Knickerbocker, joining us for the action. Marco, welcome.
Where's Mr. Drew? Where's Drew?
So McNerney, Cherwinski, they lead 1-0.
So Drew's outside, and I told him that we needed to. You were one of our pros. We wanted to get on the air here. We love getting your input, Marco. And oh my gosh, did you have fun today?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It is a really good. The tour is a really good idea, and it's always a pleasure playing these events because Drew's doing an amazing job, and the whole crew, not just Drew, like Drew and everyone else that's involved in this organization of these tournaments. So I'm happy to be here, happy to be playing. Played today, not as good as Modic and Graham and.
You teamed up with Casey Watt today.
Watt, pleasure playing with this guy. Huge backhand and just a solid player from both the net and baseline. So
Love 15.
It's a pleasure playing with him, and we will be playing, in the near future. I know he's got a partner, and I would play with him in any time.
Oh, what a
any
great!
day.
He's such a great guy, and you just love how he gets out there. He plays every point. You know, we were talking about Adam Morgan and how he's just known as one of these guys who's such a grinder, just mentally tough every single point. And you know, as Tyler Fraser's game has stepped it up again. You know, same thing for Tyler. He's in there every single point. He's got that intensity and to go along with some amazing shots. And Drew was saying that he thinks his slash cutter is as difficult as anyone in the game now.
Yeah,
You know,
very
he can
true.
hit that drop. He can disguise it. You know, he takes that paddle back, and you're not sure. You don't know if
30.
you're going to defend a double screen or you're going to have to be running for that drop shot.
You're absolutely the level of these guys. All of them are playing. If this finals is, you know, typical of like, you know, they're there for a reason. They're not there just by
15,
accident.
30.
They're playing high level paddle. We can start with obviously Mike. What's the score now? So we have
so
Mike is serving 15-30. Got it. They're up in love, and I mean the way I see Mike and Graham playing at the moment, they're just playing really solid paddle. They're obviously have a lot of offense, especially from Mark's side, but the this expertise, this smarts these guys are bringing, you know, in every point that you play, you have to work so hard and so, you know, stay so
15-40.
focused in every shot you hit, and whether you're going to hit a lob or pick your spots with drives, and I think Marek and obviously these Marek and Graham, they know what Tyler and Adam can bring, but these guys started obviously had a bit of a slow start at 5-2, but then came back and lost in a tiebreaker. But by making good choices,
Great point, guys.
what a point!
Drew made a point earlier, Marco. He said anytime.
30-40.
Oh, we're going to get an instant replay of this. Watch that. Tyler let that go through his legs, jumped out of the way. I think Graham switches and gets up. I think it was the next point.
It's a beautiful shot. It's hard to do.
But Drew was saying that one of the things he thinks as a player strategy-wise is when Graham's going forward, and you can just see he's got that wingspan, you kind of have to resist trying to pass the guy. Just lob the ball up.
Work.
And
You know, just
don't
won't
engage
work.
in his cat and mouse game that he wants you to engage in.
Correct.
Deuce.
Seeing a little bit of a reaction from Adam Morgan right now. You know, things get a little heated. You know, obviously when it's a big point and you know you have it, and then, you know, but it's okay. He's right back at it, I'm sure. There you go.
Another one of those down-up overheads that it's tough to pull off with Tyler Fraser's height over in that corner.
Correct.
Marco, you're doing a great job up in Knickerbocker.
Thank you. Thank you.
I love
Country Club.
Oh, they seem so thrilled to have you up there. You do a great job organizing a ton of fun events for adults,
Advantage
kids.
Fraser.
You seem like you're doing it all, and I love all the posts that you throw out there on Instagram, Facebook.
I appreciate it. You know,
It's really good effort.
I love what I do. I love where I am right now as a director of Rackets. And
One
it's
club
been
year
good.
round.
One club year round.
That's a big change for you.
It's a big change, yeah.
You put in a lot of work.
Yes, a lot
You
of
worked at a
time.
couple of different clubs and gave it 100%, but it's different when you can be at one place, have the continuity of the year-round membership.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. It is
It's
a
a little
very
nicer
positive.
for your own personal life, and you can spend time with your little baby.
Yes, that's right. She's 8 months. She's gonna be 9 months on the 8th of next month. So she's a cutie. But let's talk about this match. I mean, look at this huge point right now for Tyler Fraser to break it right back. And there's all four players are literally staying in the point by trying their best to pick their spots and not put the ball in the wrong place to get clocked with the forehand. Because as we know, we have I wouldn't say that to say the least, Graham would be the slowest forehand or backhand out there, and that's like Jesus. Because Adam, Tyler, and Matic Oh, wow. Look at that. And then it happens. You stay long in points, and that's what happens.
Fraser,
Mental errors
Morgan,
come even from the
games are
best
1-1.
players. 1-1, second set.
What's the difference in these matches, Marco? I mean, I look at this, I see your first round match. You know, you go out to Bostrom Persenko, 6-4, 7-5. You see, you know, Fally and Vladko take out Drew Broderick and Refat.
Just
I mean,
unbelievable.
I love that you just come in here and any of the teams, you know, I'm not surprised that the top 2 seeds made it to the finals here, but I thought all the matches were, you know, pick'ems. You and Casey, I mean, 1 or 2 points, you win that match.
Yeah, we had 2 match points. Unfortunately, didn't go our way. You know, Casey and I, we talked about it, but that's the way it happens. You know, you got to close it out. You got to make sure that you stay focused, and you know, every point counts. Long, short. You know, you always, you know, in a weird way, hope for a fault. Not that you're praying for it, but you know, a fault or a easy mistake.
Just an easy, like an overhead error like that from Graham. You know, that's just a gift.
Wow, look at that shot by Adam.
15
he
all.
cut it. I think he put some backspin on it to grab that side back screen to actually stay low for it. That was,
you know,
wow.
and there's a lot of talk in the game that, you know, it really doesn't matter if the serving isn't necessarily an advantage at the highest level. But I kind of feel like Morgan and Fraser, they need to stay a little bit ahead in this second set. They obviously lost the first set. You know, 2 points, 3 points made the difference. But I think they need to. They need this.
Well, here's my take on it. Then I watched the entire first set. Here's my take on Fraser, Morgan Fraser right now, or Fraser Morgan. If they don't hold the net, it's going to be hard to beat Marek or Graham Trzynski. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your last name, Marek, but
30 Czerwinski.
Czerwinski, there we go. So if you know, Morgan and Fraser, they don't hold the net, I'm good.
Yeah, that's kind of how I
it's
feel.
hard to beat these guys, you know. So I like that they're doing the information now. The Aussie, you know, that if they don't throw that in there, they always give up that net because Marek is driving hard or Graham's getting it past them. You know, they have to, if they want to win this match, they have to hold the net and obviously not give them.
Yeah, I'm with you. And
that's a tough one.
Yeah, just a little short. Graham got a little too much time to play there, and perfect spot, little drive from Graham. Yeah. Not very hard, and kind of, you know, he did like this little wristy take back. He didn't really know where he was going with that ball.
Right.
I like it when players disguise, Marco.
Worked, exactly. Worked well.
Marcus, so you going to send some kids down to Junior Nationals February 22nd?
I'd love to. Yes, I mean, I have kids playing right now at the club, and you know they're.
Well, we've got a couple other junior tournaments prior to them as well. We've got Connecticut Juniors, we've got Indian Trail Juniors, so lots of opportunities with the Viking Junior Tour for kids to get involved, and lots of high school play. I know you've got some interested folks, and you got to work it through all the politics with working with schools in order to be able to take an advantage of, you know, having the expertise of a pro like you who's got a willingness to teach those kids.
Happy to, build every day, work towards something for, whether it's our programs, whether it's our, the communities, whether it's school, whatever it is that we can just, every day build a little more for what's around us,
You playing the Philly Grand Prix?
I am.
So you can't come to Junior Nationals.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this year we ran out of weekends. Had to do it the same weekend as the Philly Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Advantage, McNerney.
Yeah, but I do plan to play that. But I do, I do love what you do, Patty. I do love what you
Thank you, Marco.
You and your crew. Because obviously you're not alone, and your energy. Wow. We're talking about
McNerney, Chervinsky, they lead 2-1.
Couldn't tell if that hit the net, Marco, or not.
Yeah, I don't know. Is it replay? No. Adam just let that go.
Just kind of a weird shot, maybe an off-speed ball. And
Graham does that often. People, I don't mean to
be
a player who, identifies patterns on players, but that's Graham does that. So players, these guys played them
Who the heck's
full
in charge of
set.
dollar
They,
bill
they
tonight?
should know that. It's hard to see when you're playing in the match. Obviously, it's one of my good fans. I'm not going to name names. One of my good fans always say it's always easy from the cheap seats.
That's right. We never miss from up here.
Right, but at the same time, it's like identify that. Know the strengths and the weaknesses and the patterns that the players do develop towards you, and it's a constant adjustment. You know better than I do because I haven't been playing this game long enough. I've been playing for 10 years. You've won national championships. You know the game. It's a constant adjustment, especially at the level that the players, men and women, have brought to the game. The tennis players, the influx, look at this. It's just like we could talk about forever, and the point still goes on. So
on and on. And one of the things I've always thought about the game is, and to Graham's credit, like right there, he had to make sure he put the return in play. So he went off speed. He loves that shot.
15 love.
I saw him hit a lob in a tiebreaker on a return of serve. That shocked me. In the first set, he hadn't done it, but he almost thought he could catch those guys off guard, and he did.
Missed it. Just by a little.
15 all.
There's not a lot of people in the country who can even do that shot and keep it on their own side of the net, Marco.
Very true. That's very true. Wow, a fault
15-30.
From Graham. We don't see that very often. Have very high level top player and faulting. It's nerves, like things like that happen in the game. Wow.
What a rip on the return of serve there.
15-40.
Tyler does bring from that corner. He does. He does. They had a really good weekend, him and his old partner.
Yeah, Rob Bacher out in the Midwesterns.
They had a really good weekend. They did lose a long match to Erdoya and Sven Burris.
Yep.
These guys, they're contenders.
30-40.
They're tough. Tough team. They're going to be playing the next two Grand Prix. At least I know that, and whatever other tournaments. Obviously, nationals. So amazing. Obviously we're talking
game
about
Fraser Morgan.
men's
Game
battle
for 2
right
games.
now.
Oh,
what another break? 4 breaks in a row, right?
Yeah.
So 4 breaks in a row. Now,
Yep.
it happens in battle. It's just like you're not trying, obviously, to lose your. But there it is.
love 15.
Trying to lose your serve, absolutely not. But in paddle, it's not an advantage to serve. It's usually it's an advantage to return, even with the underhand serves these days. Still an advantage to.
Wait, so is it underhand or sidearm, Marco? I'm going sidearm.
Good for you.
I feel like pickle is under.
This is a new language.
A lot of people
for
are
me.
saying
Okay.
under.
Yeah.
And I just feel like when I'm watching it, it's more sidearm.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like Adam hits his overhead. That's sidearm, little roller thing.
But look at these 4 players. Basically, they're in the right position where they need to be. They're putting the balls in the place that they should put, so they don't get clocked with the forehand. They don't get, they don't risk a chance of losing the point. And for people that, us pros, us that play the game, we understand how that works. We understand what we should do. But when you get a club member or someone who you just picked up the sport, or someone who's interested in the sport, has a good game, but not quite there in the pro level, but is interested, it's, to me, correct me if I'm wrong, look at that transition shot, a little rushed from Adam. But
love 30.
It's it's obviously the game of patience. We'll all talk about the game of patience, but if I can
love 30.
summarize the game in two sentences, to me it'd be to phrases. I'd say it'd be be in position. It's about positioning, and it's about shot placement. And if you're in the right position and you hit the ball in the right spot, you're most likely going to win every point, right?
I think at most levels in the sport, I think at the highest level, these guys can come up with such spectacular shot making, where I feel like in most levels in the sport, if you can, especially at the net, positioning and shot selection, you should be able to hold serve, because most club level players don't come up against the weapons that these guys have.
Right.
The consistency that these guys have on their forehand and backhand drives.
Look at that transition shot from Graham. Graham's did an amazing job. We're gonna get a guest friend who we need to get a name.
15-30.
We are 15-30. Another.
All right, 2-all. Adam Morgan serving. I think our guest should just introduce himself. He's got a headset. He's one of our master umpires in the Philly area.
Rodano.
This is Fran Rodano.
Fran Rodano, there you go.
Umpire of the quarterfinals and the semifinals.
How'd you like it out there, friend?
It
You like
was-
that
it was
front
good.
row seat to this pro flight paddle?
Well, it was different. Last year we were in chairs up high.
Right.
I had Fraser for 3 hours in the quarters. That was tough.
30-all.
We stood in the doorway this year, so that was different.
What do you think of the doorway?
I thought the sight lines would be poor, but they were actually not so bad.
I like the sight lines from standing by the door.
Yeah,
I think that's great.
We had a little bit of shadows at one point, but otherwise it was actually better than I thought it was going to be.
Well, we had talked about that in the past, and I said, I feel like the umpire can stay out of it more this way, and obviously you guys are experienced. You know the games. You know when to move, create the space. I like the
30-40.
opportunity. I've seen guys run and get amazing drop shots and run right out the door.
Yep.
It's kind of fun to do.
There's a couple close calls.
That's right.
Big point here, guys. Big point for another break. Another possible break, I should say.
Yeah, and you just feel like as we're getting a little deeper into the second set, the middle point, obviously with Morgan and Fraser having lost the first, this is critical.
Matic.
Autopilot
Zelensky.
forehand.
He has such an ability to control the direction and whatever pace. He goes soft, he goes hard. It's like it's the same, whatever, 3 inches off the net. He never misses. He's still gonna hit it in, and you just gotta make sure it's your choice whether you're gonna volley that, whether you're just taking obviously a chance, or you're just gonna let it go and hopefully that you can hold the net. I mean, it's just the
Game Travinsky McNerney, they
Here's
lead
another break.
3-2.
And that was an
They're playing
interesting
really well. It's a really good match right now. It's a very tight. Go ahead.
little tactical play there where Fraser and Morgan switched courts, and then Adam kind of was trying to force it out of that ad corner. And I don't know if they did that on purpose, but they didn't look. They had no urgency to switch back. And then I think Adam just went for a little too much there. He's kind of scrappy playing over there, and these guys are so tall hitting those overheads that, it's hard for him to not be on the defensive. So I think he was trying to dictate play there, but I think he got schooled there.
Yeah, it happens. It's a humbling. Fran, what do you think? It's a humbling game,
Sorry,
isn't it?
it's very humbling.
Very humbling.
3-2.
Sometimes you think you have it, you think you're really good at it, and you're like, I don't have it.
Well,
It happens often.
The differences for me, I see, were all these players from club levels to every player in this tournament, Marco. And you see the guys out here. What's the difference with these guys? Is it more winners, fewer errors?
What was the call?
Second.
I thought it was wide as well.
Matic got driven at. He hits a volley out or hits a volley cross court. What is the call? Let's see.
Up 5.
So he did. They called. Adam calls it out. Morgan calls it out. And they had a little bit of not argument, just.
Well, it's an interesting play for Matic to throw his volley. He's done that a decent amount out here all the way across court, across a couple zones there. So it does cause them to kind of have to shift to defend the next shot.
Got a great move by Adam.
Yep,
Excellent.
love it.
Love 30.
He identified that you can't drive and not. If someone is driving, if you don't close in, you should absolutely take you do a blitz like Adam just did. Adam identified. He's quick. Obviously, he's young. He can do that over and over. high level points right now. High level paddle.
You know, every point I've watched today, Marco, I was out there. I always enjoy watching your game. I love your quickness, your anticipation. You got a ton of shots. You know, there's just such a fine line, and there's just not that much separation, and that's where any person here, manufacturers, all the fans who are loving paddle today. I mean, they could watch any player out here and say, "Oh my God, that's the best player I've ever seen," and then there's 16 of them.
So true. Well, 16. Yeah, 16.
16
men,
guys,
and
and
then how many women? How many?
well, we had three
had
teams of women today.
There you go. That's
oh
it.
my gosh, and they,
Great,
you know, I
great
walked out a
level.
couple of times. They loved watching the women play. I mean, incredible skill and athleticism out there.
I know Floor. I know. Oh wow, Nick.
15:30.
You know, here's maybe a tip, and we're gonna get you involved over here. Would you let that ball go? Or would you block that?
It's, you wouldn't want my answer. I would block it.
Absolutely.
Whether I would block it effectively is a different question.
Here's the right answer. Absolutely. You know, obviously in the heat of the moment, you let those balls go, but a lot of these balls that, in my opinion, Adam and Tyler let go, they should be blocked.
15:40.
And it's just personal opinion. That doesn't mean that that's their strategy. That's a game plan. And that's their, you know, that's what they're going for. You know, a lot of the shots are too high that I know that, you know, when you got a guy that's 6'1".
Right, it's if it's over your head, there's no way you're
there's
blocking the
nothing
ball.
you can't do. But you get,
right.
you know, guys like, you know, Matic and Graham. That's a beautiful shot.
Game, Fraser, Morgan.
Another
Games
great
are
guys.
3-3.
But you know.
You think you're saying it more of a tactic of taking away a little time from Graham and Matic, and that's, I think, the point you're going to.
Yes, that's
Okay,
one of them. And then
because
the second point would be, to add to that, is to avoid the nicks, to avoid the...
Right, and if a shot's aiming right at the nick, and it's a
Gotta
key
block 'em.
point, and you can't risk it. And I mean, that nick shot behind Adam all the way over to the juice. That was a wild angle that Matic hit on that overhead and off the nick.
Shout out to, obviously, tournament organizer. Wow.
What a volley.
Like, we were talking about
Sick.
Matic backing up, hitting a
30-40.
volley behind the service line and getting it past Tyler as Tyler's transitioning in. That's hard to do, especially with Tyler's skill level.
Oh, sorry.
Amazing
Next
point.
game, right.
But shout out to Drew Broderick,
Yeah.
who's single-handedly, not single-handedly, but yes, he started in the whole team for running the store for, what, second year, maybe third year now. Amazing efforts, amazing job raising money for the clubs that sometimes don't get exposed to these, the market of the industry of the clubs, the private clubs, and they're in the market. They are exposed because of these high-level tournaments, men and women playing, and men and women and families coming out and having a great time and enjoying a great. It was a Saturday, but now it's Sunday, and
15
luckily we have an amazing, obviously amazing team behind the club, the staff, the members pulling it all together, and manufacture. Golf and Country Club hosting this kind of an event together with Drew and Juan Carlos Cotto and everyone. I mean, I don't know everyone, so I'm just saying, it doesn't take one. And we're watching high-level paddle right now. The women's before, I know you had an amazing match, live stream, and we just love to see the game.
Yep, Allison and Morgan and Charlotte Sikora won both their matches. Pro Flight to earn the victory today.
There you go.
Lost a couple players because of the postponement from yesterday, but they put on quite a show. And this is all about the show, that you can provide for the members in hosting these paddle events. That's,
right.
It's not about just the prize money for the players, but it's the player experience. And they love being part of this community and getting to know the fun membership at Manufacturers Golf and Country Club.
30-15.
Look at what Fraser and Morgan are making Graham and Trzynski do. That's not easy to do. It's like it's not easy to do. They're playing great paddle. They're playing seamless paddle. They're playing.
Yep, Fraser's the pro out of Fort Bridges, Cincinnati.
Confidence.
Adam's teaching pro out in Chicago.
Can you do that?
Yeah.
I cannot do that.
Can you try doing that? You're going to try
I would
that next
possibly
time.
attempt that.
You're going to try that tomorrow. Tomorrow morning.
All right, so tiebreaker first set, 3-all second set.
40-30.
Top 2 seeds in the finals here.
Yeah, exciting paddle, great level, and you guys watching, you know you can't see the crowd outside, but there's a lot of people watching on the sidelines, and there's a fireplace going and beer flowing and members having a great time, not only members but guests and family, like I said. And, that's right, we're enjoying good paddle, good decision making. Spot picking. Oh, wow, that's too bad.
Deuce.
Wow, that was weird.
Yeah, he tried to do a roller, and I think it went a little thin, and he just, yeah, it happens. Hey, it's a game of errors, guys. You know, when we talk about like these things, oh, what a shot, what a bad shot. Like, hey, we're all trying to make good shots. But it's like, you know, last one who touches the ball usually loses the points. It's not like you're going to see a ton of winners and, you know, beautiful. There's amazing long points. That transition by Adam.
Wow, what a shot.
Yeah.
Let's get that ball that low on Tyler.
Thanks for coming, Fran. Thanks for stopping by and
thank you for
joining
umpiring
us.
today, Fran.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for umpiring.
Terrific tour.
Early call by Adam, like those early calls.
Deuce.
That overhead was almost too short for Monik. You know, it didn't get to him to be in his sweet spot where he can just juice it.
Gets lower. I mean, it can happen. Even Monik can miss. Look at that serve. I played this game, and obviously I played the tournament today. What's again to me? If Tyler and Adam don't hold the net, it's going to be very hard for them to win that match, or to, you know, obviously they're doing an amazing job doing what they're doing, but Tyler served to Marek's side, the forehand, too hard. They're losing it at every time, and it's like, do you want to go through that over and over and then just exhaust yourself? Obviously, they're young. They're not thinking that way. I'm thinking.
Right.
You
You're more
Patty,
practical now.
Exactly, Patty. You know what I'm talking about. Look at this.
Right.
That is a beauty. It causes that because you put these two players back in, out of position in the back, and then you get that. Tyler has the ability to put the ball away, so holding the net will make them win this match. If they don't hold the net, obviously sometimes that's inevitable, but if they can hold the net, they're doing a damn good job at doing that. So
that was a return of serve right there. Forced that error. Tyler got caught flipping his paddle over his forehand. Couldn't quite get his body out of the way to control the shot.
Marek just missed another forehand.
Advantage, Fraser.
I'm Patty Hogan. I'm here, Pro Flight Paddle. We're in the finals. I have a mystery co-commentator. You'll be able to figure it out pretty soon. And here he is. It's a guy I've known for a long time. And this is our master scorekeeper, Max McDonald. Max, why don't you have a seat for a second? Max, you've been watching a lot of paddle today. How incredible is this?
Oh my gosh, it's so much fun.
Who's your pick?
Well, Fraser and Morgan won the first Pro Flight event that I saw.
Okay, so you feel like they're going to come through here?
I think so, yes.
And Cherwinski, McNerney, you think number 3 in the country? They're going out to this team?
Well, I watched them play an excellent match in the last round as well. So it's a toss-up. We'll see.
Okay.
I feel like they've been having some excellent points, getting the scores very, very close.
Max, when you're an announcer, do you insist on bright lights? Like, did you do hair and makeup before you got on the air here?
I should have.
Because I just feel like you've brought a whole new brightness to the booth here. No offense to my prior commentator.
Brightness.
Oh, there's Marco
My
back.
personality or my...
Oh, everything. Your personality. Max, you're playing, you played a little bit of paddle as a kid. You're a recent
little
college
bit,
graduate,
yes.
actively looking for a job. Anyone who wants to hire Max McDonald, he can do a lot more than keep score for Pro Flight Paddle.
Why, thank you, Patty.
No, thank you, Max. And we have Marco Grangiero back on the mic as well.
Break. Break. Yeah, it's freezing now.
Okay, so we're 3-all. Second set.
Bright lights. Why do
Bright
we have
lights.
the bright lights?
Yeah, well, I don't know. We're going to have to
Are
get
we-
rid of that bright light.
We're showing. Are we showing up on camera? Is that what's going on?
There you go, Max.
Ooh.
Okay, now we can turn off that light. Okay, so we've got Marco in here with Drew Broderick.
Drew Broderick is back on the mic.
Back on the mic.
You mic'd in.
Taking a break from hosting this great event.
Hello, Patty and Marco.
Wow. Drew,
Dude.
this is great. I mean, I know you're bummed you're not in the finals, but they're putting on a show here. These guys are so talented out here, and the crowd's loving it. And a lot of these people don't have to go to work tomorrow, Drew, but you do.
Yep. Well, Patty, it's a great day of paddle. Perfect weather. Sun was a little bit
Sun was a factor.
factor.
Sometimes the sun and hiccups become co-factors, I find. Sometimes I get the giggles or hiccups, and that was quite a hiccup I just had out of nowhere. I apologize.
Advantage, McNerney.
So, Marco. Marco, you were running outside, but we need you back here in the booth.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm here. Let's
Yeah. We're in a hiccup-free zone here.
playing the
All right, Marco, what's going to be the difference here? Look into your crystal ball. Max made his prediction.
Let's go back to the match. Let's watch a little bit.
Oh, no, that's no fun. We want to just make predictions. Max is going Morgan Fraser.
Dollar Bill. Just a little feedback. Dollar Bill is the #1 fan of Graham McNerney.
Bill's last name is?
Adam is feeling it. Adam is picking spots now.
Bill,
Right now he's
step
just
in right now.
Drilling shots from the back. Any opportunity
So
that
Adam
Matic-
is getting a little bit more aggressive here as
From
this
the back,
match is
he's-
going on.
From the back, he's always been good. From the back, he's always very strong. If people give him, and as he gets confident, I mean, I think he played tennis for Indiana or something
Yep,
like that.
I think so, Marco.
Number one, like he's a high-level tennis player, and he can drive the ball, like drill balls, and that's like what really when you paddle, when you drive hard and when you drive at people and you drive 2 inches from the net, it's hard to either get out of the way or you just know you're gonna take a bullet to your chest, basically. Look at that right there.
Advantage
I mean, that was a triple fist punt, and that's how I think about Adam Morton. He's just in here every
very-
single match, every single point.
He's very
I love
intense,
that
and
about
that-
his style.
Right, of course.
And I think he can bring the offense, to your point. And I think sometimes maybe he waits a little too long to bring it. Like, I'd like to see him
Yes, you're
bring it a
absolutely
little
right.
bit earlier because
You're
he
absolutely
can.
right. absolutely right. I mean, you don't. Sometimes you don't know what some of these players go through, and a lot of times that, maybe he's backing down from like maybe too much offense in the past, too rushed, and now he's like, in order to stay in the point, the players as they play longer and play, more tournaments a year after year, they get more patient, they get more.
Right, it's that fine
they
line.
Take less. Yeah, they take less chances because they know. Wow. Wow.
What an angle volley there from Tyler Fraser. Dollar Bill, what do you think, Dollar Bill? What's your take on everything here, Paddle, at Manufacturers today?
Are you enjoying yourself, first of all?
Yeah, I'm Bill Brazier. My brother John Brazier is a member here at Manufacturers. I've known JC and Tomas
Game
since
Fraser
they started
Morgan.
this program about
They
6
lead
years
4
ago.
games to 3.
And I got to tell you, in this map to league, the Manny's guys didn't start till about 6 years ago, and they have defined themselves as one of the best programs on the men's and the women's side. Because JC has taught them to be grinders, not to make unforced errors, not to drive 2 balls in a row, and it's paid off. And they just keep climbing the ladder in each leg, both on the men's and the women's side.
Special thanks to Midnight Paddle, Richard Wright Bleakley, Xenon Paddle, and La Cabra. Is that how you say it, Marco?
La Cabra.
La Cabra
La
Brewing?
Cabra. If I were to say it in like a South American way, I'd be say La Cabra Brewing.
Okay.
I'm guessing.
La Cabra. It's a Berwyn, PA. It's a great brew pub.
One of the sponsors, and obviously the entire staff and members of Manufacturer Golf and Country Club. Amazing.
By the way,
what a hell
Marco,
of a
one
day.
of the greatest golf courses in the Philadelphia area.
There you
So
go.
the score
I
is,
think I should be back then this summer.
Marco,
if
it's
you're a golfer, you wanna
4-3.
play here.
Our scorekeepers, I believe the score is 4-3. Who's up, you guys?
4-3. We are Fraser
and
Morgan
Morgan
40.
just
Fraser-
won that last game.
Correct. 4-3
So they're
Fraser
up
Morgan.
4-3. We'll just mention that to our
Correct.
scorekeepers.
Now, let's hear.
Who won the first point?
Let's wait for the.
30 love.
There you go.
Nice.
30 serving love. Monica is serving. Or Graham is serving. On it.
Marco, what's your next tournament where we're going to see you?
So.
Do you know?
I do. I am signed up to play Boston. I don't have a partner yet.
Okay, so you're going to Boston.
I am planning on going to Boston, and I don't have a partner yet. It all depends on, and I have to make a decision by either tonight to make it easier on APTA and the whole crew and the tournament directors. Yeah.
So on your
Adam
drive
is-
home?
40
I
love.
will make a few phone calls, and there's a chance that myself and I will not name the player yet, but we're going to be playing, hopefully, Boston, Philly, and Nationals.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Big
gonna-
secret. We'll
Yes,
reveal
I'm
it
going
soon. We can't reveal it
I'm
tonight.
going to commit to someone if he's willing to. So
All right, well, we'll look forward to that announcement. Meanwhile, we're at 40-15. And this is Dollar Bill's birthday.
Yeah, Marco, I can't wait.
excellent. Happy birthday.
Marco, are you going to sing
How-
or am I going to sing?
Well, let's wait.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's wait. We might do
talk
it on the
about the match.
changeover.
Let's talk about the match. Let's talk about what's going
So,
on here.
Patty,
This isn't
for my birthday
so
present,
picky,
I would
Marco.
like Marco to disclose who he's going to play with.
I will eventually.
All right, so it looks like we're going to...
Look at those lobs. Look at those spots. They're picking on the court and not taking chances, not rushing. Adam's got to be careful with it.
Game McNerney Chervinsky. Games are 4
It's a good
all.
hold. Replay. A drive and the
So
stuff. Look
Morgan-
where Morgan's standing on the service, or sorry,
The
sorry,
baseline.
baseline.
Right.
An experienced player like Graham sees it coming from not even not waiting
15
for
love.
for Tyler to drive that ball. We're actually closing in as Tyler is approaching the back and driving the ball, and then anticipating that Adam is out of position, stuffing behind him. Tough to do, but.
Right, and you're talking, he's on the baseline versus just being one step behind the baseline, and that's all it takes. They pick it up.
We call that, in the teaching world, we call that home base. For the players that do teach and play the game and know the game, and it's if you're on home base, you can do a lot of things off the screen. If you're not on home base, you're taking chances, but that's also something you have to do to bring offense. We gotta be on this baseline to bring offense, like Adam's doing right now. He lobs well and he's standing on the baseline to try and drive, and he did it. Here's my take on this sport, right? If there are two people at the net, you drive at two targets, two people, nothing else, not around.
Not around him, right at him.
Right at him.
Pick a target.
When it's time to drive, that's the question, right? The question is like if you drive at the right time and you drive at them, at least you take a chance of getting them to make a mistake.
And Adam just made 2 errors in a row where he went periods of 45 minutes today not making one error. And, he made the choice to pull the trigger on that two-handed backhand. Kind of an awkward shot.
40.
And all of a sudden.
I think if you'll notice that Graham and Modic both play off the net more so than most players because they are so darn good at volleying.
They're tall. They're tall to the help.
And they're tall, too. You're right.
Reachers was a little bit more, but it's also the players from a player's perspective. I'm a player, so a lot of times some players are more comfortable volleying from a certain distance. I do close in, but I don't like a lot of times volleying from too close to the net because then you get a let court. You have no shot, and I have no problem staying back because it's okay if I volley from just in front of the service line. It just depends.
But guys like you and John Lubau are both stuff volleyers, where those guys have so much confidence with their hands they can play off the net.
That's right. Wow, look at that. You don't see that very often coming from Graham rushing and actually blitzing and hitting a volley basically from his shoelace to try and get that. It's all Fraser Morgan doing. It's all they're putting that much pressure on them.
Wow.
So, Marco, what do you think about the guys I'm seeing today? I'm seeing a lot of top spin serving. Is that the new trend in paddle now?
Looks like we were just talking about it earlier.
Sidearm serve.
Sidearm serve instead of actually underhand serve. I heard the lingo is sidearm serve.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
but it's effective. If you can do it, if you know how to do it, you can do it. It's effective.
Well, it does keep the ball low.
It does.
And it's got a little top spin on it. So
I hate to curse him, but I mean, Adam, that last serve he just hit the line. He's getting that ball deep. I mean, he's hitting it.
He faulted one before, but he does not miss that many. He, by far, to me, he's one of the best.
From what I can see, he seems like he's the most consistent on this in the game.
Right.
Do you think that's a new trend in the game with the?
Sure.
Oh yeah. But here's what's going to happen. You want to know what's going to happen?
Below the net.
You want to know what's going to happen though? Players are going to start practicing returning
at the net player.
Returning lower returns, basically.
Right.
Look at that dig.
Well, I've seen some people just go full out today, where they just go at the net guy if this ball doesn't get deep.
Look at this point. Look at a lot of transition.
Advantage, Fraser Morgan.
Transitioning, a lot of positioning and great digs. I mean, Modic just hit a transition shot, soft.
Well, the two trends I see in paddle right now is the muscle gun and the underhand.
The muscle gun
top
for
spin
sure.
Serve, yeah.
I'm loving the muscle gun.
And Oliver Jones, who's our pro at Overbrook, he did a video, actually. It was on APTA with the underhand serve, but it wasn't with the top spin.
Right.
But since it's soft, it gives him more time to get to the net.
Classic.
Right.
Just sorry to interrupt. Last point. Classic Modic Graham shot. Modic drives it, clocks a ball when the guys are at the net, and Graham blitzes just to pressure, and then guys at the net just whether they pull a forehand, whether they they feel like they need to do more because so obviously Modic's drive is wow. You don't see that very often.
That's shocking. What an amazing lob.
Morgan.
Great lob cross court.
And
Really
it
loose.
frustrates me when you hear them call him not Modic. They mispronounce his first name because he's so good.
All right, critical point here right there.
That is a
That
big
was a
point.
loose, in transition, McNerney, missed that little volley, flipped over his paddle. That's a huge point.
So here, there was. That's a shot.
Wow, what a shot from Tyler.
I see that Graham knows the importance of being at the net to try and beat these guys because they had so much trouble in the first, and obviously having a lot of trouble in this set. It's just it's a high level paddle that whether you're on the baseline or at the net, you still have to figure it all out, and not many teams can do or have done it, I should say, rushing Graham and Modic now. How Tyler and Adam are doing, because now obviously the points like super slow, but when mayhem starts, I mean both teams are bringing, but like Tyler and Adam are making Modic and Graham play.
Right, they're creating
now.
a
It's
little
like
bit of that urgency that takes away their cool, their otherwise, cool demeanor, calm demeanor.
Here's another one that Adam. I don't think he had a shot.
Right, he couldn't have blocked that
there it
ball,
is.
I don't think.
What a gap. Gap by Tyler. Replay.
Deuce.
Between the legs and just, But Graham, Graham also with that shot to the forehand side, spinning away from the forehand player. Woof, that's not many people can actually hit that back. It was that good. Wow.
Hey, you are one of the best blitzers ever. You and Marino.
Oh, yeah, he's got that
Advantage,
speed, the
Morgan.
hands.
It's such a big
Look
part
at
of the
his
game.
stuffing.
And Steve Rose, obviously. I just love how you guys
That's
just move people around the court.
Great anticipation by Adam Morgan for stuffing that volley behind Modic. That's tough to do.
Again, and Modic, has added that lob late in the first set and done it a little bit more here in the second set, because those guys are right on top of the net. Pretty smart adjustment.
Yeah.
And Modic can still drive the ball, but he is, Modic loves hitting the combination of shots. He loves the sequence of shots to break down a team.
Wow.
I
Game,
think Modic's
Fraser
hitting a lot more
Morgan,
straight
they
than he
lead
ever
5
did
games
the
to
last
4.
couple years. So I think he's added that element
Let's
to
see
his
what's the
game.
replay. Boom. And made a volley. Another made him flip. So here that's the adjustment there to me technically would be, obviously a lot of times you can't control where your volley goes, but if Modic could stuff that volley back to Tyler, then Graham doesn't have to move. But because that volley went back to
5-4.
Across a zone.
Right, across the zone,
Right.
correct. Now we're back at it. So.
Yep, good point, Marco.
Oh wow, what a point! And then like when you serve or whatever, it's like you get a point like
15
that. Like,
love.
thank God, I just played a point 3 points in a row. That like 200 balls back and forth, and then I get a serve that just goes into the screen like so.
You're so grateful.
Thank you.
Yes.
Right, you are, because physically there's only so much you can withstand. You want matches to
So,
go
Marco, I got a
shorter.
question for you. And Patty's always asking the true false questions, but I think we all want to know, are mid-level players who are like a rating of 30, 40s, what's the best strategy for you to play? And stop trying to play like the best in the world, because you're not that guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's simple as what I just said earlier. Stick to the same principles of be in the right position and pick the right
30 love.
spots. A lot of times you don't have you want to hit a certain way, but you don't hit a certain way. But it's still the concept. If you can continue to apply over and over and over, it's as simple as just try to be in the right place, know where to be.
Right.
First of all, obviously now there are 4 players on the court. All 4, as the ball is getting hit, you always have a position to be. And then the next shot is like where are you going to put the ball so you don't get like what's happening right now in these matches or in these points is someone is they're trying to avoid getting clocked by a forehand or a backhand, but sometimes they can't avoid it because that's what players why they lob the way they lob and the way they hit their volleys. But look at this, like watch this points.
So you're saying a guy who might be my level,
30,
like in the 30s
15.
or 40s, it's about court positioning and making good decisions.
I would say so. Same principle. I wouldn't go. I wouldn't
And
steer
not
away
have a
too far.
clock.
What's that?
Not have a clock, as Patty always says.
That's right. Right. That shot clock winds down a little too much
Right.
for most club level players.
I think that's
true.
the biggest key.
Right.
You can never have a clock, and that's the way JC's taught everyone at Manny's. They're a bunch of grinders. And JC said never drive 2 in a row, and he's taught them so well.
Yeah, no, the JC's doing an amazing job here. I stay with a couple of them, and a shout out to them for actually housing me and the two
Charles?
finalists right
Oh,
now.
yeah.
Right now, Charlie and Julie Bono.
Charlie's
Yeah,
the
the
man.
Bonos.
The Bonos and Madik and Graham are also staying with them. I
40,
stayed last
15.
night, and Graham and Madik are staying one other night. They're lovely people. They have an amazing, beautiful home, and we're so comfortable and so cozy there. So thank you. Thanks for hosting us.
And Joe Cagnoli, who's the rackets chair. He's done a
Excellent.
great job, along with Todd Eby.
So
40, 30.
something that I would add, the difference with 30, 40, 50 plus players versus these guys. These guys hit and go to a spot. They hit and go to a spot. And most club level players hit,
And they
wait
just-
till the ball gets hit, and then they reach and try to
Excellent.
make a play.
Excellent point.
So I learned at the very beginning, I was lucky enough to be exposed to some great players who were kind of real tactical minded players, and they said, well, Patty, you're never going to be able to like overpower someone with the pace that you hit the ball, but if you know where to be, learn to play the screens, embrace volleying, because people are going to hit some great shots. You're going to hit some god-awful balls that are going to get nailed at you, and you've got to love volleying. I always thought of this game as being a defender first and defend my screens.
You and Mark
But-
are absolutely right. You have to have good positioning, and you have to love.
It's gotta be a shot ahead. You
have to
think-
be a good volleyer and love to lob.
Well, you can't
Yeah.
stay in a point if you
Right.
can't play screens forever or volley.
Absolutely.
Even if you have the
Look at
worst
this.
serve, you can get around it a little bit.
That was a huge point for Fraser Morgan.
that was.
for,
I'll share an interesting point. I played against a 78-year-old guy this year, and then I had a teammate that was 14 years old, 9th grader, and 9th grader won. The 78-year-old guy beat me 6-4 in the first set after he was up 4-0, and then I came back and I was able to win. But it's like golf with the handicaps. Anyone can play this game at any
right.
level,
That's right.
and that's what's great about the rating system.
Yep, the PTI. I mean, it's
PTI is
Shout
great.
out to our new CEO. Amin
Kaduri.
I can never pronounce his last name. Kaduri. I
Yeah, he
got that.
deserves a lot of credit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Amin created the
First CEO.
Platform Tennis Index.
First CEO. He
And the
created that
algorithm
himself.
that is data-driven.
Yep.
So we're moving past the days where people
Got
think they're a certain
input.
level. Now they're going to have to prove it in their match results in tournaments and league play.
And Philadelphia area is
we'll
going
all
to have
factor in.
the 30 to 39 nationals.
You
for
guys
the
are doing the
PTI.
30-plus
Yep,
nationals.
at Waynesboro.
Yep, Keith
That's
Studnick's
gonna
going to be the
Vladdy's
host
deal.
of that.
Yep, Keith Studnick. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Tournament director.
Waynesboro knows a little something
Walking
about
in.
hosting tournaments.
Waynesboro knows how it is.
They know.
Just
Tim
walks by
McAvoy's
past
the man.
us.
He's
You got
our.
Oh, yeah,
He's
sure.
like the Kennedys
JC.
of Philly Battle.
Tim was going to
And
come
Lori
out here this
Hesse,
morning.
She's
and
the best. She actually coaches up the girls that I play with at Conestoga, and she's the absolute best. And she'll be in the Hall of Fame someday.
She's a
You
great
guys
force.
watching what's going on right now? Look at this.
We are.
That's what we
This
got
is
you here for, man.
incredible.
Okay, so now we're going to go back to the action. We're going to stop with the storytelling just for a little bit.
Yeah,
we
need to
love the
focus on this because
McAvoys.
this is a crucial moment.
But this is
obviously, of the
critical
match
here for
right,
that.
Right, exactly.
So we're going to go back to a little more paddle.
Marginal serve by Madik. Great calls by these two players on the baseline. Look at that. I would block that before it.
That's
that
that
would be
angle
my,
overhead
right,
that Monica
those
gets
guys.
in there that he's gotten Tyler in a couple of times today in the match.
Great overhead by. I don't know about the whole reaching by these guys. You know, they have all the ability in the world, but you can, if you watch closely when Tyler and Adam are lobbing, you see how often you can see Matic and Graham out of position.
Wow, nice shot.
And if they're able to see that more often, they can
Advantage,
actually
Fraser.
start shortening the points even more because Graham somehow is moving more than he usually does. And volleys, he's like reaching more, and that's obviously that causes after when the matches are tighter and you try to help your partner and whatnot. Look at that.
So there you have it. We are going through.
Fraser Morgan win the second set, 4-6.
Wow. Incredible effort.
Great set from Fraser
Replay.
Morgan there.
More battle for the people at Manny's.
Boom.
It is.
There's the
7-20.
But he swing. We talk about quiet hands on the volley. That wasn't a volley with quiet hands from Graham.
No, and he's moving
Breaker
left.
it is.
We'll take a quick break, and we're going to come right back to the third set of Pro Flight Paddle.
No, they're playing the breaker.
Patty, thanks for having me. Thank you guys for having me. Awesome job.
Thanks, Patty.
Success takes hard work. Making success a legacy takes discipline. PPAC Private. Your legacy, our discipline.
So we are back at Manufacturers Golf and Country Club. I'm Patty Hogan. I'm alongside Max McDonald right now. So third set of this men's match, we have our top two seeded teams. We've got Graham McNerney and Graham McNerney and Monik Jawinski. They're close to us. We see the back side of them and on the far side. Adam Morgan and Tyler Fraser just pulled out that second set, 6-4, after losing a tiebreaker in that first set, 7-6. So it's one set to go. These guys made the decision to play this thing out in its entirety. We were going with an abbreviated format, Max, earlier, but these guys all decided that they had plenty of time. They didn't have to rush. They weren't going to go back on a flight tonight.
1, 2 serving
so
1.
If we were to get to this point, third set, we'd play the thing out. And
oh yeah, they've come this far. They might as well.
And Max, you're part of our production group, and
yes, I am.
Still going to try to find you a job?
Yes.
You got your resume, Max?
Actively looking, yes.
2-2.
So I just heard the umpire say 2-2.
Yes.
Wait. So they said 2-2, so I am wrong. They are not playing this match out for the third set. I think I got wrong information. So I'm guessing they're playing a Pro Flight Super Tiebreaker, which is first to 15,
yes,
Max?
First to 15. Drew came up with this.
Okay, so Drew was the one who told us. So they must have, we're sorry for that. So this is just going to be first to 15, 14 all, sudden death point would take it.
It was 7. It's been 4 games. So yeah. It's only been 3 or 4 games.
So the fact that they're not playing this out, Max, probably saves you an hour and a half.
It definitely
And you
does.
guys have a ton of work to do to take down this whole production, all the cameras and stuff. You guys started it this morning at what time? 7 o'clock?
I'd say 7, yeah.
You got to love the LED lights, Max. When you look at this, you know, we know it's pitch black outside, but on the court it looks like it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
It also doesn't look like it's 20 degrees and windy when you're looking at it from here.
No, perfect conditions. So as we say, this is quite a show from our Midwestern guys here, 3 Chicago guys.
Oh, definitely.
Plus Tyler Fraser from Cincy. Max, what do you think? Do you hit, you've got Graham's height, do you hit a lot of those down-up overheads?
I am still relatively new to the game, so I have not learned that shot. My shot selection's mostly side screen, back screen. But I feel like those are quite effective, especially if he can catch one of the guys off guard.
Yeah, and you got a guy, it's a little hard to go over Tyler, a little easier to go over Adam. Wow, great lob up the line from Czerwinski there. Open up the court. So Max, you were the one who picked Fraser Morgan in this match.
I did, yes. This is actually giving me flashbacks to the Fiddlers tiebreak that they played.
Oh my gosh.
When they were in a
Johan
third set.
and Stephen Mitchell?
Oh yeah. These points are lasting so long. It's wow.
3-3.
That's an excellent serve.
3 serving 4.
So
3-4.
Patty, I think
3
we've
serving
heard,
4.
We've heard my pick.
Yeah.
Who do you think
Why did,
is
it's
going to be able to pull this out?
Guys, I got 3-4. Do you have? Do we switch at 3-4 in a tiebreak?
Oh.
Yeah. It seemed like you played 4 points, but it was only 2.
So I'm going to go Modic Graham, only because they're number 3 in the country.
Okay.
And it seems like, you know, they don't need that much. Like, there's very little separation in this match. And those guys have won some of these, you know, they won the first Pro Flight event. They've won some huge matches. So just for that reason only, as a team together, they won some huge matches. So I'll go with that. But it doesn't mean I don't love Tyler and Adam's chances out here. But it's kind of like football. You know, at some point you got to take a pick. You got to just say, Kansas City's great, Titans are great, but I'm going Kansas City.
Wow.
That was incredible lob up the line, getting Tyler. It's such an awkward position to have to hit that overhead. You know, right there, Graham's little shot. I don't know if it was in or out, but there's no way.
That's a very effective shot.
He could let it go. It was probably out. But when you're in a tiebreaker and it's close,
you don't want to.
You don't let a ball drop that you could not make another play
6
on.
serving 3. Now we switch.
The umpire's enjoying this.
He's having fun.
So this is 1st to 15. I think Fraser Morgan, you know, they need at least one of these 2 points here. They can't get too far behind in the super tiebreaker, I don't think. Because then I just think they have to force their offenses a little bit.
I completely agree. I feel like falling behind in this tiebreak. And any tiebreak, especially, wouldn't go over well. But even though this one is up to 15, like it definitely slows morale if you get down early.
So Marco's back in the booth.
I am. I actually realized that we're not playing out the third set. So
Well, we all realized that together when we heard the
later
score.
on. So.
And I actually know who your secret partner is, Marco, just so you know.
Did you just find that out?
I'm not saying who sent me a text.
It's not confirmed yet because I still got to talk to him.
I'm
it's
not
more like
saying a word.
Got it.
But I just got
no
some
problem.
insider information.
Patty, you're going to keep the viewers in suspense?
My secret's safe. Shout out to Mick Erdoria. You know, he's one of these guys that serves sidearm
Easy
and
watch.
overhand and back-to-back points.
Fourth,
This is the coolest cat. This is the coolest cat in Estonia.
Oh.
But I mean,
Shout out to Derek Yost. He's the umpire. Amin Kaduri, our CEO, is watching this action, and he can pick out guys' voices. It's amazing.
Billy. Is that Bill?
This was Amin.
5-7.
Yeah, I know, but person.
Oh, yeah, Dollar Bill.
Dollar Bill
Yep,
was
and
here
then the
with
umpire,
us.
Derek Yost.
That's correct. Greatest guy. He really loves the game. He talks a lot, talks about it, and he knows the game actually. Because when I talk to him, he makes a lot of sense of things that I do in my game, and he watches me, and so he's a great guy. Dollar
There's
Bill.
a lot of fans
His birthday
that
today.
know a lot of paddle, Marco and Max.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's the fun part. You just kind of can pull up to any group out here, and they're analyzing, talking. What do you think? What should they do? They can kind of collectively will know if a guy hit a stupid shot or not.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
And they can sense the situation. They know, the urgency or lack thereof at times in points, and they pick up on it all. So Morgan goes way back on that overhead, Marco, and he lets that ball drop, between almost below his shoulder height and hits that ball.
Does. Very effective. Very effective. Obviously, quality of lobs that Graham and Matic they hit. You're forced to do that. It's not by choice that you're just pushing the overhead back. It's look now that the lob was a little shorter. Adam tried to go take a stab at there you go a roller. Or so he doesn't have the cuts, but he does have an effective roller. I mean, Adam is a very solid player, very, very solid player. Very tough to play against because he's obviously a very fighter, he's a competitor. And then you get Tyler. I'm surprised that, wow, wrong points.
Look at, fist pump the whole way from Alan Morgan
Yeah,
there. I mean,
they're young.
how do you not love this team?
They're young. They're very exactly walking to the changeover, and
all right, so
walking to
7-6. I mean, I just think
Fist
how
bumping.
great would this be to go 14 all, winner take all, sudden death point, Marco.
I mean, obviously we always
Sudden
want
death,
that. That would be
14 all.
amazing, but we'll see what happens, right? 7-6 serving, Graham serving. Huge point. 7-0 is definitely, or 7-0 is definitely different than 8-6. It's 1 point, and especially in a tiebreaker. Every point counts majorly.
What a great move from Fraser there to sneak in there. And what a
And
great move.
Counter by Matic. I think Matic was the one that hit that lob volley. Wow.
Oh my gosh, what a phenomenal
7-0.
lob from Adam Morgan right there at that deuce court. Amazing lob. I'm really surprised Mock didn't let that ball just bounce and go off the back
Sevens.
screen. Might have bounced long, actually.
Surprised Graham didn't take that. That's like the amount of overhead, the backhand overheads that Marek is taking sometimes. I think it's more because he's a little bit out of position. They don't shift. See if even if we're talking about now technical, right? Even if Adam takes it, see how Marek does not take a step to the left. He stays on the right because he knows it. They sometimes don't hurt them that way.
Right, they're so good that they tend to be a little casual in their positioning, I think. You don't see as much shifting as you see with Morgan and Fraser side to side.
Right. Well, you should. You should. You shouldn't rely on just their ability. You should rely on, if you're in the right position, same thing. It's back to being in the right position and hitting the right shots.
All right.
We have a match here, right?
Yeah, big turnaround. Morgan Fraser up 8-7 after being down 7-5.
7-4, I think.
7-4. Graham might have saved Adams' lob there. I thought that was going a little wide. But again, you just can't risk letting those,
take those
lobs drop on the sideline.
Yeah.
Great high lobs. He's like, Marek plays a little further back off the net. Graham closes in. And once the short lobs start to come in, that's when trouble starts. You got to get yourself out of there. Got it. Very next shot, let it go to the screen or block it, but like make sure that the shot. Now the very next shot, Graham is stepping back for the overhead, not taking more and more control of that net, especially against guys that cut so much, like Tyler himself. Get a short lob, you're in trouble. Wow.
Let it go.
That's a good eye.
Don't hit the ball. Great call. Great call from Morgan. Yelling back at Tyler. Max, you're looking
9-8. Fraser
you're looking
Morgan.
good here in your
It's
pick.
coming down to the wire.
I need Juan Carlos. Does anyone know what happens at 14-14?
Sudden death.
No, it
Sudden
isn't. It's
yes.
sudden death. What does that mean?
Meaning like next point wins the whole thing.
Who's asking that question?
I think that was the umpire,
The umpire?
asking the crowd.
Oh, good. He can't hear us. I thought he could hear us.
Well,
That's
Drew's
so funny.
down there, so I'm sure he told him. So this tiebreaker is brand new. I kind of love it.
I mean,
It's
obviously
exciting to
it's
come down to the wire here.
Competitive, right? Competitive. It's a lot at stake for that, but for the crowd, whether they want to see more or less paddle, I guess it's just one of those, different formats that.
Well, I feel like the intensity of it, the pressure is just huge right now because of this.
Casey and I
like
played one
this.
today. Casey and I played one 15-point tiebreaker. That's huge. And we,
so
we
what
lost.
happens at 14-14 at sudden death? But does the
very
receiving
tough,
team
very
get to
tough,
choose
buddy.
who receives it?
Got to be on top of it. You got to play
8-10.
every point like every point counts. Not like the regular games or. Wow, look at that. I'm not sure if it was a mentor error, positioning error, but it doesn't happen very often from Graham.
Oh, so Morgan Fraser up 2 points here. 10-8.
Graham.
You've heard the umpire asking the questions. What happens at 14 all?
I do like how he's asking those questions, almost like he's expecting it to go to 14 all at this point.
Well, everyone would love to see this go to 14 all. Wow. It's just such an overhead that Monica has when he drops off the net over there. Seems to get that nick in an inordinate amount of times.
I just think there are many missed opportunities by both Tyler and Adam with the quality of their lobs. They're hitting so many good lobs and getting reason why. Obviously, they're in third set. These potential national champs because they're playing very solid paddle. But if they if they just continue to lob the way they're lobbing, and at least just show their weapons. At least just show a little bit of a, here, you got to come up with a really good overhead, otherwise you're going to feel it, in a sense. But they're playing extremely good and patient paddle. So they're obviously, the score is that close because of the way both teams are playing. Wow.
Great lob move, transition volley from Tyler there.
Tyler, correct. I mean,
Caught Graham.
11-8, guys. I have 11-8.
Transition.
Hattie, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Fraser and Morgan have won 7 out of the last 8 points.
You are you a math whiz, Max McDonald?
That's going to be the last
English major.
Someone's got to do it.
English
Max.
major.
Good
Well,
job.
you're very good at math as well. So 11-8.
Well, he's paying attention. While we're talking, he's paying
I
attention.
love that. So that's Adam Morgan serving.
We need someone like that, like Max. Awesome. Yeah, that's it.
Keeps us on point here.
And it's important. Like that's momentum changing. That's wow. Look at that. 12-8.
Dang.
8.
12-8.
Tyler
Make it
just
8 in a row.
Tyler knew where Modik was going with that overhead because Modik's done it.
Sometimes you do that. Sometimes that's what players
So
do.
many
You
times.
lob already thinking ball's going to go that direction. If he shows up, you have it. If he doesn't, it's okay. Screens are there. Your partner's there to help you the next.
All right, so 12-8 Morgan Fraser here. In control, just as Max McDonald predicted.
Switch, so now they want Fraser to take more of the overhead.
Yeah, you can see Morgan just sliding all the way over the
Right.
alley, so there's no decision making about who's going to hit the overhead.
They both have very good push overheads.
12-9.
Tyler is better at cutting and putting the ball away, so
13,
I think that's the
17,
reason why
21
they're
switch.
switching in that and putting Tyler in at
12-9.
the left-hand side.
Fraser
Look
Morgan.
at this, 12-9. We're 3 points away from
I can't remember who's serving, but it's
the
12-9
match.
Morgan.
And
It's either 3 points away from the match
Never
or 3 points
count.
Getting
away from tying it
delirious
up.
with back pain.
Exactly.
The umpire's been
never-
out here a long time here.
Never count Modik and Graham
Never.
out. Or either team seems they
9
Tyler
serving
and
12.
Adam have shown to never count them out. See what happens.
Wow. Big time serve from Graham right there. Really good deep serve.
You set balls back to the middle, but look, we're just watch when the ball goes to Adam, how they, even Graham sometimes doesn't shift enough unless he's closing in. Wow. That's
Right,
a
like there he
surprise.
just took over, did the stuff volley.
Yeah, but there's still a lot of moving. Here, here's another credit to Drew Broderick. Drew Broderick, when he's obviously won many national championships, mixed, men's, and one thing I've learned from watching him is he does not volley unless he's completely still, and that's like. If someone is clocking another, and I keep using the word clock, it's more like, if you know what that means, more like, it's like Adam would just try to do. Like, it's a huge
12,
drive at
11.
you. If someone is clocking, you shouldn't be moving. If you're moving, there's a chance you're gonna miss. And if you're standing perfectly still like Drew Broderick, 99% of the time he does. It's hard to get balls past you, get errors drawn by those drives. Look at that. Like 12 all would have been
Tyler
tough.
knew
13,
there was
11.
no way Modik wasn't going to pummel that ball, and he just overcommitted to being on top of the net.
Yeah, he knew it. He knows he can handle it. I'm just not sure why Graham was that far in. Or if he
14-11.
didn't see Graham, but that's match point.
Wow, phenomenal serve
11
right there.
serving 14.
Couple of match points for Fraser and Morgan.
You got 3 match points. Or 4, actually, because
Yeah.
we do have a...
They have 4 match points. Let's just finish.
Maddox serving at 14 love. See on the nerves in this. Like he's obviously bouncing and thinking and knowing that he needs to make that serve. It's a nerve-wracking serve because you only have one. And
right. What a great serve. He went wide.
Right. And here it is. We're at potential. We're expecting no less than a huge, long point from all 4 players, except I want to say that Adam and Tyler, they're going to bring more. They're going to try and bring a lot of offense because that's what they've been doing successfully. That's what brought them here. So let's see what they're going to bring. Let's see what Madik and Graham are going to
Madik
come
and
up
Graham
with.
won the first ever Pro Flight Westchester last year. Tyler and Adam won Fiddler's Elbow Pro Flight event this year.
First one of this year, right?
Who's going to get their second Pro Flight win here?
So wow, look at there's some stats that's important. It's nice to know that. Look at this, picking spots, being in the right position. Look at Maddox kind of trying to slide a little more to the left, but not quite.
Oh, I would have loved to have seen Tyler take one more step in. That's kind of what he.
And bring that forehand?
Yeah, he can just take that ball out of the
He
air.
will.
I
He's
thought he was
waiting.
going to do it.
He's waiting. He's waiting for
Yeah,
the
he's
right
waiting. He's
opportunity.
picking.
Very patient
Exactly.
battle.
It's a huge point.
He's going to pick his spot, and he's not going to force it. That's incredible discipline.
block it.
That's what makes
Gotta
Tyler
block
one
it.
of the
There you
game's
go.
best players right now.
Good work, Adam. Good work.
And Adam Morgan this year, Marco, he's playing as one of the best players in the game as well.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone said, "Oh, he's the greatest grinder." He's a great paddle player.
He's in his every player's play different styles and play different have different strengths, and everyone's got if you bring enough to your own side, that it can be huge. It can be just a game changer, and that's how you find partners too. Just like, hey, let's just play a tournament and see what happens. There's a lot of movement on the men's side and the women's side, and it's great for the game because you learn different styles. It just brings. Look at this point. We're talking.
There it is.
Good
That's
Tyler.
the Tyler play.
Exactly.
Good volley. You saw how low Graham got down and make sure he made that volley.
Yeah. He knows the importance of this point. Wow.
Amazing. Morgan Fraser win their second Pro Flight event of the year. Huge win, 15-11 in our third set super tiebreaker over Cherinsky and McNerney.
Yeah.
Great match,
mean,
guys.
That was an excellent match.
Right. It's something to be
Thanks,
said.
guys.
It's the
Great match, Tyler.
Cup at Nationals is up for grabs.
It's up for
by
grabs. And
many of these teams.
I think
Finally
that
give
just
me a
opened the
can
door
and
of
a beer.
possibility for
Jesus Christmas.
a couple more teams.
Right.
So that caps off an amazing day of paddle here at Manufacturers Golf and Country Club. I'm Patty Hogan. And thanks to Marco Grangiro and Max McDonald and the whole team.
Thank you,
Pro
Patty.
Flight Paddle here, another great event.
Manufacturer members, Manufacturer Golf and Country Club members, staff, the whole team. I know they had a little bit of an issue with the heaters and everything, and they got it done. They made it happen. It was a beautiful day today. The crowd is outside. Again, the cameras can't show the crowd, but the crowd was here. Fire pits outside, drinks flowing, and just a good, beautiful day. Nice. I love being here.
Yeah,
Thank
Marco, that's well said, and we appreciate everything. And we will see you guys next on Pro Flight. Lehigh.
Lehigh,
and
yes.
Navasink. And
Lehigh, February 1st. Navasink, February 29th. I am not playing first, but the 29th. And congratulations to Tyler Fraser and Adam
Fraser
Morgan.
and Adam Morgan, the second Pro Flight win of the year. And that's a wrap. We'll see you soon.
Thank you all. See you soon.
Success takes hard work. Making success a legacy takes discipline. PPAC Private. Your legacy, our discipline.